赛我们也是第1名，所以后面打8强赛、打皇族也一定要赢。
저는 솔직히 EDG라는 팀에 대한 강점은 별로 없다고 생각하는 게 그냥 EDG는 쉽게 이겨요.
And that was just simply amazing coming out from Royal Club. And it's going to be Edward Gaming that put through and march on to the quarterfinals.
以前在国内经常赢他们，如果输的话会非常失望嘛。但如果从
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship, coming to you this week from Busan, South Korea. The audience is fired up here at the FLICKR Auditorium as the knockout stage continues. The 2 spots in the semi-finals still up for grabs. Just moments ago, the teams entered the venue with Edward Gaming getting themselves backstage and set up for game 1 of the day. Starhorn Royal Club as well, sitting, chatting, making sure the strategies are ready for the day. Welcome guys, I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me once again to share their expertise to the proceedings are of course Mitch Crepo Forspools from the Evil Geniuses, CLG's Pizza Double Lift Ping, and rounding out the table, David Freak Turley from the North American LCS. Welcome guys, thank you once again. We have also teamed up with 24 broadcast partners to make sure that every minute of action from First Blood to Final Smash Nexus is beamed out around the world, live in 16 different languages. For our Chinese audience, the LPL team are on hand to provide their coverage, and of course Korea's on-game net are serving up the action for the local crowd. Of course, the rest of the LCS team in-house as well. Here is Shox, who will be chatting with the pros later in the day. And of course, warming up the caster desk for our series today is Joe, Riv not wearing a dress, and Jat. Before we dive into today's knockout showdown, we have to discuss Samsung Blue's victory over the North American team Cloud9 yesterday. It was an incredibly exciting 3-1 series, and I want to start with Double Lift. You know, what was your takeaway from the battle yesterday, the series, and what really stands out in your mind?
Probably both teams having a really weak early game, but Samsung Blue is more concerning because they're going into the semifinals against a team who is really, really good early game. But yeah, they did get slapped around quite a bit early game by Cloud9, especially in game 1. You saw that first blood, and then just Snowball, Sneaky just hard carried. Obviously, unfortunately, Cloud9 lost, but it did expose a lot of weaknesses in Samsung Blue's early game.
I was just pleased to see that Samsung Blue was a lot less cocky than their variants in white. Looks like the head coach definitely talked to them and said like, hey guys, don't get too overzealous. But at the same time, I was really happy to see that Cloud9 came out kicking. You know, they didn't lay down and die. They didn't roll over. They just played their game, played hard, and especially the ending of Game 4 was testament to like the willpower that Cloud9 had, and they almost took it to a Game 5. It was just a really good series.
Yeah, that was impressive.
It was a really fun series overall. I mean, I love just how darn good Samsung Blue is at closing out games. You give them a lead or equal goal to 18 minutes, they're going to crush you no matter what. As Jat said in the cast, they even win 60% of the games where they're behind at 20 minutes. Like, these guys are so damn good late game. And also, it's just incredible how much high, I think, carries Cloud9, that they were almost the strategic equals of the literal best strategic team in the world, and C9 could almost go toe-to-toe there. Hai is an incredible player.
Yeah, unfortunately did get knocked out because at the end of the day, Samsung Blue won. So with that quarterfinal, let's take a look at the bracket as it continues to get filled in. The local crowd's having a bit of a party, as you can hear. Samsung Blue will be moving on to Seoul and will face off against their sister team, Samsung White, who did secure their semi-final berth after defeating North America's #1 seed, Team Solo Mid, earlier in the week. Just a quick programming reminder that tomorrow's last quarterfinal series between Najin White Shield and OMG will hit your browsers 3 hours later than the start time today. So for our European audiences, that will be at 10 a.m. And for our viewers in the Pacific time zone, you're looking at a 1 a.m. start time. So let's look back just a quick moment, and we had a flurry of tweets using the hashtag World's Big Plays. We've combed through them to find your favorite, and of course it was that epic end to the game where Cloud9 made a bold last-ditch effort to storm the Nexus and try steal the game from Samsung Blue. It was at Josh Apocalyptic. He sent in Cloud9 finding those 3 picks into the Nexus towers was a great play, but not enough. Here is your World's Big Play.
Take one turret. Yeah, we're going for it. We're going for it.
They have to go for the Nexus turrets! They've got to push in there! Lemonade tanking it up! Here comes Spirit! Forget him! Try and get the Nexus turret!
Oh, they got him!
No, we can't end it. We can't end it. Turn around.
Kill Spirit, kill Spirit.
Yeah, run. No, end. Yeah.
They're gonna go, Joe!
Go for it! He's gonna go low! Oh, doing a jump! Go for the Nexus! They're up! They're up! They're gonna turn it! The Nexus is allowed! They've cleared it!
Longer version of it with more of the comms, and they were constantly back and forth on do we finish the game, do we not. Very little things could have made C9 win that game, and maybe the series after it was 2-2. Lemonation burning his shield. If he had blocked Twitch damage instead of trying to survive Nami, Corki doesn't die, he kills the Nexus, the game ends that way. These little things, if they had been a little bit tighter, that would have been game.
Hindsight is 2020, and I'm sure Cloud9 will learn from that. As the crowd will. You guys at home keep sending in those high caliber moves by using hashtag World's Big Plays and addressing them to us at LOL Esports. As always, we're asking you to share your predictions for which team you think will come out on top. Head over to lolesports.com, click schedule, and then just rock the vote, clicking the thumbs up. And to kick your viewing experience up a notch, be sure to check out watch.lolesports.com to get real-time stats and Twitter commentary from the pros as well. Talking about Twitter, we want you to share your thoughts with us on our question of the day. The question is, what's your favorite rivalry of the 2014 World Championship and why? I'm going to ask Crepo and Double, but Crepo gets to go first.
Yeah, the rivalry or just the match that I'm looking forward to most is Blue against White. Just the both Samsung teams facing off against each other and just seeing how much that has changed since the regular season because they faced off a couple of times against each other already, with I believe Blue being the White's kryptonite. But it might change this tournament.
Well,
I hate you, Crepo. You stole my rivalry. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to go with today's match, Starhorn Royal Club versus Edward Gaming, because it's just going to be such a bloodbath, and it's not necessarily a rivalry. Like, it's not like these teams hate each other, but there's a lot of history, especially with Edward Gaming taking first place in the last 2 playoffs. I mean, these teams probably have a lot of competitive angst towards each other because Starhorn Royal Club was the finalist of last year's Worlds, but they haven't really been picking it up. And as you saw in an interview earlier, Edward Gaming is the kind of team who's like, yeah, they're not that strong because they changed rosters, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, hold that thought because we're about to get to the pregame. For you guys at home, tweet your carefully crafted and well thought out answers. Make sure they're researched, citing 2 official sources, and send them to us at LOL Esports with the hashtag Worlds. Try and make that fit in 140 characters. Then stay tuned to see if we read your answers later on in the show. As we said, let's move on to the reason that we're here today. It is the quarterfinal showdown between a rematch of the LPL regional finals where Chinese rival Starhorn Royal Club will be taking on Edward Gaming. Coming into Worlds, it was Edward Gaming that had the #1 seed from the LPL. However, in this matchup, it's Starhorn Royal Club that has the higher seed because it was Royal Club that placed first in their group. I feel Royal Club showed up more than Edward Gaming did during the group stages. Crepo, care to comment?
Yeah, I think Royal Club did well. I mean, they only dropped 1 game, I believe, in the group stages, and the only issue I have is that it's so much on the shoulders of Uzi. I asked our stats guy here at the desk, and like, tell me why Uzi is so good, and he came to me, I was like, yeah, well, Uzi has 10.25 KDA, so he's leading the 80 carries in the group stages in terms of KDA. Also, like, the least amount of deaths, he only died 8 times in group stages. That's almost only like once a game. That guy is just a god of AD carry. He's probably the AD carry that showed up the most so far in this tournament, barring maybe Imp, but Imp has shown some weaknesses here and there. So I'm looking forward to see just Uzi wreck this match.
I think another player that's worth calling out on Starhorn Royal Club as well is Insec here in the jungle. He's, I think, been phenomenal as well, and his Rengar especially, I think, is incredibly scary. He's pulled 4 bans on it so far. The other 2 games, he's 2-0 on the champion. And in fact, Clearlove also has played it 3 times, banned against twice as well, so the actual Rengar jungle matchup is one I'm looking forward to as well. It being interesting. But with Royal Club being blue side, they can probably first pick that more often, and I think we're going to either see a lot of respect or a lot of scariness from Insect's Rengar.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys. But the thing to note is, like, Edward Gaming did underperform in group stage. We were looking at Name as the guy. We're all so excited. Look at him. And then he just didn't show up. He just completely choked. But one thing I want to point out about Starhorn Royal Club is if they start losing, communication could easily break down for that team. They're a team with 2 Koreans and 3 Chinese players. And from what I can tell, they use the smart ping system and a kind of mix of Chinese and English loanwords to communicate. I don't think if they start losing, that they'll be able to kind of bring their mentality back up together, because they don't seem to be too friendly. There was rumors of infighting between Insec and Uzi before Worlds even started, and it just doesn't seem like they could have a positive mentality as soon as they start losing.
Well, let's talk about Edward Gaming. We've discussed Royal Club at length. Edward Gaming, of course, you know, really crawling across the finish line in the quarterfinals. They lost their game to AHQ, which put them into a tiebreaker. They had to win the tiebreaker at the end of the Taipei stage, which they did fairly convincingly. But for the #1 team from China, they look battered and bruised in the group stages here at Worlds. They're up against Starhorn Royal Club, who they've played several times over the last few months. I know, Freak, you've talked about this a couple of times leading up to this point.
Yeah, here's the interesting thing is EDG feel more like a playoff team than a regular season team. As far as individual matchups between EDG and Royal Club are 3-1 against them in the regular season in the summer split. But then when they matched in the the Worlds qualifier, then Edward Gaming won the series 2-1. Lifetime, that means still a 4-3 in favor of Royal Club. But we keep seeing EDG perform mediocre in a group stage or in a regular season, and then win every playoff they've ever been a part of. They haven't lost a playoff series literally ever. So I'm wondering, is that the EDG that shows up or not?
Yeah, and I'm banking on that EDG showing up today. FCZF is the one I want to highlight. He's super consistent, 81 assists and 1.13 wards per minute. So that's pretty crazy. To be honest, both teams have similar wards placed per minute, but EDG kills 35% more wards per minute, which means their teamwork is incredible. Their communication is obviously much better, because anyone can put down a ward. You can just be like, oh, I'm putting wards here, but to
Tell
sweep
that to
wards...
my teammates.
Yeah, exactly. Tell that to my teammates too. But to sweep wards, it takes a lot of communication. You have to say, oh, the ward's right here, it has this many minutes left, is it worth sweeping? It takes a lot more, I guess, team coordination to sweep.
So you're feeling the Royal Club may be lacking communication, Edward Gaming may be superior. Actually, no, you are saying that. So with that in mind, let's get some predictions down. Let's talk who you think is going to win this series and why. Freak, I'm going to start with you. Is it Starhorn Royal Club or is it Edward Gaming?
I think it's Starhorn Royal Club. Just what I've seen so far this tournament says Royal Club is a slightly better team. I think it's very close. I'm going to say 3-2, and it's probably 3-2 either way. But the edge I do give to Royal Club here.
So basing it on the group stages a little more than maybe historical. Crepo, you believed in a Royal Lucian last year. It came back to bite you in the behind. Are you going to believe in them this time, or is it Edward Gaming?
No, I'm going with Royal Club again this year. The problem rather for me is that I don't know how much EDG is going to change and how much they change throughout a series of games. That's the only variable. But based on group stages and just that's what you have to base yourself on. You can look in the past, but things change over time. I'm going 3-2 for Royal Club. It's very close. I might be wrong here, but I just hope we see some good games.
Yeah, I'm going to go 3-2 Edward Gaming. I think I have sold Royal Club a little bit too short. I think that they have the edge in terms of mechanical and individual skill over Edward Gaming, but in my mind, the better team will win, and the communication breakdown that might happen is kind of an X factor for me. So even though the series is super close, I would honestly say it's a 50-50 series. My gut feeling tells me Edward Gaming.
So a little bit split on the desk. Even though Monty's not with us today, he is also siding with Edward Gaming and believes that they will rise to the occasion.
Thank you, Base Money.
Against familiar opponents and in a playoff series. So our analysts are split 50-50. Let's see how your vote goes over on lolesports.com. Right now, 82% of you think that Starhorn Royal Club, last year's second place club, will be taking the series. That is a very, very big difference. And of course, we have to check in with the Prophet. That sound does mean it's his turn to reveal his pick. And since Crumbledore has correctly called 9 out of his last 10 predictions, we may need to add the disclaimer to this one. It might be a spoiler alert, right? So for this matchup, the Oracle of Upsets has proclaimed that it is Starhorn Royal Club who will be victorious. He is with Crippo, he is with Freak and the viewers. We're going to hand it over to the casters in a moment to get the games underway. Both teams say that they know their opponent's weaknesses and how to exploit them to win this series, but only one team can be correct.
Praise the prophet.
LPL 的春夏季联赛我们都是冠军，然后预选赛我们也是第1名，所以后面打8强赛打皇族也一定要赢。
저는 솔직히 EDG라는 팀에 대한 강점은 별로 없다고 생각하는 게 일단 그 팀은 잘하는 선수가 제가 볼 때는 FGZF랑 서포터 선수밖에 안 보이거든요.
今年的皇族应该比去年皇族稍微差一点吧，因为今年的皇族组建的时间比较短，然后他们个人实力其实还都是很不错的，但是就是因为组建时间短，磨合程度不够。
일단 저희가 언어가 달라서 스피어스 토너는 거의 약간의 중국어와 약간의 영어를 적절히 섞어서 그리고 스마트 핑을 이용해서 3개를 이용해서 아직까지는 잘 해결하고 있습니다.
This game left no doubt. Royal Club 5-1 in the group.
前期能把FLICKR 的gank给限制住，然后再多次骚扰 UZI， 导致他的发育不是很好的话，我们就可以赢下皇族。
当时可能就是我们5个人的心态会比较差吧，然后输比赛输得也非常难看，然后就希望在这次的比赛中能够取得好的成绩吧。
Hello everyone, I'm Joe Miller, and joining me here on the caster desk for this best of 5 series today are Runington Bislin III and Joshua Jack Leesman. An epic best of 5, I'm sure, coming our way.
Yeah, and it was only about a year ago that you and I actually cast Chinese teams in the quarterfinals. However, we've added it to a best of 5, and we've also added another caster, so I couldn't be happier to be doing this one.
It's going to be a good time. I'm ready to find out who actually is the best in that bot lane. It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a good one, that's for sure. So let's get straight into it and look at the starters for this series. On the blue side today, it's Starhorn Royal Club from China's LPL, with Cola in the top lane, Insect in the jungle, Korn in the mid lane, Uzi the AD carry, and Zero on support.
And that means on the red side is Edward Gaming. In the top lane will be Koro1. Jungle is Clear Love. In the mid is U for Unstoppable. AD carry is Name, and the support FCZF.
And of course that takes us into our featured matchup in the bottom lane. Where else? Uzi versus Name. A lot of hype around these two.
It couldn't be anyone else, but honestly, as far as the group stages are concerned, these matchups aren't even close. Uzi completely overperformed Name, and Uzi, looking back to last year's Worlds, really steps up in big situations, and he's been doing it again so far this year. Then you look over at Name, he is really new to the international stage, and everyone in the Chinese community was very disappointed in his performance. They said he played scared, that he needs to step up, that he needs to play more to his potential, and he needs to do that now, because if they don't, they're out.
We did talk a little bit about Nami having that 3 LPL title to his name, but to the big stage, it's kind of been drowned out a little bit. Have they not really prepared themselves? I mean, 3 Chinese teams came out of their region to perform here at Worlds and are still here, but where is that performance?
And that's the thing that we've really got to find out about this game. EDG, we said they looked somewhat lackluster in Taipei. Of course, had to play a tiebreaker game to actually go through in the end. But this is a team that traditionally, when it comes to the big games, the playoff games, have always performed, always.
Yeah. They always play the long game. It's funny because in-game, they play the long game, and in regular season, they're never at the very top. They come out at the end of the playoffs, though, and they stepped into group stage, as we all know, saying they're only really preparing for teams in the other group. They knew they had one of the softer groups. They thought they'd be able to easily dispose of AHQ. That got a little tense. They had to play a tiebreaker game against them. But at the end of the day, they moved on. They faced another Chinese team who, going into the event, they were a higher seed then, and they can hopefully take some of that confidence in here.
It's been 2 weeks, so we'll have to see what actually they have really kind of changed and how they're going to come into these games.
Yeah, those 2 weeks are going to have to make a difference here for EDG. We are going to get, though, into bans and picks, and we already see a big one coming out there. I'm just going to go straight to it on EDG's side is the Rengar.
And we are wondering if we're going to see a Rengar, because not only was Insect 2-0 on Rengar and also drew 4 Rengar bans, but Clearlove was 3-0 on Rengar. So the fact that EDG was actually willing to ban it would assume that they thought Royal Club would be willing to first pick it, which is actually a pretty big deal considering how little Rengar we've actually seen at Worlds in comparison to Lee Sin and Kha'Zix.
Well, seeing more of the regulars that have found themselves on the ban bench in the world stage of Alistar. A little bit of Rumble coming out since everybody was trying to use that as a pocket pick. Now goes to the ban list, and we will not see that Maokai. Coral1 loving to bring that in for the fights of EDG once they get to that late game. And the Fizz goes out as well. So many bans towards Corn through the regular season, and to the group stage, he actually didn't play it that well. Rise first pick.
And I actually feel like EDG was trying to bait that first pick for a Lee Sin. They were doing a Lee Sin Rise trade. They would be happy with one of them. We know how good Insec is on Lee Sin, but at the same time, the top lane love in these games is extremely real. EDG had Rise banned against them in 5 of their 7 games. So you can see that it was almost more important for Royal Club to take it for Cola.
And on the other side, Edward decide to take Lee Sin. Gonna take that away from Insec and give it over to Clearlove. Also taking Janna here, which was, you know, Zero's big support pick as well during the group stage. Has played 4 out of the 6 games on that one, end up with a 3-1 record. That's another great pick taken away, and FCZF is the kind of impact player that Edward Gaming need.
Absolutely. And just looking at these pick and bans, they're fast, obviously, but we kind of have to think back to that first group stage. What were the big picks in those groups? Because they were much different than the big picks in groups C and D. Janna played absolutely huge roles in those games, and we can see the high priority here. I would not be surprised if EDG picked Aurelia as their last choice.
It would be a matchup that Cola knows very well. And he's going to have to take that up against Coral. Would it actually be the twisted fate for Corn to come in here, trying to make plays for the team, trying to add more map pressure and stave off? I mean, guess what? EDG already has a slow early game, so it may be hard to utilize that pick, but locking in the Lulu as well for the mid lane.
I mean, either the TF or the Lulu would have been his first choice. I feel like EDG definitely tried to starve Corn's champion pool a little bit, especially with the pick of Orianna. And at this point, they're just trying to buff up Uzi as much as possible. So much of what Royal Club does revolves around the bottom lane and revolves around Insec being able to make plays. That was actually fairly heavily attacked by EDG in this pick and ban phase by trying to take away some of the shielding that Uzi could get from the Orianna in the mid lane, and also by denying and heavily attacking Insec's 2 best champions. His Kha'Zix is nothing like his Lee Sin and his Rengar. Right.
So we also saw the Lucian picked up here for Uzi. That was actually only a single pick from in group stages, but there were 2 bans on it as well, which just goes to show how much of a priority teams put on making sure that Uzi didn't get that champion. For Edward Gaming, they do decide in the end to lock in the Kale. So that's going to be going straight up there into the top lane, with Koro will be a first pick for him this time around in Worlds.
I mean, these teams are who we thought they were. Name is getting a lot of shielding. That's a very late game type team composition. Hopefully Name can become a little bit more aggressive or successfully lane swap away from Royal Club, because Royal Club is going to want to put pedal to the metal and shut down EDG before Tristana can get going.
And that's what would happen, a featured matchup, lane swap, so we don't actually get to see these guys go head-to-head in the beginning. Uzi getting his 20 games played in the regular season. Lucian now to start off this best of 5. That's not going to be very bad for him. And Coral coming out with the Kale. Great synergy in team fight, great comms, and that's what you need for an intervention to be saving your AD carry.
Yeah, and interesting as well, the Lulu pick for Korn.
Yeah.
Not sure what I feel about this one. I've not been, I'll be honest, impressed with Lulu throughout Worlds whatsoever. I feel like for Korn, he does like to play these supporting mid laners with a couple of assassin picks in there as well. But Lulu, for me, he's played it 4 times during LPL and the playoffs. Pretty terrible record, 1 for 3. He's got to step up.
And when you consider how much Lulu was actually played during the summer season as a mid laner, that's very few plays of Lulu in the mid lane.
Well, guys, remember to keep updating your votes on Twitter with each twist and turn of this series. Send hashtag SHRWin or EDG win to @LOL Esports, and we'll continue to check where the fan vote stands. Obviously, it was a big vote just a little while ago for Royal Club, so you guys seem to be going and focusing in with them, but don't forget, EDG turn up when it matters in playoffs.
And it's crazy how much these teams have turned up in general, obviously stating that this is not the Starhorn, or not Royal Club, I should say, from last year, a completely new team with Uzi still, and even EDG putting together WE and positive energy to create a team just this year, and these guys are representing at Worlds.
And just for a little bit more backstory on this EDG team, while Name gets a lot of the recognition and credit because he's won 3 straight LPL splits, there's a large proponent of the Chinese community that think ClearLove and FZZF are the real reasons that EDG is successful.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes specifically on FZZF, how well, if they're successful, he can create for Name. And specifically, I need to see how well ClearLove can almost lay in wait for Insect to come and gank, because he is known to be a more defensive jungler.
So, early openings here, just to make note of some of the trinkets there. We did see a sweeper for Uzi right at the very beginning. We'll see exactly what he's going to do with that one. And we saw a lot between the Chinese teams, and specifically, I think, more in groups A and B. These bottom brush wards seem to catch quite a lot of teams out. SK Gaming could probably be the biggest testament to that after that level 1 phase check that they did. Maybe that sweeper will be used to clear out vision on that bottom side. For now, Name is still there. However, we do see FZZF on the top side of the map.
Something we have to track throughout this is the way the lane swaps play out. Now, in the Chinese regionals, the whole reason EDG was the #1 seed coming out of China, they defeated Starhorn Royal Club 2-1, and there was a fair bit of lane swapping here. One thing that Royal Club almost always does in lane swap situations is fast push. They want to end that swap as quickly as possible. So watch for Uzi and Zero to just go for that turret. In fact, when Zero was playing Janna, he brought AD runes just so he could punish turrets faster. Doesn't look like he's done it this time, but they're definitely looking to go very aggressive. And actually, they're trying to get 3-buffed right now.
Oh, the last auto attack almost coming in the way they wanted. Korn might meet you on the other side, but it goes to you in the beginning.
Geez, I got all wrapped up in the lane swapping situation. We didn't see the incredibly aggressive move that EDG just pulled there, getting blue buff to Orianna while stealing the enemy blue. Guarantees that Insect's behind early on in the game. What a fantastic start for EDG, since they really just want to survive Insect's early pressure.
Yep, and that's one of the best ways to do it. Starve him out as early as possible. We're going to see Name probably being left alone here on this top side as FZZF will walk off into his own jungle. Bottom side, though, we do see that Zero is hanging around with Uzi and not exactly pushing this lane out too quickly at this point. And of course, as I say that, they do exactly the opposite.
Fires on right through. They'll get that. It looks like it's going to be Cola roaming around as we see FZZF roaming with ClearLove right now, just to keep things safe.
Yeah, I would have to say, though, that push down the bottom lane wasn't actually ideal. They'd want to stack up a slightly larger minion wave before hitting the turret. And interestingly enough, I almost feel like this is from past experience against Royal Club and how they didn't actually do that well when they decided to just freeze versus a push. They're doing the push as well.
There is Name on the top side, going to be hammering away on that one. He's got ClearLove, he's got Koro as well, who could possibly move into that scenario, but we may see them meet here in the jungle. Ward over the top there from Insect will actually spot Koro and ClearLove moving around to Wolves.
Pretty different for Super Starhorn Royal Club here. It looks like they are not trying to go into EDG's jungle. Usually you kind of grab the bottom side of the map when you're doing this, but they want to try and get back into the face of EDG, and it's not working out even more for them. Definitely would have been safer taking EDG's jungle. Nice smite there by Insect, but they are also pulling Zero out now as well. A lot of disturbance from the lanes here against Starhorn.
It feels like EDG is really coming out big against Starhorn early here. And we heard from Insect, they generally have to communicate in basic Chinese or English to try and get their points across. And when you get 3-buffed at the start of the game, you really have to think on the fly. Typically, Royal Club's early games have been strong because of mechanical skill and because they can pre-plan a lot of that stuff. But when EDG threw a curveball here that worked, you can really see they're not necessarily reacting to it properly, not respecting that side of the jungle, and now trying to gank mid to make up for it.
Oh, there's a slow coming in. Insect will dive on top of him. Yugo's low. Flash in as well. First blood comes down for Cola. Nice little heal at the end there will make sure that Insect survives. First blood to Royal Club.
That's one way to do it. Just burn all your flashes and just go and kill the mid laner. That's what happened there. They burned 4 summoner spells for that kill onto you. However, it will give Korn some breathing room in that mid lane, and in particular, finishes that tier for Cola.
Finishes that tier with a blue buff revolving around him, so he'll be happy to fill that up right quick. That early blue buff you did not get to use. Refresh now onto Cola. Bottom lane does get taken out. Starhorn up 1.4 thousand gold at 5 minutes.
Top turret is going to be falling as well then, so they'll level things up on that front. Leaves Royal Club up that gold. If you look down the AD carry, since they're now going to be going home to buy, Uzi left the lane first, will be picking himself up the pickaxe and boots, plus a couple of pots. On the other side, seems to be a almost mirror image.
Yeah.
Pickaxe and the boots added into the Doran's blade for Nami.
I completely agree with Name's build choice here, especially because they're having a good chance of having to swap back into Lucian. Yesterday, we actually saw Deft go Avarice Blade first to get Lucian and proceed to get about 50 CS behind Sneaky because he was powered up Lucian. You have to go pickaxe on Trist if you're going to be laning against a Lucian in that matchup to actually be able to have a hope of trading. And that's what Name has done here because it's going to be tough anyways.
Yeah, especially against Uzi. We'll see how much they try to match up. Now a level behind. He just gets that. Name now to 5 and 5 on those levels in lane. Support's about to meet here. And we do have Clear Love on the bottom side of the jungle. He may try to get Name going just a little bit. They have the wards, but they're pushing up the lane quite hard. They may not have the pressure.
Royal Club don't have the wards, so this is interesting. And that bottom side completely open for EDG to be moving through. That Tribush will be an easy push around as the Howling Gale comes through, but actually Clear Love deciding not to come down into the lane. And, you know, there were a lot of whispers, and I could say quite a fair bit of criticism for Clear Love as well in the fact that he spent a hell of a lot of time farming and not hitting his lanes.
The thing is, that's almost always how Clear Love has played the game. He likes efficient ganks, he likes safer things that have a higher percentage chance of working out in the long run. That's the way EDG plays. They just think about the long game. They don't try and take risks in the early game, which a lot of people credit their success to. They think because they're consistent, that's why they're able to win so much in the LPL. And it's also one of the biggest criticisms because they're consistently passive, the best teams get to take advantage of them. However, they did beat Royal Club 2-1 at that regional, but it was close.
Oh, 2-1 in the regional. Seasonal games going over to Royal Club. That aggression in the bottom lane coming from Uzi now. That turret's already down, so there's not much safety for Name and FCZF to fall back to. We'll see them backing now. A little bit more pressure towards the top side here. They want this blue buff due to the loss of the last one.
I really do.
Oh, it's just corn. It's just corn.
It made us think he'd stolen it away from us. It's just their solo laners actually taking that blue. In the end, because they were able to pull off that gank in the mid lane, Royal Club came out of that lane swap really well. They're able to bully back Name a little bit, and Rise is getting a fantastic freeze over in the top lane. Plus, they're able to exert pressure now with Uzi's advantage. This is the game Royal Club wants to be playing.
Here we go. Now I can get excited. They're pinging their blue buff. This is the point where they're going to steal it away. Warded out pretty well, though. It looks like they're just forced to mill about around the dragon. Already warded here. Uzi's going to walk through a ward as he returns to the bottom.
Got to break this freeze. That's the reason he's going back there. He doesn't want to give Name too much free time.
He's got 76 to 60 right now in that CS lead, so keeping that would be grand for him. Tier still stacking in the top lane. No pressure towards Cola. He could come in and be a big teleport threat soon.
And another thing that really surprised me, you know, Uzi really pushing out, and I guess it's kind of typical of Uzi this, he's way past the halfway point of that lane with absolutely no wards whatsoever in that river. Fortunately for him, Clear Love, as we said before, tends to farm a lot more and has not come down to this bottom lane. Finally, Zero will join in, but he himself, no Sightstone up until now. Actually went straight into those boots of mobility.
That is not all that uncommon for Zero to do. And Uzi, in particular, plays heavily on his own instinct. Sometimes that gets him into trouble, but it also allows him to pull off some miraculous plays. At that moment, just because of the last time he'd seen people on the map and the vibe he was getting from Name, he thought it would be safe to be up past that halfway point, and at the time, it was safe. This looks pretty unsafe.
Flash to Zero. Pressure gained there by EDG. How are they going to use it, though? Name pushed up quite far himself. Uzi takes that chance to get a few pop shots in. Lanes are quite even now as Cola gets himself back up to where Koro was. He was about 20 CS behind, but EDG is not going back to that top lane. We'll probably see Koro float there now, but he's missing out on quite a few CS.
Yeah, it really seems like they're going to be using that top lane to go for something like Dragon. However, the vision control is pretty lax. I'm a little surprised how heavily EDG has pink warded the top side of the map at the moment, especially since they had kept Insec a little bit down at the start of the game. but Dragon actually doesn't seem like the biggest of contestable objectives here, which is a bit surprising.
Let's see. That lane now pushed back out. I think that means Nami going to go back to base. Spend all that cash. That mid lane, obviously, Lulu, Orianna matchup. Both of them going straight into that Athene's Unholy Grail. Just see Nami did get himself BF sword. However, bottom lane recalls. Is this going to be Royal Club starting off a Dragon? They only have 2 there. In fact, Insect did already start to back away and now recall from the Tribush. So no start on that side of things. However, EDG have seen them now recalling. That pink ward isn't, unfortunately, not quite far enough in to see the ward.
That's the trick, seeing around that Dragon wall. See the same thing with Baron being inside or outside. Right here, though, there is a big jungle item mismatch. Clearlove senses the ward, actually, just because of the way the lanes were reacting here. He had finished his Lizard Elder when Insect went back to base. However, because they were slow on the collapse, possibly playing pretty passively, they may actually give time for this collapse to come down. Kale teleports, will rise follow.
Teleport straight down on. They have quite a bit of fight to bring to the table. Calling from Uzi on the other side. Whoa, Name jumping right in. Knows he has the safety of Yu right behind him. Yu is actually very low on mana, so how much more can they fight this? Clearlove going straight in, and he gets eaten alive by Insect. They're going to want this fight. Back and forth. Toro falls down, not even using intervention in that fight. It's going to be FDZF now getting hit up. That's another kill for Korn. Uzi takes the safety off, and he drops FDZF in the bottom lane. Name's forced to run. It looks like they want the whole thing. The bubble hits, and he's in trouble. Going down as well. Almost the full, the full ace. Clearlove's already spawned.
It was a full ace, except the fight took a little long and was so early in the game that Clearlove was able to respawn. That was just a completely botched fight by EDG. Not only did they wait too long to start the Dragon, when they did start the Dragon, they took damage from it and faultily committed on a fight where they could not follow up onto Clearlove. The flank was happening as Clearlove went in. It's almost the polar opposite of what you would expect. You would expect EDG to have the right type of teamfight communication. You would expect Insect to be the one that goes in too far, but it was actually Clearlove.
Let's see this again.
I can't believe he took this. I can't believe he got that bad of a Lee syndrome. He was probably expecting a Kale ult or a Shockwave, but he didn't realize how far that spell was going to take him. Uzi, of course, because all the spells have been burned in the fight, had nothing to stop him. And yeah, Royal Club's going to know how to stop down. Never try to 1v1 Uzi either.
And obviously this was a nice little move at the end there, the jump over from Insect into the bubble finish. One thing that I have to point out, Koro, he had intervention available. I was watching his mana bar there because I thought surely if he's not going to use it in that scenario, he's got no mana, but chose not to use it. And the thing is, even the Shockwave at this point, doing basically no damage. You're getting the CC and a little bit of damage from it. Wild Growth's going to offer you a little bit more when that Lee Sin jumps straight into you. Wild Growth pops him up, finish him off. So, you know, Royal Club here, moving in nicely, picking up an early ace, and it actually gives them at 13.5 minutes a pretty sizable lead.
And EDG is known as a team who plays the early game generally in a losing fashion. In all 3 of the games they played against Royal Club in the regionals, they were behind in the early game. However, this is a very big disadvantage. This is not just playing a little bit slow. This is getting steamrolled at the moment, and they have to make something pretty big happen if they want to continue to stall.
EDG definitely feeling the pressure. You hear the community talk about Clearlove not going as hard as he does in his regular play, maybe getting under his skin a little bit. Now he just goes a little too far for the team to respond as well.
I mean, are they going to defend their inhibitor turret? It's a Kale and a Janna trying to defend this. Uzi kills turrets so quickly at the moment. They finally have to send people back.
Pretty crazy stuff here. Royal Club starting off game number 1 with a big lead. And, you know, we look to EDG and we say they are the most careful out of the 3 Chinese teams. And usually that Dragon fight there, I think if any of the Chinese teams were to just leave it to back away, it would be EDG normally. Yeah, that one was just seemed to be completely off. And it was funny because we heard from EDG in the pre-game video saying this is a team that doesn't speak one language. They have to use smart pings. They have no synergy. But that's exactly what EDG just looked like. Clearlove dived all the way in.
And what is the last thing, in my opinion, you want to do against a team that has trouble communicating? Give them a 5v5 fight where they can all just rely on their mechanics. Split them up, split push them, make them make split decisions. That's what EDG was doing early on in the game. But we also have to keep in mind, during the group stages, mind you, they played 7 games. EDG had more dragons than any other team, right? It is in their DNA, basically, to try and control dragon. That's one of the ways, since they are typically a fantastic team fighting team, that they pull advantages. It's just the team fighting synergy did not show through in the slightest there.
Well, they have to hope it does play out to late game. Starhorn Royal Club able to grab 10 out of 10 Barons throughout the group stage, so it may not get easier as we even get to the late game.
And speaking of the late game, we're approaching 20 minutes. For teams that play slow, I always love looking at the goal at 20 minutes. How often does that team hold leads? How often does that team come back? And even though EDG is known as this slow team that plays from behind, they didn't have any come from behind victories in the group stage. They actually had a gold lead of close to 3,000 at 20 minutes against EDG or against AHQ and lost that game. So EDG actually has just been pretty porous in the late game so far here at the World Championship.
Let's have a look down a couple more items now after that dragon and that last fight and that inner top turret. You see for Royal Club, that Infinity Edge of Uzi is done. Zeal in there as well. Rod of Ages for Cole, a Brutalizer in the hands of Insect. On the other side, Name got a little bit of everything, not quite finishing off either the Shiv or the Infinity Edge. There's a Shockwave that, well, just completely off, really, trying to hold on to this turret, but just not enough damage and honestly not in the right place either.
No. Unfortunately, Insect took a fair bit of damage, but the heal from Kha'Zix and the heal from Nami is just rounding him up for the next push. All this is happening while Cola is really farming wave on the other side. EDG is in a whole world of trouble right now. Their initiation is gone.
Not even being able to stand at the turret. Good shields coming out of Korn. Quite powerful off of that 2 kills. Double kill in the beginning. And now Cola to split push the bottom lane. Really changing up his playstyle as well. A guy who loves to fight. And he looked pretty rusty on Rise coming into the group stages, but he has started to play it at that maximum level. And he'll back off now, stacking the tier. Rod of Age is already there, having a great game.
You're right, pretty heavily criticized. Only a 2.92 KDA on 4 Rise games during the group stage, but it helps when your team gets a 5 for 0 at the Dragon fight as soon as you TP in. And also it helps when the enemy EDG team didn't lane pressure in the slightest. They have a Kayle Lee Sin because they did the lane swap back around 6 minutes. And they just never tried to shut down Rise when he just had his tier. He got the first blood tier, so he's had that easily from the very start. His vulnerability has never been attacked.
Yeah, I feel like we've not even really looked at this top lane once the lane switched back to normal because it was a case of them just farming up, no pressure whatsoever coming out of the jungle, especially from EDG's side. Now Royal Club start to move once again over on towards this blue buff. That is, of course, going to be given over to Korn, and Uzi's going to get himself back off into lane. Name has finally completed one of his items, went in there for that Shiv first, as Royal Club move back to the Dragon. Soul Stealer has come out for 0 as well now on Janna. Sorry, on Nami.
It's normally a Janna out of 4.
Yeah,
that's why we were expecting it. He was building it almost every game. The Nami pickup is still potentially good. If he gets a few stacks, it gets efficient very quickly, and with the likelihood of some more team fights in this game, knowing World Club's propensity for just grouping up and daring the team to fight them, it could end up paying off.
Uzi must feel good right now. Actually has wards behind him this time with a bunch of teammates. Nami trying to get his clear on, as we said, rushing that static Shiv. They'll be all right at these turrets for now, but the bubble coming out doesn't look like Insect will take that. They don't have all the vision they want for this aggression, but they're still able to just draw EDG away from everything they're needing right now.
Yeah, it's just a repeated series of events right now for Royal Club. They have Rise off split pushing, they're sieging turrets with Uzi, who is continuing to crush. And I do actually want to touch on the Soul Stealer a little bit more, because so often I hate the Soul Stealer vibe because the Kales would just be way better in a situation.
Right.
But I look at the EDG team, there's really not much that they'd want of a Kales out of all of this. Maybe you'd want to try and build an Aegis, but I can see the extended benefits of having more P on Nami. I actually really like the Soul Stealer in this situation.
So, we're about to hit 20 minutes of this one.
Yep.
And it is a solid lead for Royal Club. Uzi continues to build up now with that static Shiv. Got a solid almost 40 CS lead, as well as that 1-0-2 scoreline. The kills have been spread across the Royal Club board as well nicely.
Yeah, 6,500 gold. That's not the standard, oh yeah, we're just a late game team. guys, let's weather the storm here and continue on. They actually kind of have to make a bit of a play or just hope that Royal Club stops killing turrets, stops taking dragons, stops taking their jungle. And the problem here for EDG is they don't have the greatest ability to catch people either. Maybe they can land a shockwave, but even then that'll expose them to a lot of counterattacks. Zero really just not even letting him farm. Little hasty on that tidal wave. I guess it burns a flash though.
Nicely done, putting the fear in him. We'll see Koro still somewhat stay in lane. He doesn't have much to farm up there, and also the wards now, the pink wards for Royal Club being placed a little bit deeper and deeper into the jungle of EDG. It's going to be even harder for them to be at home in that side. 35,000 to 28. Royal Club very good at controlling a lead and just keeping it going throughout the game.
Also got to point out the Captain Boot special from Zero. He did that most group stage games. The extra move speed, it's going to grant an already quick Royal Club team in and out of fights. Will be pretty critical. And now it's all about this Baron control, trying to get catches in the jungle. EDG is just on the run.
Oh, the slow comes down. Clearlove not going to escape that one, and reaction was pretty slow. He almost walked into the bubble right at the start. Clearlove will go down for the second time in the game, and now EDG, without vision directly on Baron, might be forced to face check through to get some of their own vision down. Actually, there was the scrying orb used from Name just to get sight of what's going on, but Royal Club, they've already started Baron.
If I know one thing of an Insect, it's that he doesn't mess around. So he's going right for it and saying, fight me, I know you can't steal this away because you just killed your jungler.
Standing here is one thing they can definitely agree to communicate on. Zero taking a bit of damage from Koro on the backside. He's forced to blast into the pit. They're stuck in with Baron. A great shockwave from Unstoppable. SDZF doing what he can to get the Monsoon out, but it's not healing anybody. Uzi now trying to get Name inside the pit. He's, though, taking the Baron damage, and it actually takes him down in the end with the help of Koro. And Royal Club, they did get the Baron, but that is not a Baron that stays on them for very long.
What a terrible call right there from Royal Club to stay on the Baron. They used Wild Growth while in the Baron pit just to take more damage from Baron instead of using it for the fight. That's exactly what EDG needs if they want to try and shoot back into the game. Thank God for them that Uzi was able to finish off the Baron with his Lucian damage, but EDG, they're back in the game right off the bat.
And there's a teleport from Cola to a tower that was quite clearly going right down, and just like that, EDG bounce back in this game. What are they going to be able to do now, though? And that may have just scared Royal Club a little bit. It was, I mean, it was a decisive call. It might have been a wrong one, but they did stick to it as 5. Obviously, it cost them completely. But at least they didn't split up on it, and you can maybe argue from that they're all on the same page, if it's not, maybe even just a bad page.
Hey, it's a pretty bad page here. They stuck to the plan, but it allowed many kills to fall to EDG. Even just Lulu ulting the Rise before the fight was a little curious. Name, nice jump off the back of the pit after Uzi was able to pick up that Baron. If he hadn't done that, that would have been, instead of a 5,000 gold lead, about a 3,000 gold lead after that. Even now, EDG still going to play on the back foot for a little while, but that's exactly the type of break they needed to come back in the game. And we talked before about kind of one of the differences of Chinese games and how they like to group up as 5 and just kind of go for things. They also like to play off of instinct more, and they're much more willing to take a high-risk play. However, this was a situation where a high-risk play is completely unnecessary. So a lot of times in even games, they're willing to take those plays because at least it's them deciding what will happen. This was just really showing through their lack of communication.
Uzi being very aggressive, not locking down the Sonic Wave. Clearlove missed a few this game, still trying to pursue a good slow from Insect here. A little bit of rotation from FCZF and Korn, but I don't think they'll come all the way down on this one, and that is staved off for the time being. But Royal Club still trying to create pressure everywhere they can, gets the intervention out of Koro, so Cola, a little bit of a victory there.
Low though inside of his own jungle. Royal Club here does have timing from the Dragon domination that they've really had in this game, will be taking it once again. So it gives them a bit more gold back. You can see 3 out of 3 Dragons, and that Baron only just, albeit after Uzi was able to just finish that one off. Double pink ward right on top of each other. That's I guess another slight miscommunication really from Royal Club.
Really seems like it. I wonder what type of tilt we might see from Royal Club here. Obviously, everyone did stick to the plan. So we know that they can still play together, right?
Is that Insect would make the moves, kind of unrelenting aggression, and if the team follows, sometimes it went well. Didn't work in the beginning. It seems to be faltering a little bit here as well, as EDG took control of that Baron.
Yep.
We saw that 70% kill participation from EDG on the analyst desk. In their group stage in the upper bracket finals against OMG, 4 members had a 70% kill participation. So these guys are still a team to be reckoned with once they get into that team squad, once they get together around these objectives.
I don't think it's that Royal Club are necessarily, bad at team fighting.
No.
More of the fact that EDG have the upper hand, and we saw it in that last one that yes, they all were on that same page. Yes, it was a bad call, but they were fighting inside of the Baron pit, still going for the Baron, using abilities, ultimates even, to keep themselves more protected to fight the Baron. So, just not a good call across the board. We'll move on from that one though and see how Royal Club start their push, because they are still ahead here by a good chunk. There's another tower going their way.
And it's just a big reset button for a lot of this game. You look down, it's still a turret advantage because of that last one, and a 6,000 to 7,000 gold lead. However, the stall potential is just much lower right now as far as how long EDG would have to last.
We just saw Koro fighting in the jungle against Cola, use his intervention, now using his flash to get out of that one. A lot of pressure from Royal Club, and they are not stopping here. Just regular abilities here and there to make sure EDG is always thinking twice about what they want to do, and usually playing reactive, which causes them to fall behind.
And the power level of Royal Club right now is still absurdly high. Look at how much Korn was able to take out of Koro right there. Rise has his items, plus Uzi gets the help of Korn's giant ability power on Lulu if we do see a fight in the open.
And that Lich Bane's coming next, so it makes the tower shredding ability more impressive. We've got just less than 2 minutes for Baron number 2 of this game to be spawning in. We'll see what Royal Club do, whether they are a little scared away from that last attempt, or whether they just keep it going, because they still do have an 8,000 gold lead. Compare some of the items. Last Whisper came out from Uzi after finishing off that Static Shiv and Infinity Edge. On the other side though, not all that much armor to break through.
Definitely not. I actually really think he should have finished his Bloodthirster before his last Whisper, just because of the really low armor values on all of EDG. That's one heck of a catch, though.
Well, Koro's going to use the intervention here, but it's going to do very little for him. Actually, we'll get a last-second heal, but the shutdown from Kohler, and they collapsed quickly there, did Royal Club.
That's one of the things they're known for, is their ability to collapse quickly. Both of these teams, in a sense, just Koro was so far away from home, there's no collapse. They're just trying to get everything.
So much catch potential coming from this team. It looks like they start the fight from so far away, and even EDG knows it. Blink Flash is just off a wave that's almost at max range, because they know there is so much follow-up coming from Royal Club, and now they're going to follow up that mid lane and try to grab this first inhibitor turret. Pretty good clear from Name, and Yu still sitting there. We're going to be waiting for Cola to come here with the blue buff that Yu has not had, or has been getting this game.
No, not particularly. I think since level 1, I wish you could see exactly how many blues have gone over here.
Didn't even get that a full blue buff.
I feel like it was just the first one where they got both blue buffs, and then he actually died, which then obviously fell into the hands of Cola for that first blood. So Royal Club done a good job of controlling that, but now we're at Baron time. Recall coming in from both Rise and Lulu at this point.
Not very good timing.
No, EDG are moving in already.
Yeesh, such a massive vulnerability that's not actually capitalized on. No teleport was on Cola at the time either, but EDG did not have ward control and were not willing to take the risk. EDG not nearly the same level of risk-taking that Royal Club is, and with the 10,000 gold lead around this Baron, we'll see if Royal Club is willing to take another chance and go for the Baron with very limited picks.
Limited picks, but they're going to try to limit the vision of EDG. 5 sweepers now here for Royal Club as they try to move around the objectives, but moving around their own wards for now and not getting too many out of that. Playing it safe as they group. Uzi on the backside, as we said, hasn't finished anything past that last Whisper to BF Sword. And Name is still sitting on the power of Infinity Edge, waiting to build the BF Sword in this next buy. 30 minutes on the clock. Dragon after this as well, so it could mean a huge influx of gold for whoever comes out on top of this fight.
Well, they're going to be trying to burn the teleport from Koro, I feel like. Or not. Insec actually recalling, of all people.
They've got nothing to clear out vision here. I mean, they've all used their sweepers before their last recall. You can see that Insect just went back home, picked up a pink ward. When they came back to Baron, only Zero had that one pink ward, which they placed on the top side of the red buff. So I think a bit of a clearage problem there for Royal Club, which made them say that they don't want to start things off with not being able to clear things out. Now, though, all those trinkets are off cooldown, so they can come in and basically blanket sweep the entire area.
They're going to need to. They have this huge interest in the Baron area. Even with Uzi taking out the last one, they're at 11 out of 11 Barons in Royal Club games. Never given up one to the enemy team. But not without a little bit of risk, that's for sure.
Pinging on the Dragon, at least a ward to be thrown down there, making sure it will not be taken without them knowing it. Those sneaky tricks are actually, they think they have the time to take it themselves. Enough vision onto EDG makes this safe, and it's not something that should be able to happen at least. EDG definitely lacking on wards right now across the map.
There's one ward, though, that's keeping them completely safe from going towards Baron, to being baited into that one. And that's on the left-hand side, which unfortunately has just timed out. But that they could see everything there. It wasn't in range of the pink ward and wasn't swept out. So EDG didn't have to move in there for the face check. Once again, Royal Club were starting to recall. At least Kohler's left, but teleport is available for him anyway.
I really wonder how Royal Club's going to try and close this out now, especially after being in one game where the Baron went horribly wrong, because that plays on your mentality when you're in these types of games. Getting aced at Baron, you think if that happens again, we're going to lose. So they're even more cautious, and that's really not the way that Royal Club is comfortable playing. They need to be able to have full confidence in the simple, one-directional calls that they're able to give, because they can't make complex plans at this stage in the game. At this point, they say, all right, clear away Baron, we're going to sweep Baron, and then the call is either finish or fight. There's not too much intricacy that they can make within that. And maybe this time if they make the Baron call, they'll say fight.
Well, they can definitely fight right now. Completely items ahead in this game. Even the Banshee's Veil being finished up onto Cola. 3 full items with the Sork Boots onto Korn, and you're still looking at now a Void Staff actually coming in for you, so he's kind of buffed himself up. Been big things. Magi's not really stacking up yet. 4-0, so a bit of wasted money on that purchase as Name shows the power he has had through it. Pretty safe game in lane, and now EDG may be able to turn on the power. Tidal Wave comes out, Koro gets caught, another intervention in self-defense instead of the aggression. The reactive play causes EDG to fall behind, and everybody has a dash or a flash to get out of the shockwave as they continue the fight. FGZF gets caught up in a rune prison. The Ceres goes on, so Cola's a little bit tankier. That's the bubble to hit on the other side. Korn will have Whimsy in just a few to finalize that one. He just uses a bit of glitter and throws it down. Another ace, the second one on the game for Royal Club, and they're about to turn this base into shreds.
Yeah, that's the fight they needed. They catch out Koro, and then it's just a pile on, much like we saw at the Dragon.
And I think that's what works best for Royal Club. Go in there, get your fight down, and get it done. Now you're going to be able to take away both of those Nexus turrets, and it will be Royal Club to pick up game number 1 in this quarterfinal against Edward Gaming.
And guys, there is a lot to clean up from EDG if they want to come back in this series. The 3-3 record that they posted after group stage under the guise that they were preparing for this quarterfinal. Well, it didn't start very well because they looked very lackluster at the start of this. They did a kind of clever lane swap at the start, but they never maintained that success. They could not shut down Uzi, they could not control Dragons, and they just let Royal Club get out of control.
We wondered in the group stage, saying that they were the team not to prepare for White because they wanted to focus on other teams. They couldn't beat them, but is that the wrong type of preparation?
I think it's hard to really say if that's the right or the wrong thing. I mean, if your aim is to simply come out of groups in second place and not care too much about Samsung White, knowing that if they finish first, they'll be on the other side of the bracket to them anyway, kind of smart in my eyes. The fact is, though, they're going to be playing, they come against Royal Club, who then you say, well, you've prepared pretty much all year for these guys. Gives you even more time to prepare for them, but it just didn't show in that one.
I mean, one thing, even though EDG was the #1 seed, obviously coming out of China, in the regular season of the 4 games they played, Royal Club won 3 of them. And the 2-1 they played in the regionals was really close. So it's not like this is a matchup that's super in favor of EDG. And I'm still, every time I watch Royal Club, I'm constantly impressed that they're able to be one of the top teams in the world with 2 Chinese players, or 3 Chinese players and 2 Korean players.
I think China, as well as Korea and Europe, if you look at seeds 1, 2, and 3, the top 2 could have really been in any order. The 3rd seed, you can argue, maybe is weaker in some of the regions, but I think the top 2 were pretty interchangeable when seeds. So I think the word, EDG #1 seed out of China, while it is definitely real, it might be less of a important factor overall, especially considering how close these guys have been against each other all year.
It definitely changed it did not change their ability to adapt after what looked like it was a shaky Baron call, but it didn't phase them. That was very interesting to see. The communication still stuck. They did make a few questionable plays after that, but they were getting the catches they wanted, and we saw in the group stages they'd go for more kills than they were turrets. They were all about finishing the game this time on Starhorn.
Yeah, I know we've had a lot of shaky Baron calls in the past, and we've had a lot of games at Worlds. That may have been the shakiest Baron call this year we've seen, but they recovered. That's the important thing. They didn't tilt at all. The instant they gave it up, they were still pressuring, they were looking for catches, they were keeping their farm up, they killed turrets. Aside from that ace, they didn't give up anything.
And maybe more importantly, when that Baron went down, they were far enough ahead to keep up the pressure once again. Bit earlier on that might have changed things, but guys, for a breakdown on Starhorn Royal Club's win, let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. An interesting game there to kick us off. Starhorn Royal Club sort of keeping the tempo they had from the group stages. I immediately want to jump into the team comps that both of these squads ran out of picks and bans and just highlight something Joe was talking about. He said he's not convinced by the Lulu pick in picks and bans. Up until this game, Lulu has 4 wins and 9 losses at Worlds. Interestingly, of those 4 wins, 3 of them have been in the mid lane. All right, mid lane Lulu is working at the World Championship. Top lane Lulu is not. Just something interesting to note. And Freak, Double, talk to me about the comps.
So the reason I actually think that mid lane Lulu works so well is no one's playing these champions like Ziggs anymore. You're not losing out in team fight damage by playing support Lulu. You're either seeing Zeds and Talons who are trying to one-shot one person, or you're seeing these supportive mid laners like Orianna and Lulu who are relevant in damage all the time. When you have a contrast of Lulu versus Ziggs, you're like, oh my god, my mid laner is so much weaker. When you think about top lane champions that are getting played, you're seeing about guys like Maokai, guys like Alistar who can absorb so much damage, or champions like Ryze who can deal so much damage. Lulu doesn't do either of those things. I think the disparity is very different when she's in the mid lane.
Yeah, and like Krepa was saying off camera, actually, the way you play against mid Lulu is you don't fight her early, because she does get outscaled probably 5 or 6 items. Orianna's a lot better than Lulu because of that big ulti, but you saw Starhorn Royal Club use their power spike so well. It's like, Kha'Zix has evolved W, Lulu's really strong mid lane, let's fight this dragon. They got a 5 for 0 and dragon.
Yeah, Lulu kind of falls off, but early game, she has so much utility in her kit, right? That goes throughout the entire game. But her base damages early game are good enough so that she can win a fight on her own, and I think that's what happened in that dragon fight as well. That's where they came ahead. So we have a replay of that as well. So if we can get that on your screen right now, we can actually see where EDG falters strategically and where Royal Club just capitalizes. So before we run this, I just want to point out that Kale's on the top lane pushing already, so they have the control of the map.
Yeah, and just like EDG making this dragon call is quite uncharacteristic. The casters talked about it, but this is not a team that generally goes for an early dragon when their team comp does not, convincingly win.
I mean, just look at the lanes right now. EDG has push on top. They have 3 stall in the bottom lane. All they need to do is control their mid lane and then stall out until they either get a pick around the dragon area because they have vision control and just avoid a team fight. They have a scaling Tristana composition. Why would you early game fight? I have no idea. But if we roll the clip, we see what happens. Kale teleports in. They do not spot the ward above, so the Ryze can teleport from the top side. And this is Uzi pinching from the bottom.
And this is so great. Look how good his culling is. He just gets a lot of extra damage down. And here, I would have been dumb and fought Name, but he realizes a shockwave would obviously kill him, so Uzi's better than me, obviously. But the free damage he's gotten down makes this pick happen.
What a Lee syndrome right there. There's literally no reason to go, and he goes in past the kill. You could kind of blame Kale. That's so stupid, because it's impossible for Kale to kill ulti him while he's just kicking in, and that just immediately a 4 vs 5 fight.
4-man Kha'Zix evolved W hits your team. You do not go in after that. And then, yeah, Uzi pinches from the bottom, cleans up. This is just a really good fight from Royal Club. And the thing is, Royal Club is so good at exploiting mistakes, and EDG was at the Baron fight as well. So that's the irony for me. Both these teams exploit mistakes so well, but they keep making them, and I want to just how can you keep making mistakes if you're so good at recognizing when the other team makes them and you exploit them? And when are you going to learn?
Well, pull up the second replay because after winning so convincingly, Starhorn Royal Club make the same mistake that Edward Gaming made earlier. Let's roll this clip out, and I think Double Lift, if you got something to add here.
Yeah, so they had just killed Lee Sin, and their immediate reaction is, let's start Baron. That's so wrong. You should be baiting this because there's so much AoE damage and reset potential that EDG has. They're totally pincered in. Look at this two-man shockwave on top of Baron, knocks them around. They're just basically getting pinballed around while Uzi's killing in the back. So it's just so hard for them to win.
And honestly, right here is pretty great, the little duel. Uzi's smart and goes far away. Baron always hits the closest target, so Nami's taking free damage. That's just really fortunate. Good crits. And then right here, Uzi hits a ward, and Nami reveals himself by attacking, but he can't get hit.
How fortunate it was that he was able to get that Baron, because actually I looked at it again, and if Tristana's auto attack had crit, EDG would have gotten that Baron, and they have such a great late game comp, they probably would have won.
I want to speak like to what caused that Baron. Royal Club got so far ahead, but they just refused to play the vision game properly. I mean, yeah, I'm going to be whining about Zero's build again. I'm actually fine with the Mage Eyes. I understand why you want that. I'm fine with Frost Queen's Claim, but do not let your vision suffer from it. He ran around and even bought a Ruby Crystal before upgrading to Oracle's Lens, or even double stacking his pink ward in his inventory. And his solo laners didn't even buy extra pink wards. If you're 10k gold ahead, no item will give you more than a pink ward for vision control around objectives, because they will literally have to face check into you, because if you get that Baron, all your sieging problems are solved. And that's what worries me for these Chinese teams, like, because they get such a big lead.
Not really a sieging region, though.
Yeah, well, so I actually wanted to bounce off you with the item builds thing, because one thing I've noticed from these Chinese teams is they're buying Last Whisper's third almost ubiquitously on their AD carry. So Math, even though the armor values are really low, I did this between 68 and 100 armor, which is extremely, extremely low armor values. You're getting 20% bonus damage on all physical damage just from the unique passive of Last Whisper, just from the 35% armor pen. When you're an AD caster like Lucian, that is still, even against low armor, the best damage item you can buy. So it's gold efficient for damage, obviously not durability when you have things like lifesteal to consider.
Now, Double Lift, we are moving along. Edward Gaming is a team that you put some faith in coming into this. Are you a little nervous from the performance that they're showing in Game 1, or is this just Game 1 jitters of a series?
Oh yeah, they got stomped this game, let's be honest. If it wasn't for that awful decision in the Starhorn Royal Club, it would have been just a sweep of a game. So I'm shaky. Yeah, I thought this game was going to be really close, and it still is to me, but wow, what a first game.
Final thoughts, Freak?
Yeah, I think that Dragon is fairly fluky. Think back to C9 versus Samsung Blue, or TSM versus Samsung White. Fluky things happen that snowball the games. Yes, Royal Club can snowball the game. They don't magically get out-rotated for free. They played relatively well. So I don't think that'll keep happening. It'll have a much closer series.
Well, we do have potentially 4 more games to go, so let's move this one along. Throughout the event, we've been asking you guys to share how do you Worlds with us, and thank you for those photos. We got a special one from @JKitchen13, shows us how they're watching the games from Texas, where everything is bigger. I believe that's an IMAX-sized screen, guys. That is huge.
That's like 8 people tall.
Exactly. I think it's bigger than 8 people tall.
It is.
Guys, we're just warming up here, and after a quick break, we'll get into Game 2 between Edward Gaming and Starhorn Royal Club. On the way out, there is one team that normally flies under the radar during games, but thanks to a few fan videos posted from Worlds, they've been getting a little more attention. And I'm speaking, of course, about the Shoutcasters.
Could I have a clap for Sync, please?
The Reddit videos that came out that showed us commentating, standing up, getting into the game was kind of a man behind the curtain that people have never seen before. You know, they hear us get excited, but they don't know we're actually throwing our arms around and really getting excited.
Pearson's gonna get knocked away. Oh, no, they finalize the kill. The ignite's there. The exhaust lasted so long. Maka with a godlike hook from over the wall.
I think one of the coolest things about watching the video is we actually got to see ourselves casting. I didn't realize how animated we were really getting.
You just suddenly do something like jumping around. Apparently I was hawking him doing a team fight as well while he was casting it, and I didn't even realize.
I noticed that I bent right over and get right in the screen because I'm in the zone.
For me, it was the moment of when I was jumping up and down. Like, I don't realize that I'm jumping up and down when that happens.
Exciting.
I think these guys feel it with the whole stage moving a little bit more.
Everyone was wondering, like, why are they tapping the ground? Why are they tapping that? No, it's literally just, if you have something to say and you want to add to that person, is to let them know that they can wrap up their point because you want to expand on it, and it works pretty well.
So he'll either be tapping in saying I got something to say, so we'll be both okay.
Or
pass it to
circling.
him.
He's coming in.
Yeah, or if he's got nothing to say, I'll just pass it to Joe and we'll just carry on the flow until he's got something that is seriously important. Well, actually, the casting's the really easy side. The vast majority of the work that you do as a caster is the preparation to get here in the first place.
Yesterday, the three of us actually just met up in a hotel room, talked about the match for about 4 hours. We've kind of already discussed the major points that we wouldn't want to miss talking about.
We get these guys to bring us all kinds of statistics out that'll take them hours, and we might use one statistic that's, you know, relevant for maybe 20 seconds during the games. You know, while we do a lot of work, there's definitely a big part of the team in the background as well, helping us to get where we are.
As far as getting energy for the game, that comes pretty naturally.
Every hook, like I said, heat-seeking coming out of Mata. What can they ban? What can they do? TSM has to think about game 2 already. 27 minutes in, the double kill for him. 12-3, and game 1 is over in favor of Samsung White.
There's so many people watching, there's so much excitement in the room. You know the history of both the teams, and it is such an important moment for these guys. And the fact that we get to experience that and bring that to the viewers completely fuels us.
It's worlds.
其实还是不是很愿意遇到中国队的。
自己就小组赛的时候没有打得特别好，没有取得第一，就是感到很失望。然后至于对上皇族的话，也是就是没有办法的事情，只能就是尽自己全力，两个中国队伍把自己的中国战队的风采给打出来。
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship, as I am joined here by Samsung Blue's Dade after securing a spot in the semifinal yesterday. Dade, the first thing I want to ask you is, you guys have made it to the semifinal in very extraordinary fashion, yet it wasn't flawless. How does that make you reflect on your own performance?
다대 선수 안녕하세요. 지금 삼성 블루 팀이 그 4강에 잘 안착하였지만 완벽한 경기력으로 올라온 것 같지 않다는 말들이 많은데 본인의 경기력에 대해서 평가해 주세요.
우선 조별 예선 때는 제가 활약할 기회가 없었다고 생각하고 이번 8강에서는 만족스럽게 한 것 같은데 마지막 부분에서 리신한테 차여가지고 게임을 끝낼 뻔해가지고 아직은 별로 만족스럽지 못하고 다음 경기 때 훨씬 더 잘해서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
During the group stage, I don't think there are many opportunities for me to show my true skills yet. For quarterfinals, I think I was satisfied with my own performance, except for the last part when Meteos kicked me and my team almost lost. So for the semifinals, I hope I can play much better.
Talking about those semifinals, even though you guys have got the upper hand over White in Korea a lot, people are saying they're the favorites. Why do you think that is?
올해 삼성 블루가 삼성 화이트 내전에서 많이 이겼음에도 불구하고 이번 다시 성사된 내전에서 많은 사람들이 화이트가 다시 또 우세할 거라는 의견이 많아요. 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
사실 이때까지 삼성 블루가 화이트 상대로는 거의 다 열세로 보셨었거든요. 근데도 저희가 다 이겼었고 이번에도 한번 열심히 해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
Even when we beat Samsung White previously this year, many people thought that Samsung White had the upper hand, but we managed to beat them. So we really want to beat them once more, and we're going to try hard.
Well, we will see how that turns out. As for this game, Starhorn Royal Club versus EDG, what are your predictions for the series, Dada?
그럼 현재 경기 중인 EDG와 로열 클럽에서 누가 이길 것 같은지 한번 예상 좀 들려주세요.
이번에 승부가 갈린 게 처음 드래곤 싸움에서 클리어 러브 선수가 실수하면서 게임이 많이 굴러간 것 같은데 어떻게든 또 역전하는 모습도 보여줬거든요. 그래서 이번에 EDG는 클리어 러브 선수가 던지지만 않으면은 아직 예측할 수 없는 결과인 것 같아요.
So during the first game, when EDG's jungler Clear Love, he made a big mistake at the dragon fight. And I thought the game would end at that point, but I saw that EDG had the skills, good enough skills to come back. So I think as long as Clear Love doesn't make any more big mistakes, I can't really tell who's going to win.
All right, well, it's going to be an exciting matchup in any case. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the semifinals. And as for us, we're getting into Game 2 with the casters.
Thank you very much, Shoxon. Well, Dade doesn't know who's going to win. So far, what we do know, though, is that Royal Club are up 1-0. And EDG, I guess we can say, continuing their shaky-looking form from the group stage.
Yeah, and I think a big adjustment they'd want to make going into this game is to try to get their own champions instead of trying to get Royal Club's champions. I do not want to see Clear Love play Lee Sin again. I would much rather he goes for something like Rengar or even Jarvan.
We will have to see. EDG did not get to play their stay in lane for a long time and just get farms. Starhorn Royal Club pushed them around, made them go to Baron at 21 minutes, which faltered for Starhorn, but they were able to pull that back around with great in-game calls, which we thought would be a bit shaky. That's more towards EDG's side. Now the picks and bans start. Rengar once again on the board. Yasuo going out this time versus Korn. Maybe his fizz will be up as we get through picks and bans.
Nope, apparently not, because the EDG decides to just get something gone right away. They really don't change up their bans all that much, wanting to first ban that Rengar, but this time they are the beneficiaries of that top lane rise.
Yeah, Rise coming through on this one. And instant lock-ins here, and of course the crowd here in Korea going a little crazy because Insect will get his hands on Lee Sin. We also see a Rumble pick here for Kohler coming down. So see how he's going to do on that one. Funnily enough, he's not had the biggest variety of champions throughout the tournament. In fact, he only played 2 in group stages and even moving through into game 1 of the quarterfinals as well. So new pick for Kohler, at least in this game.
We're going to have to see how his Rumble goes. China was a huge Rumble playing region. Also, I've heard from a few sources that Rumble is very, very good against Rise in lane. However, these are the types of teams to do lane swaps most of the time, especially from EDG's side and how well Royal Club likes to fast push. So, don't think we can take too much from those picks yet.
Definitely work for Royal Club very well if EDG decides to continue fighting those early Barons, which again wasn't something we were expecting to see from them as they are risk averse towards those objectives in the early game. Korn looking to pick up the Orianna this time. Janna as well going in for 0 here. But Zed, up by you for this game coming in. A little bit of assassination for him.
Yeah, that obviously Name's big comfort pick. Played in the most in the group stages. Played in most during LPL, summer, and the playoffs as well. So Lucian is his big comfort pick. We'll see how he can bring it onto the table. Zed, for you, I don't know. I mean, he's got a 100%. He's got a 100% win rate on Zed.
Definitely not known for his assassination play, that's for one. Throughout most of the LPL season, he was the passive farming mid laner. But things call for a different variety when you're up against Uzi. I feel like they literally just want Zed to go and try and zone Uzi out of fights. But with the John and Orianna already there to protect on Royal Club's side, I don't know how well it's going to work.
Which possibly coming in for Uzi. Making his own plays is what he likes to do. Looks like he'll be able to do that this time as he gets going and gets out of lane. Could see Starhorn going a little bit harder out of the lanes in this one to get those for him.
FCZF also taking Thresh. For me, was his most impressive champion. Big playmaker on that one. Also, on the other side, since the bans came in the picks came in so quickly here, Korn getting over to Orianna. Also, for me, had a good showing during those group stages with that Orianna as well. In fact, has a 3 wins out of 3. Can't get better than that.
I'm a little bit surprised by the Twitch pick, if I'm going to be completely honest. Obviously, they have some good protection here, but there's a lot of stuff that just wants to run right at Uzi, and he does not have very high mobility on that champion. Maybe this would have been a Trist or even a Caitlyn game like we saw him break out in group stage, but he's got to be very precise with his positioning, whereas I find Uzi to be a great reactive positioner in team fights, and it doesn't seem to suit him very well, but that's why we play the games.
Well, I mean, Uzi has shown already that he can be aggressive. You could also argue that Twitch for him, once he gets to that point, play to the Ruin King in there, maybe the Ghost Blade, he's one that's going to be halfway on the enemy's side of the map trying to pick off people 1 versus 1. We'll see how that all works out for him, though. I mean, from this point on, it's really up to EDG to show us what they're made of in this one. Behind 1-0, of course, against Royal Club.
Well, we're in the calm before the storm. Remember, send your Game 2 predictions to @LOL Esports with the hashtag EDGWin or the hashtag SHRWin. We're going to be jumping into this one right away, and it's going to have to be weighing on the minds of EDG. Can they pull this one back fast? Are they going to try to go for a late game? Because they know they're going to get pressured right off the bat.
So here we go then, into Game 2. EDG on the back foot in the best of 5. And that being possibly the key number, it's a best of 5, which means that, you know, it's going to be hard to call it at this stage. Only 1 game in, we've seen the best of the best teams really adapting as they move through these best of 5. Samsung White, of course, lost their, Samsung Blue lost their first game yesterday as well.
Yeah, and if we think back to history, Insect knows a lot about best of 5s as well. He has a history when he was in Korea on the KT Bullets of winning the first 2 games of a best of 5.
And losing lots after.
And then losing the next 3. Let's hope for Insect's sake he doesn't have to go through that. If he is to lose the series, I hope it's not from a 2-0-0-3, just for his own mental state.
So apparently one of the players here has a slight keyboard issue, which is going to be fixed up any second. We should be getting straight back into this one. It seems it was possibly Name there. The admin stood behind him. We'll have a look at that one. Either way, we are going to be getting back into it. Didn't miss much, only 20 seconds into this second game.
They got to be careful. Things happened early last game, but we are in without any action to be had because they haven't met up yet. We'll see who gets the first bit of damage and draws the drip of first blood and not the full first blood here. Looks like it goes to a ward, unfortunately. Poor ward. We'll see Korn now on the Orianna trying to control that mid lane for the team. See what you can provide with this Zed. Once again, a little bit of jungle dance coming in from Insect, playing the crowd. We know it's Uzi really with the stage experience here for Starhorn Royal Club, while Clearlove in both FCZF has been on the world stage. Seem a little bit more calmer in the situation.
Yeah, think all the way back to Season 2, Team W made it to the semifinals. Obviously, Clearlove and FCCF have been around for a really long time, made the jump to EDG to hopefully have a better chance at Worlds, and it really all comes down to this for them. They now have to win 3 of the next 4 games, which even for a consistent team, is not that easy to do.
Obviously, every time the camera pans over to Insect, the crowd goes just a little bit wild here in Busan. And why not? A definite legend in his own right. There's not many players out there who have a specific move named after them. We'll see if you can do any Insects this game, that's for sure. Up to now, though, it looks like we're going to see something a little bit funky, possibly out of both teams. EDG, 3 men down on the bottom side of River. Royal Club have 4 men on the top side of that mid lane. EDG are going for blue, same on the other side of the map.
Yeah, EDG's level 1 strategy last game granted them 3 buffs. They go with a much more conservative style this time. They're literally just rushing all 4 in to the lane that they are planning on lane swapping. It is Royal Club this time who initiates the lane swap, which isn't surprising considering Uzi is on Twitch. Uzi typically doesn't want to lane swap that much, but in this matchup he has to.
Zero probably running those AD runes on this one this time. If he is, we'll take a look, but that fast push is really what they want to get to with that if he does. Free farm for Uzi in the top lane and free farm for Name in the bottom lane. We haven't really seen our featured matchup get together and kind of go face-to-face just yet in the lanes, but I'm sure it's going to happen. 37 and 38 minutes are the average times for these teams, so for that game to go in favor of Royal Club so quickly in the first game, very surprising. We'll see if they can keep the same pressure up as we come to game 2 here. Clearlove keeping it mirrored. There's the rest of the team.
And I always find it so interesting in these Royal Club versus EDG games how just because Royal decides to fast push, EDG just matches them instead of trying to freeze. They've had enough experience of trying to freeze while the other lane is fast pushing and then losing out to the eventual roam. But honestly, it's what Royal Club wants. EDG is just kind of buying into it. They're not trying a counter strategy. They're just playing the same way, which really fits in to what Royal Club wants to do.
So junglers being joined by their top laners and funnily enough their supports at this stage as well. 3 men going to go towards middle. There is the Howling Gale towards FCZF, but Korn is kind of headed out. There's the prison into the hook towards Zero. Not the damage there though. They're going to try and turn this one around and Koro forced to flash away.
That was like literally mirrored from what Royal Club did last game with the Rise.
Yeah, except the big difference here is Royal Club was ready for the play. It was just everybody partying in the mid lane. It's what they expected from the collapse. It's actually a fairly common EDG thing when they're lane swapping to just collapse mid. Oftentimes they do it at level 1. This time it happened a little later.
Right, this move from EDG though. Whoa, flash hook from SCZF, forces a flash out of Zero, and they went with those 4 men straight to the bottom lane. And that meant the Royal Club said, well, actually, we can't hang around here. We're 3 versus 4. We have to go away, even getting that flash out of Zero.
Something that teams try to do against Rumbles and lane swaps is completely deny him so he can't get level 6 for that pivotal dragon fight. This time, Royal Club was trying to send a support and jungler down to the bottom lane, which if EDG would have met with 4 under the turret, they would not have been able to dive and Rumble could have got farm. But because EDG beat them to the punch and caught them in lane, it completely denies them back into their base and was a great win for EDG.
Just because they played as the slowest team throughout the regular season and were a different Chinese playstyle doesn't mean they can't switch it up, and they go aggressive early game. EDG now going for Dragon as well on this one. Gaining great ground, going to get a nice influx of gold here as well. Start off game 2 on the right foot. A little bit of pressure though. They've
EDG was not killing that fast for 1, and they're also taking far too many hits from Dragon. when they're trying to bounce its aggro back and forth with the thresh moves. That's what players are trying to do there. Dragon has a very slow auto attack animation, so if you can make it switch targets by having someone be closer to it at the time, it just will never attack. But they couldn't get the spacing right, they couldn't get the timing right, they took too much damage and eventually had to back away.
So, first turret of the game did go down for EDG. Name took that pretty much solo by the end. Uzi actually deciding not to completely push that one out, and that top turret has survived. In fact, he started a recall and then cancelled that and now went back into lane, which could mean that this turret stays alive for now, because we are seeing Name and FCZF both headed towards that top side of the map.
Yeah, that's absolutely what happened there. Uzi getting a little greedy too. Nice jukes.
So patient, not to panic there.
Yeah, Uzi just time and time again has shown his reason for being the best AD carry in China. Such a great performance thus far. It was great last game. Still got to see how his Twitch plays out.
Well, the timing was great for Name and FCZF to come back up top. The back there from Uzi, and that's going to put him back down in the bottom lane to get this farm. If Koro actually decides to push it, looks like he's getting a pretty good freeze on it here. But we know Uzi is not afraid to take a few steps forward to get that farm for himself, even if not warded. Still Pinks going down towards the Dragon. Pinks are trying to be covered up here by Royal Club, so they're protecting those as well as using those.
Right,
that ward though. Hatching that one right
forward,
off.
not in range. However, I mean, they know what the push is happening top lane. Royal Club is literally trading this for their second turret of the game. They are the ones getting pretty heavily fast pushed by Lucian. They're not going toe-to-toe with him. Instead, they're trying to take Dragon and keep Gold close.
And they're going to take that Dragon. First one of the game going over to Royal Club. However, second turret of the game may be going EDG's way, as by means of answering that, and especially now as Clearlove will head towards the top side of the map, means that Cola completely just needs to back away from this one. Definitely can't be going up against three men, and Name will safely secure his second turret of this game.
Cola remembering what's happened to Rumbles in the top lane when they can't see much around them, getting quite punished throughout the games to try and shut down the ability he brings just by hitting level 6. Uzi and Zero pushing the lane quite well here in the bottom. Not much. Looks like they're actually going to back. It was Insect looking for something as well.
And there's actually been good defensive play throughout this game. Cola has yet to overcommit for a turret where he would have gotten dived and die here. Royal Club really just trying to trade as many objectives as they can, but they're not having the team to do so at the moment, and they're really just trying to play defense. Name is getting pretty scary.
We talked about communication issues, and this is how you force that into Royal Club. They're forced to be around the map now, calling it for Insect. This is where they have to play the ping game. Shots coming in. Name 6. Does he have enough mana? Uses for Relentless Pursuit. He has the calling still to come out on this one, but they're able to finalize the kill on Cola. Pulling up first blood there. It's the exhaust coming out as well, but a double kill in for Unstoppable. That's you in the mid lane, and they get exactly what they want. We're only 8.5 minutes in.
Hey, you hasn't played Zed much, but when he does, he goes 2-0 at the start of the game. That was a really good dive by EDG. It's one of the big reasons we actually don't see much split pushing out of this region, because they are so willing and so crisp when they dive turrets, especially as 5 people here 8 minutes into the game. The fast push is working, the lane presence from Korn is non-existent, which is what allowed you to roam up there, and they make short work of more turrets and players.
Uzi this entire time been trying to take down the first turret of the game for Royal Club. It's taken him a hell of a long time. Of course, couldn't be involved on that top side of the map. He's going to have to tank up the turret here for a single hit, but will finally get rid of that one, which leaves the gold at 1,500 in the favor of EDG. Could look a lot worse if they'd not interrupted that first Dragon attempt.
Yeah, EDG would be in a gargantuan gold advantage early on if that hadn't happened. This is more of the objective team style of EDG that I think many EDG fans expected to see here. They are quick and decisive. They're not necessarily taking it all the way to the late game, but that's because they picked a composition that doesn't want to wait around, and they're showing they can play fast.
Play fast indeed. 2 kills already over to you. Very nicely done there. Korn got the same thing last time for his Lulu. But it's the question now, can EDG hold the lead just as well? Probably won't see them going for Baron at 21 minutes, but it's definitely a possibility. Blue buff being transferred over to you here. He's already picked up a Brutalizer as well, so he can really put down some damage on Korn in that mid lane. 2 exhausts coming out from Royal Club on this. So once those are gone, he's going to have a field day.
So at the moment, EDG is just continuing to push around, even with the two exhausts. They're not able to get the timing down right. Nami's just going from lane to lane, pushing, taking pressure. At the moment, Korn needs to have some presence in the mid lane, even just the slightest, but it's so hard for him because he's already lost side turrets, and they can't have pink ward control in these side lanes because Name is going wherever he wants.
And now, 3 of them gonna group up, make that 4 actually. Clearlove gonna join into this one, and Royal Club are just miles away. There is the shockwave flashed away from Zero, coming a bit far out the hook. Doesn't quite land onto him. There's the culling to make sure that Royal Club back away.
More good defensive play right there. Uzi going a little bit aggressive.
Oh, great pull on the exhaust. The alt shadow reused from you, and he pulls back to safety on that one. So they get out just what they want. That alt up before the exhaust, very much so. Zero's going to have his though. 2 minutes on to Dragon, so EDG is going to have to keep this pressure up, not let Royal Club get the wards down that they want. So far, great deep coverage from EDG with wards.
It is something we noted in their first game against Samsung White. Even though they didn't win, EDG has definitely stepped it up in the warding department for most of their games. And for you, we really need to watch him closely this entire game because Zed is really difficult to team fight with, let alone against 2 exhausts. And with how decisive teams are at initiating, setting up split pushes, especially against Twitch too, if he is able to get a QSS later in the game, is really hard. I want to see if he can pull this off.
Well, for now, he couldn't even recall. Zero came in, managing to spot him thanks to that ward placement. Meanwhile, we have Insect and Cola pushing through this top rush. But look at this, Clearlove, FCZF, both there. The timings could be really interesting in this one. Clearlove is gone. FCZF is also gone. There is still the tower behind Koro, though. And it looks like Insect may be recalling himself.
Patience is a virtue.
I wonder how long he's willing to stick around up there. That's a lot of setup time lost, but yeah, Koro is playing decidedly patient. Nice work.
Wow. Ooh. Name forcing himself into a flash position there, a little too aggressive. Didn't know Zero was just on the backside, but able to use that scrying orb to keep himself safe. Know that Insect is not coming into the bottom lane. With that, they didn't even know he was top lane there as well, so Koro had that game sense to keep himself safe and keep his flash.
Just not the right timings here for Royal Club. A in the top lane, and B, no Blade of the Ruined King on Uzi for the next Dragon, especially when they're trying to do setup. He needs to farm a little bit longer. You can tell he doesn't want to go back to base until he has the Blade of the Ruined King, which will expose them, and EDG should be able to take this Dragon.
Yeah, going to be no contest on this one. They'll take it down far too quickly. You gone for that pickaxe after his cutlass and that brutalizer as well, so spreading his items out somewhat. It's Name. Aggressive dash there through into the tri-bush. Clearlove forced to flash away from Insect, who is level 7, so the kick would have maybe knocked him into the rest of Royal Club, but now they are going to try and get towards Name. There is the dark passage to get him off to safety. The Q does land though. Insect tries to get behind him. He kicks Name, but against the wall. There's also the hook coming in. Meanwhile, Koro has teleported down, and Royal Club, just like that, are on the back foot. Koro got the speed here from his ultimate running, but with Orianna there, it might be too dangerous to keep going. Cola though off to the side, forced to flash. There's the shockwave. They're going to maybe turn this one around. Zed diving in as well. Cola's going to go low. Will he be finished? Yes, he will. Killing spree now for you.
That's going to be the chase. No, they're going to stop. Good dissonance, but very low mana. Korn and Uzi are actually still trying to chase this. That means Uzi gets caught. He tries to jump in for the kill. That's not going to be what he wanted. More kills coming up for Uzi. Picks that up onto Koro. That no dissonance to follow, but they are going to be able to lock down the quadra kill for Uzi. What aggression for Insect to start the fight. Go down, but Royal Club still turning it in their favor.
The fights just didn't really stop when you expected them to. Even in the mid lane with Insect trying to get more aggressive. 4 kills onto Uzi is miraculous for Royal Club after the way that fight began. They got enough retaliation damage down. When Korn landed that shockwave, it was just a matter of Uzi being willing to pop out of stealth. This fight was just so long.
Bit of that aggression we had talked about before.
At the start, Insect gets a little baited by his own namesake. Name knew what was coming, does not get kicked into the equalizer, which obviously puts them on the run. Here, the collapse is also pretty good from the rest of EDG. Koro flashes for the Rune Prison. and Yu does a fair bit of work getting everyone pretty low. But at this point, you can really see where they're getting a little bit baited. FCZF and Koro have no business chasing when they know Uzi can go stealth. Name as well takes way too much poke, and you can see it in EDG's eyes that they went a little too far. Obviously, when the hook landed, it just exacerbated the issue because they thought they'd be able to turn. And those 4 kills on Uzi will have to carry the game for Royal Club because no one else really got stuff from that fight.
Chasing, going for the fight, being turned around on you and then turning it around once again right at the very end. Crazy, crazy stuff. Leaves us at 5-4 in kills. 3-1 though. EDG lead on turrets and therefore gold with a 2,000 lead at this point. We look down at some of the items. Rumble got the Haunting guys, got those Sorcerer shoes, so he's ready to go. Blade of the Ruin King and Brutalizer for Uzi, thanks to those 4 kills, and that makes him all the more dangerous.
Yeah, but we really have to pay attention to the gold distribution. 4 kills going on to Uzi, but specifically in the back end of that fight, I mean, Cola and Insect were not involved in that whatsoever. There's a 1,200 gold difference between top laners, a 700 gold difference between junglers, and it's all on Uzi to make a play. Oh dear.
This could be bad. Definitely going to mean Uzi has to rush a Quicksilver Sash throughout this game. Yu's going to be able to get himself out. Uzi stays alive with the help of 2 shields. That's the pop-up from Monsoon, trying to hit it. Insect locked it down. Sonic Wave, the resonating strike, and another kill for him. That's a shutdown of 3 kills over onto Yu. And it looks like Korn right now trying to push back with Cola. There's a response as well from Zero coming through the jungle.
There's some big pushing going on. They couldn't finish off that mid lane turret. Now it's all about how fast Royal Club can push this bottom lane before the collapse.
And they're going to come down through the jungle here. It's all going to be up to Zero to stop them pushing right through. And there it is. They're deciding to pull away. Nice little Howling Gale onto FCZF so he couldn't get in hook range. However, Cola and Korn now turning up the heat on this middle lane, just pulling EDG between middle and bottom.
Again, I am always impressed with how Royal Club can move around the map when you consider the language barrier. They seem really in sync right now, knowing when to go in and out. It's because they play so much off of instinct, and innately, you have to have a lot of trust in one another, which they've been able to accomplish here.
Playing off of instinct and insec right now. At least 2 people always following him around in that little party of trouble that they have going on. Just previously, it was Korn and Zero, or rather, yeah, Korn and Zero with the shield. Now we see Yu going for the split push, trying to keep himself safe. Probably doesn't want to get himself in any trouble, so he's going to do what he can to pick up everything without needing the team to assist.
And while we have a second in this incredibly crazy game, I do want to talk about Insect's Lee Sin, and one of the reasons I like watching it so much. Every single time he lands a resonating strike, whether it's true or not, the opponent expects to be kicked backwards. It creates so much more zoning potential with Insect playing Lee Sin than with pretty much anyone else playing Lee Sin. And we kind of see the impacts in this game here, is if he takes a resonating strike, people are instantly flashing away, instantly dashing away, even if the rest of his team isn't there, because they expect the kick backwards.
Well, there is that final outer turret taken down. Turret number 4, of course, along with that inner top turret that EDG took down earlier on. Leaves them still only 2,000 gold in the lead. We've got Dragon in 30 seconds. This is going to be a big Dragon for both of these teams, and EDG already lying in wait for it.
And Thresh in conjunction with Vision Control is one of the scariest things you'll ever see. However, EDG's got to attain that Vision Control before they can successfully poach around this Dragon. With that being said, though, unless Uzi can get in position, this would be another Dragon for EDG to take. Cole would have to teleport in. Oh dear.
Oh dear, that is an oh dear. A good disengage, however. They quickly back themselves off. And Skara pretty much right on that tweet. Once these fights start, be surprised if there was a double ace on the map, or wouldn't be surprised, I should say. EDG again replacing the wards. They're getting swept out. I think that drowns out Royal Club for being able to sweep anymore. Their brooms are full. Looks like the mid turret's going to go down for that as well. A little bit of trading gold here. Nice breathing room given by the calling, but it is not enough to disengage. Zero loving those champions. He's able to throw out the monster.
Here they go.
No, they flashed in for this one. Right onto Korn.
He will not be getting out alive, not even close to Azania's yet. They trade one FCZF, but it is going to be out clear left going down. Flash is being blown to continue the fight on. Name gets hit up. A double kill now for Uzi within this fight. He's 6-0-2.
Yeah.
On the 20-minute mark.
Joe said it right. That's Baron after wrecking everybody on that team, only losing Corn. What would EDG try and do? They have some low death timers and a teleporting Rise. We've seen crazier things than a Rise going in 1v4.
Koro might just have his ulti up available
I don't
as well
think they have
before
wards.
this
I
Baron
don't
goes
think they can
down.
TP in.
No, there's no ward. Nope, nowhere near it. It'd have to be going into middle lane there. But
painful Baron.
Kola going a little bit low. Oh, Zero taking that big hit as well. They should be able to juggle this one out with those heals being used. Some of the heals
Oh my God.
Kola is the low.
no.
Here comes Koro and FTZF. But they are going to be able to get the Baron. But will they be able to get out? Uzi goes down. They end up losing Kola. Insect will fall as well. They get Baron, but they lose 3.
Was that a replay from last game?
It was close to, except this time, the gold is dead even afterwards. We get to look at the fight that happened way before all this, and that equalizer was on point. It completely disengaged EDG. Even if they were able to lose Orianna, the line damage from Twitch and Rumble was way too much for EDG to handle. We said it's really hard for a Zed to team fight. We kind of saw it there. Despite getting the catch, there was no follow-up. He basically traded his life 1 for 1, and then the rest of them fell because Twitch was able to open up in prime position.
Really only getting that AoE out of Coral right now, but the AoE from Royal Club able to come out very big in the fights. Even up on the scoreboard and even up on gold.
So Jack, I'm going to go back to that Soul Stealer now instead of the
the Nami.
Well, not instead of the Nami. Instead, never mind. They're going for Yui. They're going to use that shockwave that they saved before. Yui's probably going to go down, but will he take home with him? He will. And then even flashing away. And I don't think Zero's even got the damage to finish that. There's a Lantern, which times out just before Yu actually gets on top of it. Gets the kill and will be able to move away. Mikhail's Crucible is what I was trying to say.
And wouldn't the heal from Mikhail's have been nice there on top of the Janus shield to try and save them from you? Not to mention if Uzi ever gets caught by a Thresh Hook, especially since he's building towards an Infinity Edge with his next item, it's a very high-risk strategy here, going with the Soul Stealer. But that's the way Zero rolls. Boots of Mobility, Captain Boots, Soul Stealer. That's his build. That's just what he does, and they take their chances elsewhere.
Take their chances and really get that forward motion engage going on. He's going to be in the front. Everybody's going to be following. So far, so good on a few of the fights. But now EDG starting to take their edge back. Over in kills. Looking at you to make a big impact as he goes back to the bottom lane with Baron down. Map a bit objective free here so they can do what they want without too much of that topside pressure. Looks like EDG's going for a death squad though as they stick together. Again, too antsy as they clear out wards before moving in.
Yeah, and they're just so grouped up here. There's actually very limited wave or vision control on the map, which for Royal Club prompts them to group up and run at people because that's the way they can get vision. If they're forcing fights, they can take some of the control back. That's why we see all of them mid. They're daring EDG to fight right now.
And that wall from Orianna can be used to just zone them out. For example, that side push there from the Wraith so incredibly well. In the end, EDG do get him away from the tower after just a couple of auto attacks came down. However, FCZF there will be warded out. Was recalling, I think that was more of a bait to see if there was vision on top of him. But Royal Club got to move him once again. Got to bring the culling out of Name here, which doesn't take the full wave, but it's going to be enough to stop the push for now.
Talking about being able to give each other vision. Like you said, the ball, also Insac hitting great sonic waves just on the side, revealing the entire team at times. And EDG's just kind of stuck trying to fight these reactively. As we've said before, that's really in Starhorn Royal Club's favor at this point. Great wards on the left and right side so they can focus on this mid turret. Just waiting for the wave, and it's going to be a siege on this one. They should be able to get a few pop shots on the turret. That ball, again, to zone it out. But the Spell Flux, they don't even have much wave clear, but they're giving a lot of respect here to EDG.
Yeah, I really think this is just Royal Club's attempt at trying to neutralize the lack of vision they have on the map overall. They're probably trying to do this until the Dragon comes up, and then since they have prime position on the map, would then go. Also, though, they have some pretty nice poke going on with the Orianna, and they're trying to punish EDG's somewhat lackluster wave clear here, getting slow damage on the turret.
Managing to take clear of low again. The culling though will be coming up, and That turret, slowly but surely, it's taking wave after wave after wave, but Royal Club are managing to get in there. Again, the fear of Insect, whose flashes back up, of him landing a Q even behind the turret, is pretty scary still here, I think, especially if the shockwave's on top of him.
And we mentioned how Royal Club uses smart pings and pings frequently there. They just ping the top and bottom waves because they know the other waves are shoving, and something has to happen shortly.
They're definitely getting what they want out of it. They don't need any vision control around them. Even with 2 sight stones, they see the entire team of EDG in front of them. Now they're going to start to go through the jungle and get those wards down. Pink wards as well as vision wards to keep themselves safe, and a very tough turret to guard, especially when you're on the back foot. EG may be losing this one as well quite easily. They have a great wave in the top lane. We talked about the wave at the bottom.
There it is.
Looking for Clear Love. Insect kick right away. Yu goes in, pulling back to his ultimate. And it looks like Uzi's going to stay alive. He lives in the monster for just a little bit, but he's not out of danger yet. Has to flash over the wall so he doesn't eat the culling. Slowing down Koro so he can't get around the outside with his ultimate as well.
Going for it?
That would be a deadly thing to do. They give Uzi the movement speed. He's got a few more shields from the backside, but it looks like they have to back off for this one. A little overzealous there, and they choose the right call.
He had 130 health, and he was attempting to go up on a half health rise. That's how much confidence this kid plays with, but other than that, Royal Club successful sieging.
Do it again.
Another catch. Nice Insect play. That was actually a new age Insect where he alt flashed to give an instant kickback. It's something that can't reactively be fought against. Gets such a nice kill onto Clear Love and ends up pulling Royal Club into the lead.
And let's watch this one again and just watch how ballsy Uzi is. Even when he goes low, he doesn't use his flash. He dodges everything instead.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to leave the sweet home of that 0 heal either. Then dodge. Then he decides to go back and forth, flashes away from the culling. Really in the moment play. And we thought maybe he wouldn't be able to pull off that stuff on Twitch because he's a lower mobility champion, but just the slightest of movements back and forth can be the difference.
Mechanically sound so well. He's had quite a few good plays in that side of the jungle from Worlds. It looks like another one comes out as well. 25 seconds on to Baron. Looks like Royal Club's going to do a little bit of cleanup work, janitorial duty on the lanes before they really want to get themselves into any more trouble.
Use time is almost up here as well. If 2 exhausts weren't already hard enough, we've got the Zhonya's in there now for Cola. We'll be seeing Korn hammer Zhonya's before long as well. He's already got that Seeker's arm guard in position, so that's going to make it so difficult to be finding a target in these fights.
You don't see it too often as far as finding targets, but it's a Warmog's armor on Insect's Lee Sin before any of the other tank items. So definitely trying to give general tank stats, maxing health, and more importantly, some health regen for the long-standing sieges they're going to try and do here. But it's the Zed split push. It's kind of what you have to do since the team fighting against Twitch and 2 exhaust isn't going well. But as soon as you see a split pusher, Royal Club tries to fight.
Look how scared they are. He's not even got a flash available to get behind him. And, well...
He's got that Sightstone ward, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Pop him down.
Really seeing the warding here go to the wayside for EDG, not even filling their inventory open slots with wards. They may have 2 on the map right now. Royal Club sitting pretty in the Baron pit. We have the blue elixir just used onto Cola as well for a bit of extra damage, so this fight's going to hurt that much more coming from the AoE part. Insect able to show himself, but no worry there. They make a good push on the bottom lane here if you can do what he can to get this turret down.
We know where Zed is, so at this point, it's no longer about baiting Baron. It's Royal Club just starting it. They will peel the fight, I think, unless EDG decides to not go for it.
Well, they're not going to go for it, or if they do, they're going to be very slow. They finally do start moving in, but Uzi, he's getting ready to move. He's spotted FCZF. There's the speed up. He's going to go in for him. There's the slow. The Q lands from Insect. Where's the follow-up? They're on top of him. There's the kick away from the team, funnily enough. That Q lands. It's going to be Uzi to get another one. They try and blast him down from the side. There's the Monsoon coming out. Uzi gets all the shield. In comes you. You will actually go down. It's an auto attack in the end of the double for Uzi. Insect still continues through as well. Name trying to escape. Will blast out one, but not the other. And now it's all on Koro. Left running away with 0 on no HP. Takes him down. That's a big burst. Looks like Uzi and Cola really want this final kill, and they'll get it for the ace.
And at the end of the day, it's now a 10-0 Twitch and another Baron. that fight was crazy. That's for one thing. As soon as they decide to go, they go. But I'm very surprised that EDG even collapsed there with Zed. They had a split push going. They could have gotten an inhibitor if they just conceded the Baron. Other than that, though, the fight itself was very crazy. Unbelievable team synergy. Should know they need to pile the shields onto Uzi. Everything gets exhausted. Lee Sin, Janna, Orianna, and exhaust at just the right moment. Make it a hopeless amount of misery for you, Zed, in team fights because he can't do what he wants.
Almost
Unreal.
questioning. They would have not going for Baron while somebody's doing it, but then wanting to fight them after they get the buff. Almost a sign of tilt here coming in.
During the replay, we just have to point out, Uzi, for some unknown reason, stuck around and killed that CZF when he went back to
Of course he did, because he had full health. He would have stuck around with 100 health.
So at that point where he's been blown up basically from the side by Rise, I think most players instinctively would say, someone to heal, someone to heal. Didn't even use it, didn't even use it while he was being burst down. Zero needs to be careful here, there's a trap, and it's a 4-man trap. But he's got Insect there, who just cues into the brush and sees said trap waiting for them. And that won't be a problem. Royal Club extending their lead now to almost 6,000 gold. Can EDG hold on to this inner turret in the bottom lane? There, not got to Insect, but he's super tanky.
So many shields to come in as well. The ball control to make sure nobody's in the brush. They're going to be able to clear out this ward. Royal Club, like you said, extending that lead and doing it so far, always being down in just the first inch of the game. Somehow always reacting better, always bringing themselves up top, and now taking the bottom inhibitor turret to push the base.
And now with Baron, Royal Club has already shown superiority in team fights. They've already sieged down turrets without a gold lead, without a Baron buff, and without 11 kills onto Twitch. Things are looking very grim for EDG right now.
Yeah, and I was talking about time frames for you. The Zonya's coming in now, is done for Korn, and there's a Quicksilver Sash finish for Uzi as well. So, more and more difficult as things go. Royal Club knocking on the door of the base. Top lane will be slowly, but will be pushing in their favor. Mid lane, sadly for them, is going the other way. Equalizer comes down. Looks like it's just to force them off the tower.
Not the best equalizer at the moment, but a pretty fed Twitch. Everyone runs. Whoa!
It doesn't have to be the best equalizer when you got Uzi with shields on him going in. Both members now, Insect and Uzi, picking up a kill for themselves. Clear Love and Koro running for solace on the fountain. That's pretty much all they got. Not even enough for home guards, so they're slowly refilling their health bars here. They're going to lose the inhibitor, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop. Royal Club with shields are going to start base tanking these turrets. The slow, so they can't get in. Uzi would be able to take him out anyways. Cola, got to be a little careful here, and they don't have any waves, so they might back, but it's Royal Club.
Well, Uzi is somewhat fed at this point. They get one. Koro has to run away once again to heal upon the fountain. Uzi was tanking the Nexus turret there for a second. They need to get rid of that one and juggle the aggro. They finally do. Koro comes back in. He will fall. It's another kill for Uzi at 14-1-6. FTZF comes on through, but the Nexus goes down, and Royal Club move to game point.
Wow. What a carry that time by Uzi. And the rest of his team just supporting him throughout the game. There was this pretty protect the Name composition in game one, and he was actually unable to carry in that way. The Twitch, though, in this one, getting the quadra kill early on in the game, and then just using that power to roam around as 5. Never allow the split push to start from EDG's U, and just destroy and demolish everyone on EDG. It was impressive.
Definitely following a lot of Insect play in that game. Doesn't matter what the calls are or the pings, they see Insect go in and they follow the unrelenting aggression that he brings to the table, and it's starting to pay off. A few times he went down first, but we even saw that fight go across the bottom lane and then back in the favor of Royal Club after they just kind of strung out EDG.
And that's just how kind of fine that fight was, that one team starts it, they realize, okay, we're getting a little bit low here. They lose Insect, of course, at the start, push all the way back, and then just that, they managed to get Uzi in stealth, plus the shockwave did enough damage, and they're like, okay, we can actually just turn this one right on its head. And those kind of calls from a team that doesn't speak one unified, strong language, for me, is very impressive.
Yeah, the thing is, they've been playing together now for a decent amount of time. Trial and error, in a sense. Do we go in? Generally, the answer is yes, and everyone has that innate sense of trust in each other, and it really shows. I guess it's not too hard to say, all right, if they go for Twitch, everybody shield Twitch, right? As far as the team composition goes, maybe the Rise brings a lot of AoE damage. They exhaust Zed right away. Piling on that singular target wasn't that bad for them, and boy, did it pay off.
And it's amazing the way they look at the Baron. So early, it's kind of just like the fight ring. It's like, you know what? If we lose this, if we don't, it's fine. It's just kind of a part we're going to fight in the game. We get it, it's even better. But it doesn't affect their mentality if they all go down once they get it or don't.
Amazing stuff from Royal Club. We're going to go over to QuickJar and the guys to take us through the ins and outs of Game 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Despite Edward Gaming kicking off fairly convincingly in the early game, getting some map control and map presence, Royal Club bouncing back from a fed Uzi. We've got a bunch of replays. Let's pull the first one right up onto your screen. And Crepo, talk me through the setup to this play and then the play itself.
Basically, what happened in the early game is that EDG played a sort of fast push, like lane swap style, and the biggest thing to note is that when they went bottom lane, they denied the rumble off the tower, got that tower with multiple people a lot quicker than UZI could take even down his first tower of the top lane. They rotated back around, went top lane, and they put even more tower pressure. If you roll the clip right here, we can see what's leading up to that. Yu leaves the mid lane. 3 people try to defend that tower top, but it's just way too many. Instant teleport comes in, Clear Loves goes in, Zed goes in, and just a simple cleanup. Good heal there on Clear Love as well. Zero gets popped as well. And this is what I like, but initially about EDG, up until the point where they throw the game later, they played fast push towers against a team that's notorious for fast pushing in LPL anyways. They do it properly, they zone off the right people at the right moments, and they get ahead.
Insec really did not have the same level of early game impact that he did in game 1 of the series. It felt like Edward Gaming had sort of figured out a way to deal with Starhorn Royal Club. What was it that cost them a little bit, Freak?
Well, to me, part of the reason that Insec is being held down is lane swaps are very easy to track junglers in. In general, you just don't defend like your turret as a top lane or 0v2 because you can't see them. And so there's not a lot of gank opportunities. We saw the mid lane gank, EDG doing the one that Starhorn did. Starhorn's ready for it, though. And so it's actually pretty easy to keep track of an early game jungler. And then if you're making the aggressive moves, like the high percentage plays, right, the Lucian's going to be better than anyone else in the game early on. Like, there's no ganks there. You don't gank 4 people pushing your turret down. You try to defend, and you can't. So that was, I think, very good by EDG to fast push to kind of counteract Lee Sin early power.
Yeah, that lead that they built up, however, was completely thrown away when they overcommitted to a bottom lane team fight, which is our second replay. I know, Double, if you were particularly excited about Uzi in this moment. So let's roll the clip out, and Double, if you can talk us through it.
Yeah, so Starhorn Royal Club, actually, you can roll the replay. Starhorn Royal Club actually has the jump on them right here. They're the ones who are aggressing, and you can see that Yu is kind of lagging behind. He's a little bit, just a tiny bit behind Orianna, but because they're on EDG's side of the map, Insect dies really quickly. There's that teleport that kind of zones them away and makes them indecisive for a split second. And then now it's just, let's chase. It's clearly that they have the numbers advantage. It's 4 versus 5. Obviously, the natural thing to do is to chase. But you can see here why. Well, that was a big miscommunication right there as well. And this 2-man shockwave, it's still okay. It's still okay to go in. It's really just Name who kind of drops the ball in a couple seconds. This Zed ulti is totally fine. You can see right here, Name turns around and auto-attacks the cannon minion and leaves himself vulnerable. He's just choking. I have no other explanation for that. He just turned around, hit a cannon minion, and just died for free. And then this is just Uzi's incredible mechanics.
Yeah, Uzi's about to clean up here. A couple things I want to point out about the replay. The miscommunication, especially Rise Flash snaring, Thresh hooking the wrong target. I think if the Thresh hook was angled upwards, he would have either gotten Uzi or just Rumble flashing into his hook. And so that's miscommunication. On top of that, on Zero's point, I think his exhaust was a tad early. He could have saved his teammate because exhaust is a 0.5 seconds shorter cooldown than Zed's Deathmark last. But Zero played so well. I think all our eyes are on Uzi every fight, but Zero is doing everything to keep him alive. Every monsoon, every tornado is just spot on perfect. Every exhaust except for that one was perfect. That guy is just so good.
And this is what I like about this team comp is, a bunch of shields you can put on teammates. Zero, again, doing really well with Janna. We do have actually our third replay, which continues to show just how much this team is good at protecting Uzi here. So this is after a Baron cleanup. And the big things to watch for, one is Uzi's patience. He doesn't ult until it's ready to go. And then 2, just watch how quickly his team is ready to defend. So roll the clip out. It starts with the team forced to run away. And again, it's going to be watch the tornado that comes out from the Janna here. Watch how quickly Insec and Korn turn around to defend Uzi. Uzi still has not ulted, by the way. He's learned Youmu's to move faster to catch people, but he ults now once it starts. Watch the tornado. Rise shows up. Tornado's already there to slow him down. Life stood through the race. Now watch this. Shields are already on. Shockwave has already started. and catches Zed right there. He can't do anything. It's freaking beautiful. I love this team. Yeah, and exhaust again, just for good measure. And now it's cleanup. It's really beautiful. This is almost a great play by Insect, but the Q still gets him.
Uzi's spacing in that fight as well. You saw him hesitate and step backwards, and you ask yourself why. He's standing right next to Janna all the time, so when Thresh turns around and hooks, Janna can move forward, take the hook, and Uzi can clean up.
It's so funny because whether you watch Season 3 World Championships Royal or this Royal Club, everyone on that team will form a concave to protect Uzi when he's in danger because they know this guy has the skills to carry, and he did.
Freak, I just want to quickly ask your opinion on Royal Club. Again, a bad call in the Baron pit earlier in the game. I know you felt quite strongly about some of the decision-making leading up to that. Is this going to cost them the rest of the series if they do it again?
I don't know if it'll cost them the rest of the series. They've got 3 chances now to close the series out. This looks to be a series win for Royal Club. EDG could always surprise. As Jat talked about, Insec has lost series starting out 2-0 before. But the Baron thing that was weird to me, the misplay, is so Baron, when it attacks you, puts a debuff on that lowers your damage output by half for a few seconds. To properly juggle Baron aggro, one person tanks for like 3 or 4 seconds, then swaps. If you swap attack for attack for attack, you lose a ton of damage output, you kill Baron slow, and when we saw them get caught out, if they had juggled Baron properly, they kill Baron, get out in time, and don't lose 3 kills.
And we saw them misplaying the dragon juggling earlier as well. Just before we move on to the Twitter segment, I want to highlight Uzi once more. In the 2 games that he's played, he's gone 14, 1, and 6. This is the AD carry that made it to the World Finals. That's just Game 2. It's actually even higher if you include his Game 1 stats. And this is, again, AD carry that needs to be shut down in Game 3. We're going to put a pin in this for just a minute while we take a look at what you guys have been saying on Twitter. Earlier in the show, we asked you, what is your favorite rivalry of the 2014 World Championship? Here's a few of our favorite answers. First one from @Lycantus086. He tweets, the rivalry between Samsung Blue and Samsung White. I'm certain that Samsung White is tired of finishing second to their sister team at home. I know Crepo liked that one earlier today. Next one, @SLRago says, my favorite rivalry at Worlds has to be Double Lift and the rest of the analyst desk. So many great back and forths between these guys. Hey, we've been nice. We've been nice. And finally,
a rivalry if you can't find back into it.
Next one, @AlonzoRDZ, he chimes in with, my favorite rivalry is the starting time of the stream and my fatigue Pacific time. Dude, props to you for joining in. And thank you for reminding us about that. Tomorrow's series between Najin White Shield and China's OMG will actually kick off on Monday at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 1 a.m. Pacific. It is different from today, so be sure to get your sleep, Alonzo, before that match. We're going to step away for a minute. We'll be right back with Game 3 between Starhorn Royal Club and Edward Gaming. Don't touch that mouse.
That's not going to be what he wanted. More kills coming up for Uzi. On to Coro. That no distance to follow, but they are going to be able to lock down the quadra kill. Uzi stays alive with the help of 2 shields. That's the pop-up from Monsoon. Trying to hit it. Insect locked it down.
Well, they are going to be able to get the Baron, but will they be able to get out? Uzi goes down. They end up losing Cola. Insect will fall as well. It's going to be Uzi to get another one. They try and blast him down from the side. There's the Monsoon coming out. Uzi gets all the shields. In comes you. You will actually go down.
But a pretty fed twit. Everyone runs. Why? It doesn't have to be the best equalizer when you got Uzi with shields on him.
일단 어찌 다른 사람들이 볼 때 러스트보이나 전화 인색이나 한국에서 팀을 약간 못 구해서 그런 식으로 넘어왔다는 평이 많거든요. 그거를 아니란 우리는 한국에서 충분히 있을 수 있었고 한국 팀을 충분히 이길 수 있는 실력을 가지고 있다는 걸 보여주고 싶어요.
이제 제가 중국 팀 소속인데 이제 한국 팀은 꼭 이겨보고 싶고 일단 눈앞에 있는 이집부터.
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship as I am joined here by Sneaky and Meteos by Cloud9. After getting knocked out, unfortunately, yesterday versus Samsung Blue, I do first want to congratulate you on you guys' both performance. Some incredible plays, but how do you reflect on everything now that you've had a good night of sleep, Sneaky?
I think we played pretty well here at the quarterfinals. I'm not completely satisfied with our performance because we didn't win, but it's also, I would say, the best team in Korea, Samsung Blue, so both sides, I'm satisfied.
Meteos?
I'm pretty happy with how we played. We worked super hard since we've been in Korea, and I think when we first got here, we wouldn't have stood a chance against Blue, but we worked really hard, and we put up a pretty good fight against them. So I'm really satisfied with how we played, even though we didn't win. But they're a super good team, so we didn't really go into it expecting to win, but we tried our best.
Sneaky, do you think that it's because you played versus that best team that you were able to show that performance? Because it felt like it was the best Sneaky we'd ever seen.
I would say Blue helped bring that out, but a lot of it had to do with how we practiced. We were preparing every day against, we actually played White the day before, which even though they could have shared strats, it wasn't very likely, and I think it really helped level up my play. Like I buy a lot more pink words now, and I use the scrying orb, and just all that in general, the vision control helps me make big plays.
Well, same then goes for you, Meteos. What has been the biggest thing you've taken away from scrimming and playing these international teams?
Well, playing against Korean teams mostly just keeps you from making any mistakes because sometimes in NA, we can win games even if we don't play that well, just because the other team might not really know how to capitalize on your mistakes. But in Korea, they capitalize on every single mistake you make, so it just kind of makes you want to play perfectly. Any single thing you do wrong, even if it's just, standing along the river level 1 like everyone does, they'll punish you by getting 3 of your buffs. So you just have to play creatively, try to do something unexpected, and at the same time not make any mistakes. So it's really hard, but it's also really satisfying when it works.
How do you guys feel going into the next season in NA after losing to TSM, but this must give you a big boost to regain that top spot?
It's going to be a long off season, so we'll have a lot of time to prepare, and I think we'll be able to come out strong.
All right, finally, I'd like to ask you guys predictions on this series. Starhorn Royal Club is up 2-0 already. Do you think they can pull it back, EDG, Meteos?
I don't think EDG is going to win this series. I think they might take 1 game off Starhorn, but Starhorn definitely looks dominant, and they've been playing really well. Uzi has just been straight carrying games, so I think that'll keep going on.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I think Starhorn Royal Club won with the worst comp last game, so that just proves they're the better team.
All right, well, we will see. Thank you guys very much. And as for us, we're going to dive straight into Game 3 with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and we are going to be moving into Game 3. It's match point, semi-final point here for Royal Club. And Shocks asked that question, I'm going to pose it to you as well, Jack. Can they turn it around? They need 3 games in a row.
It's super unlikely. If you look at the outcomes of Game 1 and 2, specifically because the compositions and the strengths of the compositions kind of switched around and Royal Club beat them in both situations, it's tough. However, Insect's probably really nervous right now because he's been up so many times 2-0 and fallen 2-3.
So if we were to pull out the playbook for EDG, what are they looking for to keep themselves in the tournament?
I don't know. Honestly, at this point, they've tried protecting Name, they've tried letting Name fend for himself. Their solo lanes aren't performing as high above their opponents as they really should have. They've tried early game, then they fell apart. They tried late game, they fell behind early. Either they just pick whichever was the best for them at the time, or they try something completely different. But as a conservative team that Edward Gaming is, it's very unlikely from them.
Well, we look at Royal Club here on the blue side. Alistair, Maokai, bans from the previous 2 games. This time they take away Kha'Zix, Rengar, Zillion, and Janna banned out on the other side for EDG. Are we going to see Kohler go for this all-important ride that's been first picked 2 games in a row? Or is it going to be just Lee Sin for Insect?
That's a interesting, pretty big confidence pick right there. Knowing there were already 2 junglers banned, however, it would have pushed him onto something he was really uncomfortable with, and they're looking like they're willing to give up the Jax because they faced it before. I do really like, though, the Janna ban by EDG, because if there was anything that was making Uzi scarier, it was that attack damage that Janna was giving it to. and now that is no longer possible.
They're going to buff up a guy that just feels like he can go in the fight in the first place and take everybody down. Having that in a safer place is exactly what got Royal Club the game last time. We see the Rumble coming in once again. Name picked up 4-0 coming in this time around once again for him. And the Thresh is grabbed in for FCZF. Still able to make plays. Looking for lock in here for Clear Love. We know he didn't really have fun on the Lee Sin, which just got picked up on the other side. But he also doesn't have very many junglers, as we said, to pick right now.
I feel like Eve is one of his best champions, even if it's been fairly heavily nerfed and underplayed at this World Championship. I think it's one of Clear Love's best.
Yep.
Another thing I want to point out is Zero hasn't played a support yet at Worlds that doesn't beef up Uzi's auto attack in some way. He's either playing Janna or he's using Nami. Those are the only two supports he's brought out here at Worlds.
And that trend is going to continue. Are we going to see something different for Korn, though, in the middle lane? Also looking at what Uzi will go with. A massive Twitch performance in that last game. 14 for 1, I think it was, by the end of that. Ridiculous stats. And honestly, when you've got those kind of statistics, you might be thinking, well, why change? And if they end up going with a Lulu, this could be interesting as well. The shield works from Orianna. Kind of the same little combo that they had in that last game.
Specifically here, because Orianna is up, and we saw Korn's timing on shockwaves when people were going for Uzi. It is better than the Lulu pick because they think people are going to be piling onto Uzi. Again, I actually really like Royal Club's champion select here, even though they were giving away Ryze.
That hits you up a little bit as well. What does he decide as they quickly hover to round out Syndra in this composition? No real single target focus for him, but it's been a lot of single target focus for EDG and not enough AoE in these fights that has kind of been, I believe, costing him a few of them. We'll see if he locks this in, and we'll see if he can control and bully that lane against Korn.
Well, he's definitely not a big Syndra player. However, if we look at Zero almost never building Mikhails and actually wanting to be able to burst out Uzi if he opens up in a wrong position, Syndra stun plus Ryze damage would be the answer. So,
and the 4 games that he had in the LPL, and over playoffs as well, he had a 10 KDA on the Syndra, so may just be an option for him going up against Korn's Orianna. As we go into the last couple of seconds, it will be Syndra that you takes into game 3.
So a lot of catch potential coming from this EDG team, and the stealth presence from the jungle, especially since Royal Club likes to play heavily based off of instinct. If they let Vision fall for a second against this EDG team, it'll be increasingly deadly since there is Thresh and Syndra to punish.
If Clear Love visits the lane.
True.
I mean, he's not had much of an impact on the lanes. Game 2 definitely more than game 1, but they were definitely roaming more of as a unit as well, I'd say, in that second game. In game number 1, just didn't really make an appearance, especially the top side of the map was just a no-go almost for Clear Love in that one. We'll see if it changes. It has to change from EDG's side. Don't forget, if you just joined us, it is 2-0 in favor of Royal Club.
And the beginning has gone to Clear Love. It's gone to EDG. They've gotten the 3-buff start in the beginning. They've gotten a few things for themselves, but then they're okay with it, and they go back to laning. Whereas we see Royal Club start to grab a lead, and they push it, and they push it, and they keep the pedal to the metal.
One of the biggest criticisms of this EDG team is that they're playing a little bit scared. And it actually didn't show in that game too, but maybe you're going to be scared now that you're down 2-0.
Well, the champions are locked in and they're loading into the game, so head over to Twitter and either send us a hashtag SHRwin or EDG win for the team that you think will be coming out on top. From LOLesports.com, before we even started this best of 5, it was a massive favor for Royal Club, although that shrunk a little bit. Something tells me we might be going direction of the LOLesports.com vote for this game 3.
That's how it feels. I thought most of that was just off of name recognition because Royal Club was at Worlds last year.
Right.
And of the games we saw, or of the series we saw, this was the most likely we thought to go 5 games.
Yeah.
It might actually be our first 3-0.
It's been some of the quickest games that these teams have played, that's for sure. Not reaching the 37 or 38 average minute mark that we talked about before. We'll see if Royal Club can do it one more time. Insect saying 0. Here's a little bit of that synergy we have together, brother. Have a Sonic Wave. They're going to start this one off as usual. Line of scrimmage on both sides. Probably see a lot safer play for those first few seconds of the lane. The ward going down as usual from you. and now they're probably going to group together and see what they can do to put Insect down a notch here at the beginning of the matchup. Looks like regular buys all around. Colo with the shield to stay safe, obviously, against Koro with those auto attacks in the top lane. Try to keep farming on the Rumble.
Bringing Uzi up there with his sweeper. Just clearing stuff out. Going to be the same down bottom, though. FCZF has started out with it this time as the two top laners will put a ward right next to each other. So bit of a pensive start, but you know, we've seen invades in relative different forms so far in this one. There's a ward right on top of you. Meanwhile, Korn slightly caught out there by Clearlove, but funnily enough did more damage thanks to that command protect.
I will say that was a pretty risky ward there by Korn. Obviously they had seen FCZF with the sweeper, but
Minions have spawned.
Very dangerous there by Korn just to get that early warding up. Definitely want a little bit of vision control to make sure they swap right, I think.
Well, interesting summoner spell choice here by Korn. Sometimes seeing Orianna stake barrier, heal for him this time against the Ignite of You. See if that helps him in the lane or helps Uzi get into some scary positions, as they do oh so often once they start getting him going. We said they'd probably be trading each other's buffs in this one. Will EDG keep their foot down with whatever they can come out with this? So far, mirrored.
That's exactly it. Last game when we saw this, there was a four-man party in the mid lane pretty soon after.
Yep.
Actually, when EDG plays Twitch with the lane swap, they'd often send Twitch mid lane for a little bit of level 1 lane advantage, but Royal Club doesn't necessarily care about that. They would rather Uzi get more time and money from that top lane. And again, Name opting into the fast push. So really, as far as strategic perspective in game 1, EDG doesn't adjust, and Royal Club sees no reason to adjust because they started 2-0.
On a pretty solid record here at Worlds 2014. We'll see if they can go one step better than the Royal Club of last year, which of course fell in the grand final. We are seeing EDG this time going for another early Baron, just trying to juggle that damage around once again. Clearlove actually taking a pretty high brunt of that one though, so they're going to have to be careful. Yeah. Zero is starting to move down, but may just be to force you away. This Dragon, I think, is going to go to EDG. There's no one around.
Yeah, so again, not perfect juggling. They actually take a fair bit of damage. It's going to set back Clearlove's jungle a fair bit, but he's double buffs. They pick up the Dragon. I think it was a very smart call for them to go for it this early, since it is a bit of a fast push and they know the lanes will swap down there fairly shortly. So this was really their window of opportunity to do it, and it does give them a nice little cushion of gold.
Nice timing as well for Name. He doesn't miss too much CS in lane as he gets back to it. The mid lane here, 15-15. We see you usually up about 9 CS at the 10-minute mark, and Korn being down 5. So that playing into the power of you being able to bully the lane. We may see that come out, and we'll check back at 10 minutes. Uzi easily farming here in the top, but he will meet FCZF and Koro. Top getting the support help now.
Definitely trying to put a little bit more shutdown onto Uzi this time. They'd already sacrificed a bit of free time when they all went for the Dragon while Uzi was up there, but now it's actually 80 carry shutdown across the board.
This could be really dangerous. The Q lands, and this may be the end of Name. Did have his flash and played it very, very patiently there. Was going to flash last second, had summon a heal as well.
Yeah.
Well, holds on to both of his summoners, important in that scenario.
Very impressive too. That couldn't even force a summoner spell, and now because there was backup for Uzi in the top lane, he may end up having to go toe-to-toe against Lucian in lane. We'll see if the supports end up swapping down there. This could be a pretty favorable matchup for Name.
Well, the bully coming out very strong here from you. You can see Korn chugged all his potions already, so there's a bit of an upper hand there where they can continually pressure him. We'll see if the shockwaves hit this game. Either player on Orianna throughout this best of 5 has not been spectacular. The shields are more so what has been providing the help in these games. Looks like they keep it safe for now. All the pressure off of mid as the junglers head back to their wraith camps. Early pink wards coming in all the way in the side of Royal Club's jungle, coming in from EDG.
So with the presence now of Zero and FCZF down in that bottom lane, the 2v2 will commence. Insect just being spotted there thanks to a deep ward by EDG. Means that Koro knows that Lee Sin is on his way up, and even if he hops over to a ward in that brush, Insect will be spotted thanks to the ward behind from Koro. So got good vision on that side. Meanwhile, Korn taking a big blast here from you. Is he going to try and finish it? Korn steps back out. A little bit dangerous as they are going to go for Koro. There is Insect landing the Q. Can they finish it off? The overheat comes in and Clearlove gets the kill. Koro's still running here. First blood coming in. Koro survives and gets the kill onto Insect.
Clearlove is a great Eve, and this time he can play defensively against Insect. So much advanced warning because of that ward, even though Koro was extended deeply. But that time, Royal Club is punished for their overcommit, and they give up 2 kills. There's Uzi.
Oh, backing in the middle of the lane. Not exactly disrespect, but it wasn't a smart move coming in. Yu loses his life, and Flash for that goes down, and Uzi gets started early again.
Wow. So really just finding a small window to go off into the mid lane. That was actually an expected recall by EDG because Name had gone back and then Royal Club was missing, but they try and catch him on the way through. That's a little risky.
Very risky. In fact, Zero is going to go down here. FCZF flashes in for the kill. Uzi going to keep doing the damage. Here comes 1 TP. Second one will come through as well. Uzi goes low. Kohler is there, but he realizes he has to go away from it. Can he escape? It's a good slow from Uzi to stop them chasing. Orianna started to move down as well, but Korn can't quite get in on the action.
This time, EDG definitely taking a few more risks. Waiting in that tribe rush to find the fight is exactly the type of aggression they need to show in the early and mid game to prevent Uzi from getting huge like he did last game. Really good kill, and let's see if they can keep up the lane pressure.
Both teleport down from the top lane. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, so those guys are going to have to take a long, long walk for this one to happen. But EDG, like you said, Ja, is definitely keeping up the pressure this time. It's now that they can't go back to the lanes and just start farming it up and try to make that an extended laning phase. Great power so far coming. Koro with 1 kill. The other one, unfortunately, onto FCZF. That'll go into wards, and the vision can still provide a lot of the advantage that they're going to need. Cola, you know, a little more passive now after that gank coming in from Clearlove, not knowing where it's going. In a dangerous lane to gank as well. Usually you see a Rumble can turn around a gank and make it go to his team.
Yeah, usually not before level 6 though, that's the thing. Rumble having to teleport down this early into the game, not very ideal, and he's been pretty heavily denied by these lane swapping shenanigans. Using his teleport, really suboptimal there. I would say if anything he should have canceled his teleport as soon as Koro matched it, because he wasn't going to do anything teleporting in as a level 4 Rumble.
EDG looking like they wanted to get around to the blue buff. It's already gone though, and that may then turn from a blue buff invade to a gank towards Cole, and you see he's just running away. Doesn't want any of that. Push the lane out and will start to back away. And one thing that we usually see to counter these Evelynn plays is, you know, wards around the jungle camp so they can see exactly where Evelynn is on what side of the map when she's actually not invisible and is farming. There's nothing like that at this point for Royal Club.
Not even close, actually. We'll see if EDG can pull a stronger mid-game after this great start. It's really all about keeping Uzi down here, and because Uzi has swapped in the lane with Name, honestly, there's not much that Uzi's going to be able to do to overfarm. He's against that pickaxe Lucian, so I mean, that's exactly what Royal Club has planned. They're going to send a Lee Sin down to try and get something going. Cola is really in trouble, though.
Koro really signaling this one as he runs forward. It may not even matter, though. There's just too much damage. Lizard item already finished on Clearlove, putting out some big DPS as he comes back to the lane to shut down Cola's Rumble.
Here's the reply, though. Insect, he's waiting in his bottom lane. He is level 6, so the kick could happen. Oh, there's the Lantern, and the Q hits the minion. And that's the end of that.
Yeah, and then some. You would think it's the end of that, but Zero getting really aggressive.
Bubble trouble coming in. The culling not really hitting every shot it needs to, and it's dispersed as well off to Zero. Insect just on the outside, hits it, takes the resonating strike, but it's not going to be enough on the poison. Chugging the potion down, Nami hits it immediately as that
Here's
right
the collapse, though. EDG keeps fighting.
Clearlove coming in very hard, and Yu is coming from the backside.
Bubble misses, there is a stun. Oh no, he didn't stun over onto Uzi. He's still alive in the back, but the ultimate is there. Zero will fall as well. Korn far too slow to reply to this one, and 2 kills come back the way of EDG.
3 kills as well on a Clearlove for the game. That's the collapse that EDG needs to be able to do since they have the edge. As long as they keep equal to better numbers in these extended fights that just keep going and going, they will be victorious. Now, they go for Dragon.
You said, Jack, going back to comfort picks would really help EDG in the playbook, and Clearlove has done so, and it's definitely coming out on top for the team. Starhorn now to aggress. Insect goes in, does get the steal. Korn will go down, but I don't think that matters to them. They get out with a good chunk of gold. They're down 3,000, but they needed that one, and Cola's going to have some free time in the top lane.
Without that Dragon Steal, the game may actually be over. Getting that gold when they'd already suffered the casualty to the Orianna is pretty huge. But that right there, seeing the way Scat of the Week works with the Thresh Hook, is the fear that Royal Club has, but the aggression just never stops.
Oh, can they get in? Flash from FCZF. I'm trying to get away from the bubble, which Zero has been pretty damn impressive with so far. You mentioned Cola alone on that top side. Of course, couldn't join in, neither could Koro, because of the fact that those TPs were used in the earlier exchange. Cola desperately trying to claw some CS back. He's fallen so far behind, has half of the CS here of Koro, who's already got those Sorcerer shoes. The tier been stacking for a while. We'll have the Catalyst, the Protector coming in just a little bit as Uzi tries to be aggressive, gets a face full of Culling instead.
They're keeping it spread right now. And here comes Clearlove back down to the bottom lane. They want more aggression towards Uzi, not letting him get any more kills. Somehow he's found himself another 2 up by 12 minutes, and they can feel the pressure. The brush gets warded, and they sense it.
You can see Insect is just camping this bottom lane, and he actually gets an initiation here.
FCZF on the first one. Insect in and out. That's trying to fake everything out, but Clearlove says, let's go. Pedal to the metal. Very low mana on Zero and Uzi. Insect throws himself in the fire to get a kick with the Dragon Strike, and it looks like they're going to be able to get out of this one alive on the bot side.
EDG is counter-ganking so well, though. They know what Royal Club will do, and they are coming up with counters. They also are collapsing a little bit faster here.
And there are so many men down there, and Cole's like, yay! Free farm once again up in the top lane. We'll be able to take that turret, if not on this wave, then the next one. Name's trying to get the first turret of the game for EDG down bottom, which he should accomplish with this wave. There is the top one going down, but you know, EDG are just so quick to turn these kills around.
It's a big improvement from the first 2 games, that's for sure. Their decisiveness early on, and them just being a little bit faster than Royal Club in a lot of these collapses. Not to mention just a crisper, slightly more aggressive early game. The fact that they went for that very early Dragon, and then the fact that they were able to get, I mean, whether it was Royal Club's choice or not, get that 2v2. Uzi's not going off this game. He's relatively contained, and there's a lot of lockdown for when team fights actually do happen.
We questioned when Clearlove would show up, and he's definitely being the heart of the team right now.
It's Clearlove.
They're really putting out a lot of pressure. Everybody's playing a bit more confident with that pressure coming from Clearlove at 302.
Uh-oh. Yeah, vision control is tough.
Boom, hook off the Korn, there goes you over the top, and Korn is dead. You will get that one to go on the killing spree.
Great lay in wait right there. They're really trying to punish Name, but they just can't seem to catch that guy.
Not this time around. Gets himself out safe. Uses the flash, so they'll definitely be making a return trip there. FCZF will come down for a little bit of safety. See wards being placed in by Starhorn Royal Club here. Really deep, so Uzi and Zero knew how far they can go on that one. And again, they know how far they can go. Pulling themselves in right to the wall. So many things to dodge, and they do it quite nicely.
They're losing so much on the rest of the map, though. Clearlove, this time, not there for a counter gank. Good luck, Cola.
Well, his equalizer will hit literally nothing. No minions, not really landing onto either of the 2 champions, and successful dive from EDG as the bits of rumble come raining down from the sky, and that turret is going down as well.
So much of this game has been on Clearlove and FCZF's shoulders. We think about the formation of EDG, kind of a super team in a sense, a little bit similar to Alliance here. Clearlove and FCZF coming over from WE, trying to form this super winning team, then losing the first 2 games. Who's going to step up if they want to try and come back in here? Clearlove with the counter gank in the top lane to get Koro going, and then FCZF, the death sentences that he's been able to land on Korn whenever Korn is in a wrong spot led to both of his deaths. It has really been quite a performance by those 2.
Well, 10-3 at 15 minutes, and a 6,000 gold lead is something that's very hard to drop. We'll probably get Starhorn Royal Club to force a Baron that to try and drop that advantage out of EDG. I would put it by them. But right now, Nami controlling the bot lane. He's getting a teleport from behind, and it looks like he is up the creek without a paddle on this one. I don't think he's going to be able to get out alive, but how much focus is it going to take to get him to go down? The rest of the team is closing in. Yu is going to be there along with FCZF, but they actually turn tail. They say this may not be such a good idea. It is 4 members to the bot lane, but they're not actually losing too much map pressure.
That is some dedication towards Uzi right there. They waited a fair while to give him that kill. They know that all of their eggs are in Uzi's basket right now. But with the gold deficit of 6,000, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, I hate to call these games definitely before they're over. And we've already seen in that last one, EDG had a bit of a stranglehold on it, but good fight. And Uzi on the rat has already proven that he is a game changer. Can he do it this time around? Half a minute to Dragon.
Things that are going somewhat well for Royal Club and the chances they would have to come back in this game. Uzi with Blade of the Rune King and Spray and Pray could open up a really nice ultimate chain, as well as having Haunting Guys on Rumble. Despite him being 0-3, if he places it properly, it can still be devastating. But it's going to be tough.
Royal Club's pushing out of their pink wards right now. Uzi not making as many moves before, probably because he can't see Clear Love, somebody that could really get into the fight and lock this down. Much more patient play from Royal Club, or I should say reserved play, than we've been seeing in these games. Clear Love again trying to be the front runner in this. Uzi tries to come in. That's a pink ward. That's going to help him out. And back and forth. Insect not getting the kick that he wanted. Safeguards back to his own ward. The Dragon is alive. And Royal Club says this is where we need to pressure. This is where we need to lock down EDG.
EDG's a little bit scared of just funneling in because they know the threat of the Rumble and the Twitch despite this giant gold lead. But if EDG just flanks with the Rise and the Eve, I think it's devastation for Royal Club.
Well, there is the equalizer going to be thrown down. Dragon is still being done as Clearlove and Koro going to show themselves. They're going for Uzi. Can they burst him down? He's still alive in the back. Uzi still alive in there. They've done a lot of damage on the left-hand side. Royal Club are running, but they're running the wrong way.
Trapped. They are completely trapped.
Now, Korn's got no mana. Yu's pretty low as well. Where are they going to go? Koro, full HP. Nami, not far away from this one either. Another big burst comes in. There's Yu getting one. This should be destructive for EDG. Korn will be finished off. And just like that, it's an ace for nothing.
It took a while, but they were patient and they sealed the deal there. They did the flank. They did not overcommit into a corridor while Spray and Pray or the Rumble ult were going down, and they just destroy Royal Club. They take absolute control of this game.
Dragon now going over. We'll see this one more time, and it was just too good in the eyes of EDG. They said, look at all this cleanup potential.
I mean, remember, there's like a 7,000 gold disadvantage for Royal Club before this fight, so especially since Name was pretty much full health and mana, and Koro had not even expended his flash during that fight. Not to mention, Royal Club was completely out of places to run to. They got completely pincered. It was just a matter of some good EDG cleanup.
Levels up as well, giving EDG everything they need to take these fights in their favor. 15-14 in a day and night difference from EDG. Whatever they did backstage after last game is definitely paying off. Whatever they said, the communication is there between the team, and they are looking like the super team that came out number one in China.
Yeah, I think what they said is, come on guys, it might be time to turn up now. We had a ropey group stage. We're 2-0 down in our first playoff game. Now is the time to shine, if any, and, well, Game 3 so far is looking very good for them. Close to a 10k gold lead. It looks like we're going to be seeing them drawn to Baron once again, a recurring theme between these two Chinese teams.
One of the things you're going to get out of just winning those games, the other team says, we can fix the mistakes we're seeing. Royal Club was saying, let's keep doing what we're doing. EDG now has an answer for that, and Royal Club is kind of on the back foot without an answer to EDG's aggression.
I mean, we may even see the first team take a Baron against Royal Club at this entire World Championship. They're 13 out of 13 Barons up until this point. But I don't really see a way, 9,000 gold down, that they can realistically contest this. Walking into a Rise Cinder without Vision Control, add the Thresh into the mix to make it even more dangerous.
I see only one way, Ja, and he's called Insect. They're actually going to go for FTZF. They will get the kill, but Name on the backside, damaging Cola. They'll kill off Zero, and that will be, for now, a 1-for-1. Cola needs to heal. Where are they going to go? Actually, look at Uzi. He's in the bottom lane here, trying to push through.
I mean, the other way they don't get the Baron is if they just push up the mid lane, kill the inhibitors, and end the game before even going for it. Uzi just now getting back into the base. All the initiation tools are down for Royal Club.
This is where EDG could not afford to make mistakes. They have the chance to. It's not going to put Royal Club back in the game instantly if it's just a fight in front of these turrets. But they have to be careful they don't give up too much, and they are aware of that. Going to go ahead and steal every resource they can as they exit the jungle of Starhorn Royal Club, really making this game tough for them. There's a grab from FCZF.
Yeah, it's funny how they hook Insect, and then when he hooks himself to the wrong side, Insect's like, you know what? I could just ride the Thresh out of this one. Not a good
Shaking
game for
that
him.
one up.
Lost his fizz this game, that's for sure. Zero trying to back away, gets stunned up. No follow through though. Not too much of a problem. However, what could be a problem is that EDG are full position on Baron, but they've already hit the rewind, and there is Uzi coming in on towards Coral. Get that one. Can he kill off who as well? Nami coming around the side. You going low, and will be finished. Julia to double kill for Uzi. Can he get any more? Just finish him, Insect, running away from it, but that might have lost the control on Name. There's the ball. He dashes away from it. Are they going to keep chasing here?
I think so. Lantern coming in.
Onto Uzi. There's the Lantern, and it takes him to safety.
Even with the escape, that's still 2 more kills for Uzi. I guess you can never really count Royal Club out as long as Uzi is in the game and has a lot of gold. Twitch, one of the champions who could hyper carry a game more than any other AD carry, mainly because if he lines it up right, he can hit 5 people at once, and nobody else can say that. Unless Jinx, I guess, or Rockets could explode, but that's a little bit harder. Uzi, he's lost his mind.
You cannot afford to let your guard down. I gotta say, EDG should be placing the pink wards in the mid lane. They're getting just on a train on the tracks coming down. That's the way Uzi plays it. Their pink ward's now focused out in the jungle, and he's not even spending any time out there. Koro trying to clean up the bottom lane. EDG to get their waves in position. They know it's not a strong point of their play, so they gotta patch all that up before taking these fights.
EDG is in such a position of control, especially with Syndra and Uzi needing to build damage instead of magic resistance. The instant he pops out, you throw a ball on the ground, flash ult, and that'll basically be Uzi out of the fight. They just need to find the right position, find a way to not get snuck up on by Uzi, and close the deal here.
Oh, Uzi. Is he gonna be able to get into Koro? He's gonna check that brush, or is he?
Solo Rise?
No. Well, he's not gonna try for now, but Rise might have different ideas. There is Uzi trying to get away. Hook comes through, flash into a room prism, and well, Uzi got away from it. However, Korn being knocked around there inside of the jungle, and Royal Club successfully coming together, at least for now, to defend this inner tower.
An 8,000 gold lead. It's going to be quite tough. 18 to 17 here, coming up on 23 and a half. Whatever happens here is probably going to lead back to that dragon coming up in 30 seconds. A big influx of gold coming in for one of these teams right now. Starhorn, for the first time in this series, on the back foot, guarding their own turrets and not dictating the plays.
And this is another flank opportunity for EDG. Eve and Rise want to come in from behind them. Uzi tries to flank himself and gets caught.
He does get caught this time, getting a little too overzealous with his play as the ball goes into the shockwave, hitting nicely from Korn. Insect now in by himself, takes the full brunt of the ultimate, and he will keep himself, goes down in the end. That spell flux traveled quite a ways, and now it's Koro running for his life. Gets slowed down. Uzi's gonna pick up another kill here. Korn throws out a clockwork, and he kill secures that one.
Uzi's making me believe that he's never really caught. He just catches the enemy team where they least expect it because they thought they had found him. They did actually, but he escapes with just enough. EDG lines up for spray and pray, and with a 9,000 gold disadvantage, Royal Club wins that fight.
I feel like I've said Uzi is still alive more than enough times over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Somehow manages to get away almost every single time, even using that Ghostblade active to chase down there and finish off Rise. Let's have another look at that one and how the rat escapes again.
I mean, they used the Evolve just on one, which kind of sets them bad, and Insect pulled off a really nice kick on Nama to make sure he's out of the fight. So the amount of damage that actually came through to Uzi was completely front-loaded, and they couldn't follow. At that point, it was a good shockwave, it was a good equalizer, and despite the gold disadvantage, the use of skills and just a better overall team fight by Royal Club, positioning-wise, gives them the win there.
Ridiculous aggression from Uzi on that fight. Blowing his flash and then still going in. Great job by the team to recuperate. It is going to give EDG the Dragon here as they are given a bit of free time with the map. They're still up quite a bit, 8,000 gold, 8.3 right now, 43 in turrets, so they have a bit of the map pressure as well. Got to get those waves in their favor if they really want to start making moves. And wards on the sides. Uzi has been wreaking havoc this game. 5-2-4, meeting up with Name's 5-2-7 here. Really the infinity edge in a few items, just difference, or being the difference of their builds.
And I'm still thinking that EDG is in a powerful position this game, even though they're not able to find these fights. They have to be getting a little bit worried though, because they're not able to find the right things. They haven't actually tried to control Baron with vision, which is really perplexing because they have such an amazing pick composition with Syndra, Thresh, and Eve, not to mention the Rise for follow-up, but they just have no control around Baron whatsoever.
And there's a scan to get rid of another ward. Clearlove is actually flanking around. Is he going to be able to get in there for the fight? Has vision. Quarterfinals might at least be forced away from that inner turret. Insect just landing the kill, but they're going to get hooked in there. And, well, the disengage trying to come through. Uzi just going to block it all up, but he's stunned. This time, he's not getting away. Name will take him down, and EDG can push through mid.
Sometimes you just gotta let it go. Insect has a misplay, he gets caught. Uzi the only person who could save his life, but losing Uzi is much worse than losing Insect. EDG can push clean in now.
Not a lot of wave clear sitting at the turret right now. Both missing there. Wait a minute. A little too on this one. Tanking up the turret. Another one going over. What is EDG doing as they make their way into the base here? Very, very dangerous. Insect wants a piece of this one now. The shutdown going over, and it looks like Starhorn Royal Club picks up a big mistake from EDG, and they even give the last one over to Uzi for the clean ace.
What is life? I have never seen a game with the consistent 8,000 to 10,000 gold advantage and the team just losing fight after fight, yet still maintaining this advantage. That was a fight without Uzi. They obviously got a little overconfident, a really sloppy dive onto that turret. Corn and Cola counter it perfectly, and boy, did they benefit.
This is so dangerous for FCZF now. He's got no wards down, and we'll be thinking, you know, these guys don't mess around around the Baron area. Scrynorb, yeah, Scrynorb's not up there for Name either, so he basically has to run in, and Uzi's already backed away. So this time, he was lucky that the stealth rat wasn't waiting for him in the bush.
Luckily, he had no idea.
It would have been a nightmare. He has already lived on the other side of the map. They're staying, though, not backing just yet. They want the team to get here, and they want the option to take out more members of EDG, get this to a mental game, and pick them off one by one as they try to get some wards down.
So an interesting thing about that last ace, though, by Royal Club is, aside from that last kill, very little gold actually went to Uzi that fight, which will change the dynamic of these team fights at least a little bit. The fact that Korn is really close to his death cap now are starting to put almost more emphasis on the shockwave than on where Uzi opens up, or at least a split point of focus for EDG, which is concerning, considering EDG has really only had one point of focus, hasn't been able to capitalize on that. And now they're soon to have to deal with a very fed Orianna. But you see the gold lead is still pretty pronounced.
And every lane so ridiculously far up in gold. Even the jungle, Clearlove 2,000 over Insect, who's still not afraid to make plays, not afraid to get into the fight. Causing them a bit of trouble here within the last few plays, but they brought this to 23-15. Being able to fight from this far down is just a tribute to Starhorn's ability to get themselves in the right position and create these fights. 30 minutes on the clock. We're getting to that late game.
Yeah, and finally EDG is controlling vision around the Baron pit. This is their avenue to victory. They have multiple pink wards, they are sweeping a lot, but they've waited a pretty long time. Royal Club's in a pretty good position of fighting right now. They need to use that vision as their advantage, but they haven't even cleared all the wards. They walked through a ward in their attempt to flank.
Royal Club's trying to back away on the south side. Both teams kind of lining up for this street battle.
That's
across the
base.
mid lane.
Royal Club has their back to enemy turrets, and EDG pulling the same thing. They're just running down the mid lane.
See what they can get out of this. It's definitely going to be a dance between these two teams. Nobody's getting out of either side. If they just walk away from this, I'd be very surprised. There's going to be some people going down here in a few seconds.
Not generally how they play.
The tidal wave goes out. Not going to blow any flashes this time. EDG not really needing
That's a pretty
to do
big
anything
disengage
to
point that is down for them now.
Yeah.
If Clearlove would have snuck behind them somehow to find a flank, that's pretty big. I think we may have the surprise there of no big fight before the base.
Wow.
Now they siege.
Oh, Insect going to go in for this one. There is the damage on Twitch. Who are they going to go for? Uzi's right in the middle, and it's going to cost them. He'll lose his life. Korn's going to go down. Khalilov in the middle as Insect falls on the backside. Name follows through. Cola will drop. That's a triple kill for Koro. And this here should be at least 2 inhibitors. They might even win the game.
30-second death timers across the board. What an insane match. Royal Club goes too aggressive that time, and it looks like it's going to cost him the game. I think they don't have too much AD to finish off this turn.
Well, whatever EDG did, they definitely turned up the heat. They missed the bubble. That could have really been the only thing. Clearlove's taking up a turret very much so. Zero with the dodge. The Ignite goes down. Scatter the weak, and he scatters some sushi all over the floor. They're going to have to back out on this one, only losing Name after that fray. And they get the ace overall coming on to Royal Club.
Yeah, that's a fast rat, though. Let's see if he can catch anyone. This is going to be close. He's got to worry about getting killed now that he's visible, though. Yikes.
Big build-up for not a... Oh! Ghost Blade pop. Okay. That was a...
Saw Insect coming around, thought it might be a possibility.
Interesting timing on that one. Just as we thought it's gone.
Yeah, that last fight was so absolutely crazy. But Baron is still a question mark, right? The inhibitor that is down is actually super minions that Royal Club will be able to defend coming in. So the game is actually not over. It was one really inopportune fight for Royal Club. Uzi opened up in Syndra's face, got blown up for the reasons that we thought were going to be happening all game. Syndra just straight up ulted him, and the rest of the damage obviously couldn't follow up afterwards for Royal Club.
11,000 gold. The lead here for EDG in this must-win third game. They're down 2-0. And, wow, they've got it still. Even if they win this one, a big job on their hands. But they're trying to secure some more gold here. Taking down another dragon.
I almost want to just get a big piece of tape and put it across the top of the screen in the Royal Club versus EDG matchup right now, because the gold lead hasn't really seemed to matter in the style that Royal Club plays. They are still willing to posture for position, try and clear wards. They've attempted to control Dragon while down 6,000 gold at like 14 minutes and just go in for crazy fights, and half the time, if not more, it has been working for them.
Yeah, there's not very many times when you see this gold lead and still feel like the game can go either way. Clear Love, he won't be popped right in the beginning. He has that Banshee's Veil for a little bit of assistance. And very, very sketchy on this fight. Royal Club making sure to stay as a death ball right now. A bit of a spread from EDG would definitely help. And they're just going to show themselves right off the bat. It could be the zero catch. Speeds himself up passively. Frost Queen's claim comes out. A full team tidal wave. No! They're able to split that one off. EDG just on the edge of all getting popped up. And it looks like, again, the tidal wave is down to start this one.
Super minions are barreling down towards Royal Club's base, and they only have one Nexus turret to defend, so those minions would end it if they can't recall.
They are going to get there though, Uzi and Korn, although he goes down, not quick enough. They lose both Nexus turrets. And with that, EDG say, okay, they've all recalled to deal with the base. Let's get a Baron, let's win this game.
Yeah, it only took every game at Worlds for Royal Club to give up a Baron, and even at that, it didn't come easy. But finally, they lose one, and yeah, this is EDG finally in control.
Changing up the early game style. Definitely still a team from China that is going to play a little bit more passive, but they know when to flip the switch, and they know when to keep their foot down, the pedal to the metal. Koro 10-3-6 in this game. Teleports have been on point, and he has gotten himself charged up as well. Frozen Heart there. We look down at FCZF, the Glacial Shroud as well, for a bit of cooldown and armor to stop Uzi from getting these easy kills on whoever he wants to grab them on. It's definitely been a tougher game for him on Twitch here, as EDG has taken that into consideration.
Is that a Mikhail's Crucible for Zero?
That is a little bit shocking, but now understandable because a stun lands and he's going to fall. I don't know what Royal Club's doing. They have no Nexus turrets and their super minions in their base.
I don't think Royal Club knows what Royal Club's doing at this point. You see they're all like, oh yeah, Jack's right. Let's get back to base here, because we may end up losing it if we're not careful. They're going to have to speed out. Luckily for them, the minions have spawned just in time to keep them off the Nexus itself. And a brief respite as the inhibitor spawns as well.
They didn't even need to go back. Those super minions would have had nothing to attack. They're hoping for a catch in that lane, but now trying to defend against this Baroned up EDG. Let's see one final battle.
It's going to be very tough. Nami can stay positioned well in this one, something that's been really hurting him a lot. He gets hit by the shockwave on that one. Then he's kicked in the positioning, not quite right on that one. Will they be able to clean this one up? The Zanya's quite nice from Cola. Clearlove has to refocus in this one. Cordo taking a lot of damage. Clearlove's gonna get hit up one last clockwork wind up, but he gets out alive. It's gonna be the flash heal from Zero that takes him down with the damage. And it looks like the dissonance is the only thing they have. But wait, Uzi still has flash to make his own plays. The blue buff on Korn definitely gives him a lot of damage and a lot of utility to keep everybody safe, but they decide to stop. They only lose Insec on that.
Did I say one final battle? I forgot what game I was watching, what team I was watching here, because they just turned the switch once again. Insec finds just the right kick on a Name, again punishing his positioning here at the World Championships. You can see Name ahead of the rest of his team. Shockwave stops his dash, which enables Insec to just mess him over. And at this point, everyone tries to funnel into Uzi. Once again, the McHale's super critical that time onto Uzi, finally buying into the right situation, and then they can just pile on. Their 80 carry damage was gone, their Rise couldn't reach his intended target, and Syndra had already blown ultimates. So Royal Club, 15,000 gold and a Baron down. Win a team fight because of better positioning and fantastic execution.
How does this story end? We thought that that was the last fight.
To choose your own adventure, Joe.
Yeah, and I don't know which ending I'll choose at this point. I mean, I want to see another couple of games out of this one. There's no doubt about that, but wow, so far producing 37 minutes. We're now at the average of both of these teams, or almost bang in the middle, in fact, of what they've been playing in the group stage. But how much longer is this one gonna go, and which way is it gonna go? Because although EDG have dominated in gold totals and have taken down both Nexus turrets and both inhibitors, they've now respawned. Actually, only one inhibitor because the middle one's not been taken down. That top inhibitor, you just feel that Royal Club, if they get one good fight here, they'll turn it.
You'd think that, and again EDG funnels in though, and Uzi's a little bit late back to base, but the question is, how much respect is EDG giving them? Because at this point, Royal Club's earned a lot of it. Here comes a pretty fast switch from base. Insec, let's see how they do it.
Equalizer right up the middle, not really stopping too much. The culling comes out in defense. Oh, in the back side, but he gets flashed further than he wants to go. Can EDG turn this one around now on Royal Club's head? A missed shockwave could be huge here, and it is going to be very big in the ending of this play. FCZF will go down, but EDG take the base to themselves. Zero will not be able to stop this, and we are definitely going to be going to a Game 4 as EDG picks up Game 3.
And that is such a critical mental barrier that EDG has just overcome there. They just couldn't seem to find the right fight again and again, and at the end there, Insec is not able to kick Name into the team. Again, they're able to kill Uzi because he opened up in a very vulnerable situation without magic resist. Obviously, that game took a little bit longer than EDG would have wanted to end, but they still do the important thing. I mean, they kill the Nexus, they get the win.
And that was the difference in that last fight compared to the penultimate fight, the one before it that we thought might have been the last one, is that Name saw and realized that Insect's coming straight for me. He's going to try and kick me right into the middle of the team. This time he actually dashed backwards so that Insect followed him far too far away from the team. And that was the difference, but EDG victory will move us into game number 4. Far from safe, though, despite the massive lead that they had.
That was definitely a troubling push down to the Nexus for them, not being able to close it out. Usually what we see from most Chinese teams is that they're not very objective focused. They keep going for the kills, and they don't put their foot down with one finite thing they want to go for. But in that, it still looked like with an 11,000 gold lead, Royal Club could take the game at any point, and that is a scary thing.
They are definitely super, super dangerous. One more strategic thing I'd want to touch on, though, is the Rise that was not first picked, right, in this game. Instead, it was a first pick for Insec on Lee Sin. EDG is now going back to the blue side, unless the bans are switched up from the previous games we've seen, it would be another Rise control. He was 11-3-10 that game. A huge force as far as damage and their ability to try and push Royal Club around the map. I think that's really, really critical.
And that's the difference, right? We've seen the jungle bans, Kha'Zix, Rengar both banned out, which means that Lee Sin became more of a priority. Clearlove really stepped it up this time on Evelynn as well. So we'll see how those bans go in game number 4.
Yes, we will. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk right now for a little post-match perspective on EDG's first win of this series.
Thank you very much, guys. Edward Gaming, their backs were up against the wall. They really showed up big in Game 3, had to dig deep to finish it out. That actually gave us the bloodiest game of the 2014 World Championship. 54 kills recorded by time the Nexus fell. Previous record was between Samsung White and AHQ at 52 kills. I want to bounce immediately off what Joe said. Clearlove really stepped it up this game. In contrast to games 1 and 2, he had a presence. He severely impacted the early game and is, in my mind, a large reason as to why Edward Gaming got the lead they did.
Yeah, Kha'Zix was banned, Rengar was banned, Lee Sin was first picked, and at that point you pretty much think the enemy jungler is neutered. But then he whips out the Evelynn, which he's known for, and it was incredible. He goes top, gets first blood, goes top again, kills him again, swings bottom, and keeps camping bottom, trying to keep Uzi down. Imagine what this game would have been if Uzi wasn't even kept down at the start. It's just ridiculous.
And we actually have a replay of exactly that happening because Clearlove did make those plays happen top lane, and he was able to transition that into bottom lane. You can roll the replay right now. You see that Star Royal Club is actually trying to get this 3-on-3, but they have TP advantage from top lane, and there's nothing that they can really do about it. So it's a 3-on-4. They've snowballed all this pressure to bottom lane, and Insec with this amazing trade kill. In a 3-vs-4 situation, the best thing that can happen is you get that trade kill because it means that they've pulled those 4 people down to keep Uzi down, but all they've gotten was Insec and a trade kill.
So the rest of the, laning phase mid-game was in favor of Edward Gaming. They seemed to have control. They were bullying Starhorn Royal Club around. At what point did it start to turn in your mind, Freak?
Thing is, it really never quite turned. I think this is a game where, at this point, I'm kind of convinced it's a mismatch. Starhorn Royal Club are playing better than Edward Gaming. EDG only have a chance if they start the game with a gigantic lead. When we've seen moments of greatness, the Game 2 early tower dive, their control here, but you look at the last 50 minutes of this game, and it's Edward Gaming keeping gold up because they have every dragon, every baron, more turret kills. But with 15,000 gold, they can't outfight Royal Club. And unless Uzi keeps, overstepping his bounds and getting caught out by his own will, by flashing forward in fights, you're never going to win a fight as Edward Gaming. Ever, 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 ever. So now suddenly you've got to break the mold. EDG has to win early game every time or they're never going to win another one.
And actually this game, their greed to kill Uzi is what got them killed every fight because they would flash in. Somebody would always flash and try and kill Uzi. I still remember one fight, Clearlove, as great as he played in the early game, at one point in their base, he solo flashed on Uzi. Uzi just repositions, sprays and prays right through him, still hits 2 people. It's like, okay, if you come 1 by 1, I will kill you and your teammates behind you. The best thing is probably would have been just ignore him or send in your support with an exhaust and then just let him die.
Let's get the next replay up on our screens as we continue to talk about some of these team fights. This was a dragon fight that did actually go in favor of Edward Gaming. They go for the flank, and despite it being messy at the start, they do close it out in the end. So let's roll this clip out, and Crepo, you can talk me over it.
Yeah, I just want to point out before anyone else can take it, look at the Rumble ulti. It's a waste of Rumble ulti, and they should have went on this because they're about to get pincered. Clearlove and Ryze are coming in from the bottom, and this is demolition. The fact that Uzi is even close to living here is just incredible.
The shockwave really hits nobody too. It does hit 2 people and does the damage, but there's no fault for the CC portion of it because they're pulling back because they got flanked. So in that situation, it was kind of a misplay to use the Ori ulti so quickly. You see he's completely out of mana now, so that was his kind of 1 bullet he had left in the chamber.
And at this point, it's obviously very easy cleanup here, but just in general, if you're a Rumble team and a Twitch team in general, and even an Orianna team, all 3 of those, you can't be the team that's getting surrounded on. You've got to be the team at least either with ward control to where, oh, it's 3v2, Rumble ult on them, Shockwave on them, Tidal Wave on them, clean up those kills when they separate, which again you need vision control for, or collapse on them when they go for burn, but you need them to be in a group and you need to go on that group, not have them come on you.
I've got a question for you just before you add in your double lift. After what Freak was talking about regarding Edward Gaming's team fighting and being unable to beat Starhorn Royal Club, after that dragon fight, Edward Gaming did not win a convincing team fight for the rest of the game, and if they didn't have their 10k gold lead, they would not have won that game. Do you agree or disagree?
I absolutely agree. I mean, you cannot undervalue the fact that Insec, Uzi, and Zero are playing out of their minds. Like, these guys are playing so well.
I think the only fights that went poor is where Zero actually uses his tidal wave way too early. That one dragon fight we saw, we didn't see a tidal wave because about 30 seconds before that, he used it to try and catch Name out. All Zero has to do is hold his waves because they're playing this crazy disengage comp built around their star AD carry who everybody tries to kill. If you have Orianna ulti, tidal wave, and Rumble ulti defending Uzi, who has the range of 2 screens because of spray and pray, they're never going to catch him.
The beauty is even when Uzi's dead, the rest of Royal Club do step up to win fights. Let's pull up the third and final replay onto your screens. Doublelift and Crepper, you guys were jumping out of your seats. And Doublelift, you talked me through this play.
I almost lost my voice because this play was absolutely insane. So the thing about this fight is that Twitch is dead. And all EDG has to do is take it slow. Don't flash forward, which if you roll the replay, it's exactly what they do. Like FCZF, I don't know what he's doing. Like, why do you have to go for this insane play? This tower is basically free.
That ulti though.
And then there's this 2-man shockwave that gets FCZF killed before anything can happen. A beautiful exhaust on all of Koro's burst. And then Korn just gets so much damage off that even the super, super weak Rumble can finish off a kill. And then it's just Insect.
Yeah, Rumble got his power spike, level 11, plus Sork Shoes and Leanders at 25 minutes. Like, he was so far down this game.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but watch this. He's like, okay, we're killing somebody in the base. Oh no, he's double buffs? Okay, Uzi, you take that.
So this game had more kills than any other matchup at Worlds. We actually could have even done more replays of, because that wasn't the only time. There was another top lane inhibitor defense where Insect gets such an incredible kick. You know, and I just think when you look at this matchup, Starhorn Royal Club are showing to me that they are the better team. They are the better seed. You predicted Edward Gaming to win.
I regret it so much. I'm such an Uzi fanboy at heart, but I was like, their language barrier might put them on tilt or something, but these guys are so good. I'm such a big Royal Club fan now. The only adaptation I want to see them make, Cola needs to maybe step up a little bit, maybe play something that he's more comfortable on. He doesn't seem to be very good on Rumble, so maybe play Maokai or Aurelia, which is his signature champion.
And let's not forget, not only you, but Monte Cristo also got their prediction wrong. I can't believe he predicted a team without Koreans on it to win a series. Clearly
low blow,
going against the grain.
Low blow. Let's move this one along, guys. Starhorn Royal Club are just one win away from being the first team to make back-to-back semi-finals at the World Championship. And after the break, we'll see if they can get it done in Game 4 against Edward Gaming. Guys, stay with us.
Starhorn now to a crash. Insect goes in. Doesn't get the steal. Korn will go down, but I don't think that matters to them.
One more misses. There is a stun. Oh no, he didn't stun over on Suzy. He's still alive in the back, but the ultimate is there. He loses life. Korn's going to go down. Khalilov in the middle as Insect falls on the backside. Name follows through.
Can EDG turn this one around now on Royal Club's head? Oh, this shockwave could be huge here, and it is going to be very big in the ending of this play.
그게 되게 저희가 중국에 와서 로얄 팀에 소속하면서 항상 생각한 게 말이 통하면 오히려 게임이 안 될 때도 있는 걸 생각했어요. 그래서 저희는 말이 안 통하는 걸 되게 다행으로 생각하고 있는 게 우지 선수하고 인색 선수 둘 다 성격이 약간 좀 불같거든요. 그게 말이 통했었으면 아마 저희는 몇 번 싸웠을 것 같아요. 근데 말이 안 통하니까 안 싸워요.
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship, as I'm once again joined by Hart, who has offered to give his pro player analysis on this game. So first off, Hart, what's your take on this last game and an almost comeback by Starhorn Royal Club?
하트 선수 안녕하세요. 우선 이번 3경기에 대해서 좀 평가를 내려주세요.
막 EDG와 로얄 팀이 막 진흙탕 싸움 속에서 이제 결국에 EDG가 이기게 됐지만 인색의 인색킥이 빛났던 경기라고 생각합니다.
Even though EDG won, I think it was a really all-out brawl, and Insek's Lee Sin was definitely outstanding, and his insect kick was really cool.
Well, you obviously know Insect very well, and Zero as well. What do you think of his play and his aggressive build so far?
로얄 클럽의 제로 선수 또한 이제 아신다고 하셨었는데 제로 선수의 이런 공격적인 템 빌드에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
이제 공격적인 템 빌드에서는 이게 유리할 때는 되게 그게 좋은 점으로 작용할 수 있지만 좀 약간 불리할 때는 그 팀에게 빈틈이 많이 생기는 그런 약간 위험한 빌드라고 생각해요.
So I think when you're ahead, it's really good to get some offensive items, but when you're behind, it can also backfire and create a lot of holes in your team plays.
What do you think is the key ingredient for Starhorn Royal Club within second Zero to close it out?
로얄 클럽이 이제 경기를 마무리 짓기 위해서는 어떤 게 가장 중요한 열쇠라고 혹시 생각하시나요?
글쎄요, 이제 뭐라 해야 될까, 약간 오리아나를 좀 더 유동적인 챔피언, 약간 오리아나가 이제 미드 라인에 약간 박혀 있는 챔피언이거든요. 그러니까 조금 더 수동적이지 않고 능동적으로 움직일 수 있는 미드 챔피언을 하면 더 좋을 것 같아요.
So I think Orianna is a mid champion that has to be usually fixed at that lane, and she can't really wander around or help the other lanes out. So I think they should pick champions that can be more flexible, that can help out their teammates.
All right, we'll see if they do that. Finally, I understand there's something else you'd like to say to the crowd?
마지막으로 관중들이나 하고 싶은 말씀 있으면 지금 해주세요.
네, 이제 롤드컵을 진행하면서 굉장히 힘든 일들이 많았었는데 이제 감독님이랑 코치님이랑 이제 사무국 분들이 저희 곁에서 저희를 이렇게 도와주는 걸 계속 봤어요. 이제 한국에서만 달리 그걸 옆에서 직접 보니까 너무 고마움이 많이 느껴졌거든요. 그래서 이제 그거에 대해서 되게 고맙다는 말씀 드리고 싶고요. 특히 이제 최명원 코치님에게 좀 많이 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶어요.
So while preparing for the World Championship, we had a really hard time, and during that hard time, our coach, managers, and our team owners really helped us a lot. But while we were in Korea, I didn't really know that. But now, throughout the tournament, I can understand how much they are helping us out. So I want to say thanks to them, and especially thanks more to Myungwon Choi, who's our assistant coach.
All right, well, thank you very much again for helping us out here. And as for us, we're going to check out Game 4 with the casters.
Thank you very much, Shox, and we are going to check out Game 4, and if it's anything like Game 3, Game 2, and Game 1, then we're in for a bit of a treat here. We had over 50 kills in that last one. It was a pretty drawn-out win from EDG, and a lot of team fights that EDG probably would never have even wanted to happen in the first place.
It was a really strange game in the fact that they just collided with each other again and again, and somehow the team that was way weaker in gold was always coming out on top, which honestly is a really big red flag for EDG. Yes, they command first pick, so they can probably lock down Rise again, but to have such trouble closing out a game with such a gargantuan gold lead is concerning.
And we got to think there was one thing that got that game going, and it was Clear Love, so he's now going to be a focus. That Eve was some amazing play that came out of him, got everybody going. Name also getting himself going in lane pretty much by himself, and then with a bit of help of Clear Love being 3-0-2 very early in the game. But that didn't stop Royal Club from coming back, from Uzi getting his kills, from the plays being made. So they're actually going to have to hold on to this gold lead 10 times better if they get it this time, because that still looks shaky.
Yeah, I actually think that Evelyn is a better jungler to play with against Royal Club than Kha'Zix is, because of the fact that Royal Club just weren't warding anywhere near the jungle where you have to ward to spot an early Evelyn gank. And if they can get their hands on Evelyn this time, I'd actually be quite surprised.
I really want to see if the picks and bans change around, because they're putting such heavy emphasis on jungle bans up until this point. Here, I feel like Royal Club's not going to try and starve Clear Love out of junglers whatsoever, just because his Eve was so effective. And obviously the Janna ban happens again because the only game they won was the game they banned it.
Well, Gangplank lock-in would be great for our pirate friends, but sadly that's not going to happen. It's going to be Rise instead, locked in for Koro, and beastly Rise last game, and letting it go through again. We'll see how that one all works out here with Insect maybe changing things up. Lee Sin last time around, is he going to go to Kha'Zix?
That would be strange. I mean, obviously, he is probably not super happy with his Lee Sin performance, getting counter-ganked at the start of that game, but I mean, he's Insect. He's going to do Lee Sin if it's up. And Rengar's banned.
The comfort is always there for him to fall back onto that. Given to him, they also get 0 Thresh for this game, as the Janna being banned out once again. We'll see what happens on the side of Name. He's going to take away Uzi's Lucian, but that still leaves his Twitch up, as Kha'Zix is banned, or taken for Clear Love.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Lucian control ever since Uzi had that big game 1. But something that has been strangely just irrelevant in this series is that Aurelia pick. It was such a big deal for their group stages. It is a pretty good pick against Rise. As soon as they get that Sheen, you can go all in with the Aurelia. And that too, I was not expecting this series, because I've always seen it as a little bit of a style pick for Uzi, but against Kha'Zix, I imagine he's going to try and juke around a lot with it. That's bold.
Well, I, for one, am happy to see Uzi playing Vayne here. Hopefully he can live up to his reputation on that champion. Certainly good memories of watching Uzi on Vayne. We'll also be seeing Cola, of course, bringing out Aurelia, which, to be honest, is one of his beastly champions.
Absolutely, 2-0 on it in the group stage. It was one of the main champions that we saw rising to prominence during the LPL regionals, and he really dominated on it in the group stage. Plus, it's good against Rise, which has been so heavily first pick. Surprised we had not seen Aurelia before now.
Gotta say, his play on Aurelia so much cleaner than that Rise. It just looks like he's antsy. He wants to fight. It's what it's what Cola loves to do. He's not a split pusher. He is fight oriented, and Royal Club is throwing together that composition in full right now, rounding this out possibly with a Lulu. That could be Corns again.
I mean, Quickshot mentioned on the analyst desk while Lulu had lost a lot here. Mid lane Lulu had been good, but yeah, that's gonna be just a whole bunch of solo little outplay potential. Not like a huge team fight for Royal Club, but every single one of those guys is threatening 1v1.
It's a bit of a beastly lineup for Royal Club if they start to get ahead. You know, get Fizz going, get Aurelia going, hell, get Lee Sin and Vayne going as well, and that could be bad news. However, you have to feel that there's more diversity to EDG's lineup.
Yeah, EDG's lineup is like a bulldozer in team fights when you consider it to Royal Club. Everything should just be able to run over Rise, Ori, Kha'Zix, Braum, that synergy and the Braum shield around it. If they can group up as 5, as it seems like that's all these teams want to do, vastly superior in those scenarios.
Well, FCZF love and engage support, so the train could start quite quick once everybody hits level 6 on that side. It's definitely going to be a bloody game again. I think we can say that right off the bat.
And we've been seeing those lane swaps coming in, which is why he's like, well, I should have a fairly safe laning phase with this Vayne to start me rolling.
Yeah, rolling all around on Vayne is definitely one thing he wants to do. Tumbling maybe. Honestly though, Insec is going to be a little bit afraid of the reverse 3-0 because it's just happened to him so many times. It's a mentality thing. I really need to see if it has an impact this game.
A lot of best of twos throughout the year, or 2-game sets that they would play. So the long game of the mental and physical fortitude coming into play now. And with EDG, whatever talk they had backstage, we said, definitely turned on what they needed coming into these games. Everybody across the board started playing well, and Clearlove stepped up very big for them.
Well, we want to know if you guys believe in the insect curse. Keep tweeting hashtag EDG win or SHR win to @LOL Esports, and we'll be tallying the votes to get your real-time predictions. But now we are going to get into game number 4 between Edward Gaming and the Starhorn Royal Club and see if Royal Club can go through to another semi-final, or whether EDG will bring us back to a Game 5 make-or-break match.
Yeah, and Royal Club really wants to make it through here, not only so they can make another semi-final, but also so they have a chance to prove, especially for Insec and Zero, the 2 Korean players, to prove that they can beat a Korean team. Surprisingly enough, of teams still in the World Championship, Starhorn Royal Club is the only team not to have faced a Korean team at this point.
Well, we did hear them say they'd be happy to. They want to get that win in. And they are 1 game away from doing it. EDG on the edge of losing this one, but the momentum from Game 3 within their pocket here, and we'll see if they can continue to use that. Uzi staying safe, but he's making sure that the blue buff area is guarded. Not too many wards just yet. They're all in the middle of the river to make sure nobody's in or out. FCZF, very patient in that play. They actually had a great pincer coming in.
They were really hoping that Uzi got a little bit excited about landing that nice tumble auto attack, but it was not to be.
So, an important start to this one. EDG back on blue. Look like they might be playing it safe for the start of this one. Clearlove will be kicking things off at his red buff. We'll have Nami and FCZF there to help him out. For now, Uzi and Zero are on the bottom side of the map.
2v2 matchup, Vayne versus Lucian. I definitely think that favors the Lucian, but Uzi has been known to outplay many people on Vayne. And I want to talk a little bit more about this Vayne pick. It's honestly a little bit of Uzi just having so much confidence in himself, because Vayne against Ryze specifically is really suboptimal. In order to just get in range to do damage, he walks right in range of Rune Prison and a whole bunch of burst from Ryze. So unless Royal Club has something really creative planned to avoid Ryze and never teamfight with the Vayne, he's got to get way ahead if they want this to work.
And you're building a Frozen Heart as part of your standard build as well.
Yep.
We'll see how that works out, specifically this lane as well. Easy with that double tap passive to get the stuns, and we may see that here as well. Zero going down to half HP right at the very start.
And just to expand on this lane, this is the Braum Lucian lane. It's Braum's best lane compadre. Double shot just because of Lucian's passive. Super easy stuns. And it's a reason super early on when Braum was a little bit stronger, but no one let you pick the two together. They would always try and break it up. The fact that they're 2v2ing this shows immense confidence.
You got to figure that Zero knows what's coming to him. 10-0 on Braum in the regular season, but still eating the Winter's Bite, obviously to help out Uzi, but they have just been pushed back quite hard. Only a few CS missed there, but they can still continue the pressure as it goes. Just 3 minutes into the game, they found a slight lead, and with EDG having a lead, that's got to be scary. Insec already says, that's too much. I'm gonna pay some attention to bottom lane now. Name walking off by himself, but it may have been exactly what he needed at that time.
And the Braum, actually Zero following this one through, but there is Insec once again coming in. Meanwhile, Cola taking a lot of damage there from Koro at this level 2 point.
Whoa! Really felt like a little bit of not on the same page in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Clearlove is not in the same place. And when that minion wave hits the turret, it's going to be tricky for Aurelia to stay alive. He's trying to run, but he's too late.
The Koro was even pretty much telling that he was going to go past the turret. Cola stays. First blood going over to Clearlove, starting off the game well again.
Cola not really showing up that well in this series for Royal Club. It's actually going to be on Koro. That's where they have the biggest mismatch, especially with some early pressure and a kill, plus flash down onto Aurelia. Koro may be the one that tries to carry this one out. Add that to the fact that Ryze is so good against the Vayne pick. A lot is on that Ryze's shoulders.
This mid lane, Korn already taking a bit of a beating, although He's keeping up nicely in form, obviously having to burn through the pots and that crystalline flask as FCZF once again will be pulled from outside of turret range there. Nice little condemn onto Name, and if there's ever a time to show you mechanics as an AD carry, he's with Vayne.
Crazy play there. As soon as they get the aggression of their wave hit the turret, they're not afraid to go at Nami and FCZF. Another game that's going to give us a lot to look at in the fight phase. That one kill so far is all that stands right now, and you can see Royal Club is trying to pressure themselves back into a position to get one for their side. Nice miss, or nice dodge, I should say, on a hook coming out of zero with that pressure down. You see FCZF and Name a little bit of pressure themselves. The wave too big for now. Gonna wait for the siege to be cleared, and they'll be happy to farm at that.
Continues down there. Actually, it's Uzi that's got an early CS lead. You might attribute that to the fact that Insect did come down to this bottom lane, and Zero has landed a couple of big hooks. Meanwhile, we do see Cola back into lane here, and already giving Koro a little bit of a run for his money. Now he's got a couple more levels behind him.
Yeah, this time he's got backup, though. I'm surprised Insect showed so early, though. It may open up some clear love fight. They're just going in. Insect's still there.
Cola getting hit up. Good dodge on that. Insect decides to go in. He does have the safeguard to get out. It will be clear love trying to get this slow in, but you can see Koro backing off already. Communication there fully for EDG. And it's only known that both junglers are top now.
You can really see the damage potential there from Koro and how clear love has been counter ganking quite well up until this point. Korn, though, looks like he's made it in here undetected. What the?
Going crazy at level 5, not even with the ultimate on this one. And not even close to getting it. So he's just going for a little bit of what's going on in EDG's jungle. Does find where Clear Love was, but they knew he was top lane at that point. 48 to 46 here as we check out the bottom lane. You can see FCZF slowly trying to gain brush control, get into position for a good Winter's Bite. And it's just been forcing Uzi and Zero off for now. Keeping that CS up, as I said.
And not a good early game for Royal Club once again. After losing that last game to a huge gold deficit and being the stronger early game team when you look at this matchup, the lanes they have picked, especially early on in the game, are just weaker, straight up. The Fizz is not supposed to beat the Ori, the Vayne is not supposed to beat the Lucian, and Cola got ganked for first blood.
When they get pushed in, they're going to have hardly any wave clear coming from this team, so it's only going to get more difficult as they get pushed into their own base. Good forward wards pushed in by EDG. Looks like they'll be able to take advantage of those if they ever see Insect in the wrong spot. And looks like he's going to be showing himself right here, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. Zero trying to get pressure on that Dragon. Already has a ward there. That's been a big point for these teams in the very, very early game here in this series.
7 minutes only into this one. We're going to start seeing the first respawns of the buffs. In fact, they have just respawned in both of those reds, and both junglers are in position already to take that. Did see you leave lane, so Korn got a bit of time to actually get himself back into the lead for this wave. Cola also has just hit level 6, and as soon as he dashes off to those minions, Koro just roots him up, throws down as much damage as he possibly can. Actually, double door and blade start for Cola, so feeling like a little bit of health, a little extra life steal in there would have helped him survive this lane.
But it's really unfortunate he wasn't able to farm that much early. We've seen so many splendid Aurelia games from Wicked so far here at Worlds, and it's when he gets level 6, buys a Sheen, goes back to lane, and all in. So he almost always comes near to killing or kills. Here, yes, he came back to lane and was able to all in, but Koro is not nearly as unhealthy as he would have been if Cola had been able to afford that Sheen.
Oh, there's a hook onto FCZF, but no tower aggro means no follow through. Name will be able to put even more damage in from that one. Are they going to go for Uzi here? Felt like Name was thinking about it, decides against it. Lee Sin is coming around. They've seen him with the ward. Fizz was coming down as well, and, well, all a lot of nothing, really. They both back away.
Teleports up for Cola. They do have to be careful of what windows they have to work with here in the bottom lane. Koro could also make that play. See Insect getting a bit of clear and wardage down. Actually, he's not able to clear anything. Still with his trinket ward. No sweeper yet there or sight stone. Still quite early in the game. Seeing this lane slowly push up. They grab a small advantage with the pressure they've been giving. Now level 6 is here to a level 5 of Zero. Looking to make that ultimate count.
Yeah, and this is a very slow controlled game early on that EDG is completely comfortable with. It's slow and controlled in the sense but they are winning it. And if a team fight is to happen, they would have an advantage in the team fight. So the emphasis is really on Royal Club to either make something happen or start winning lanes, but Clearlove is in position with good wards to either tower dive or counter gank pretty much at will. Insec has been mostly irrelevant early on in this game.
Ulti used there from Koro, and it looks like that dive.
Same story as early on in the game. Big minion wave, half health Aurelia, and a Kha'Zix in the wings.
However, this time Lee Sin is coming, but will Insec get there in time? There's the flash early from Cola. Gonna get Rune Prison though. Is the damage there to finish him off? It is. Insec comes through though. Gonna land onto Clearlove. He flashes away. Rune Prison comes in. Insec goes to the wall. Can he get it?
But even so, it's a double kill for Clearlove. 2 games running, he has stepped up in a big way. They are shutting down Cola, and they're making it work for themselves.
And with the knowledge of the junglers down, we see that bottom lane going aggressive once again. EDG keeping that switch flipped here as they come into game 4, and the aggression comes out very big for them. 10 minutes in, a 2,000 gold lead exactly, and it looks like they're going to be able to start getting some damage on these turrets, maybe actually fully taking it down as well if they want to in this case. Zero's going to do what he can to clear it out. Relic Shield's coming up. He should be able to pop these out nice and easy.
This early game has just been so well done by the book by EDG. They take their stronger lane bottom. So if Royal Club wants to match them, they'll win. They know that Ori is stronger than Fizz there. They know their one point of vulnerability is the rise potentially to an Aurelia. So Clearlove just camps the lane through and through, relying on the strength of the other 2 lanes to withstand the insect ganks, and it has worked out completely according to plan.
Planting going in to check out, and they'll spot Clearlove in the backside as well. And one thing we usually see, you know, with the Lucians, going back to get a pickaxe for that lane, actually waited a lot longer this time around. Came back in with a BF sword, and that'll be up against the Cutlass Berserker Greaves for Uzi, who's slowly but surely started to fall behind in CS. Mid lane similar, there's a 20 CS difference in the top lane. So far, so good for EDG, and they find themselves 2,000 gold up in this match before the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, if last game told us anything, it's that Royal Club can still win team fights when down in gold, but they had Rumble Twitch last time, and Ori. These things are just not existing in this match. Maybe if Korn lands some remarkable sharks on Fizz, they can make something happen, but the team fight potential of this team is just so much lower than last game. Not to mention, they're not able to make these plays in lane, and they're also not roaming with their assassins or basically assassins. Aurelia and Fizz both play somewhat similar at this point in the game, but because they're controlled in lane, they can't do that.
And I think that was a great idea by EDG to switch up for more mid-game as well. We saw Name with the Triss pick in the beginning. None of these are going late game. They're not able to get that farmed up, so Uzi's definitely going to have to take his time here unless they are feeding him kills as before to get him going early and earlier. A 2,000 gold lead still sits, but this is where EDG can't be comfortable with that 2,000 gold lead. Royal Club will make the moves to take it back instantly. See Clearlove getting those deep wards in again to stop Insect from making any roundabout plays. It looks like he's going to be walking through another ward in the bot near Dragon, and you may be seen by this one as he tries to enter the jungle, but I think he's safe on this one. We'll see what happens.
And Cola really up the creek, I think, without a paddle at this stage. You know, Phage in there really needs to get up to that Trinity Force, and in that time, Rise managed to get his tier stack in, the Catalyst in there, the Glacial Shroud, just to make that Aurelia that less effective, and can't really see him having too much impact on that lane in a 1 versus 1 now. We'll see how that changes. Those Korn is waiting, but I'm not sure what he's waiting for. That red buff is already gone. Insect came across there as well, but both you and Clearlove were already there. They'd taken the goods.
And Royal Club is just hoping to find a skirmish. They know the laning game isn't working that well for them, and they want to fight before big explosive team fights break out. That's why they're hoping to get a catch at the red buff, but the commit just never exposed itself. You could see they consider the Dragon for a short time, but honestly, a Dragon at this point against EDG would most likely just be disaster.
You drawn out of lane, forced to go back, a very big minion wave in middle. Cola trying to stay safe under the turret. It's low right now, and it could go down very soon, so that could be just a teleport out for Core. It'll make something happen for the team as well if he gets that in the one-on-one. Korn grabbing his blue, maybe to be aggressive here at the next Dragon if they can even get it. It looks like Koro's just going to leave this turret up. He wants Cola to have a reason to be up here. He wants Cola to have a hard time.
Yeah, Koro's going to push this one through. That turret's going down on this wave. Can't really see them being able to hold on to that one, especially since Kohler has now gone home. His TP is back, but he's going to have nothing to TP onto because that tower is a goner. So that will leave EDG then up by 3,000 gold at this point.
Well, their timing of the Dragon was actually very poor here. So at least Royal Club can pick up that. Name is super powerful with an Infinity Edge, but not a very simple way or place to exert his power. If we're looking at EDG, since they gave up the Dragon, they pretty much want to go take the mid lane and bottom lane turrets. That's probably the next way they're going to be looking. And they have total control of this jungle up here.
And that's a face check from Korn right into the brush that's already warded, throws out the shot. Korra will flash under the tower, maybe a little bit deep. Oh! Insect missing the easiest kill that might be offered up to him today. And EDG walk away, they don't kill Korn, but they may be able to kill off the turret with 3 men there.
That could have been a kill easy for Insect if he lands that Sonic Wave, but because he did not, they're losing turrets around the map. Name could push off Uzi easily because of that Infinity Edge, and that's the 3 turret to 0 advantage. Dragon be damned, they have a big lead.
The surge in gold, and that's going to mean items completed here for EDG now, and items being stalled out. Kola looking for that Triforce, actually puts boots in his inventory first as well, so making that even farther away towards the middle game, and he's not going to be providing too much in these fights just yet. Lichbane, however, finished onto Korn, can make some impact plays there. It doesn't look like this blue is going to go to much use.
No, really not, because they're down 3 turrets and they can't force skirmishes. And I don't feel like Royal Club will be able to force very good skirmishes for quite a while now. I specifically look at Kola and his struggling series now, what it is becoming these last 2 games. He hit his power spike on Rumble, Haunting Guy's Sorcerer Shoes, because he ended up finishing a Leandri's before his Sorc Shoes, like super late into last game, 25 to 27 minutes in he finished that. And Aurelia is another champion who really relies on that mid-game power surge, but he's not going to have Trinity Force for a long time. He's still got another 1,400 or so gold to go. No, more than, well, he's got 1,000 in his inventory. So another 1,400
at least 200 for the
Sheen.
Sheen.
And by the time he hits his mid-game power spike, he may be done for.
This does not look safe right now. Chum the Waters comes out. Will they be able to answer onto Korn here? Korn still gets himself a kill in a 1-for-1 that cost everybody to really converge onto that one. A hook coming in. Name a little too far forward. Glacial Fisher to save his life. And over the wall comes you with the flash. The shockwave misses, but it's really just for show on this one. Kola will still fall. They'll have their time with the turret, and EDG collapsing much better here than Royal Club.
And we're talking about mid-game power spikes. Try and Infinity Edge onto your Lucian right now, who is just wrecking face in those skirmishes, versus a Fizz who, yes, he could burn his skills on Clearlove, but the collapse just was not there. EDG in just as much control as they were early game last game.
Possibly more so. I mean, Royal Club have not been able to do anything this game, losing out on farm in every lane except the bottom lane. Even that super close, which props to Uzi, really. I mean, he's been up in a difficult lane against that Braum Lucian, but what impact is he going to have? And he's got to have the impact now because he is the one that, I mean, they've been relying on him already in this best of 5. He's been the one that's been funneled all those kills, been given the extra farm, been given the goal.
He is the one with pressure on, actually Korn, the one with pressure on himself right now, able to playful and trickster over the wall, dodging quite a bit out here, throws the Chum the Waters onto Clearlove, and he gets out safely. What are you doing, Korn? Trying to get the kill for himself. He takes down Clearlove. He's so happy to go 1-for-1 in any of these engages.
Yeah, and then Royal Club tries to find a kill on the other side of the map as well. All those things kind of helping Royal Club this skirmish game. The fact that Korn could get a kill while down in the game, 1v3, really opened up some opportunity there for Royal Club, but that's still Name unanswered.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, Zeal, Berserker Greaves hammering away on that bottom inner turret is what I was trying to get out. Zero not the person to stop him, and Name will take that one. It's the second inner turret of the game. Name is going to keep going here, at least get rid of this one minion wave. Insect started to come out. Name backs off.
Stellar play so far coming in from EDG in a 6,000 gold lead. No pressure here from Kola on the top turret. Not really sure of what's around him, only wards behind him. Definitely could have gotten some damage onto that turret, and he is 136 to 98, so he needs to take all the CS that's coming towards him. and it's unfortunately not pushing towards him at this time. Coming up on 20 minutes into the game, Royal Club trying to pick up the resources they can in their jungle, and very impressive from EDG, a game now where they have the lead, but they didn't do anything early game tricky to get that.
No.
They've been playing the lanes great.
They played everything by the book. They saw they had a team comp advantage in the laning phase, and they just exploited that to perfection this game. They've really turned it on in these last two early games. And honestly, it's still very perplexing, this team composition from Royal Club. Uzi having so much impact on Twitch these last few games, but it's almost like Royal Club, because they didn't have the Orianna, wasn't willing to do any type of protecting Uzi comp. They say, all right, play Vayne, do your thing. But against a Rise who's very quickly approaching Frozen Heart, that thing is dying to rise. It doesn't win them the game.
You think that if you're going to run a protect an Uzi comp, when he's got Vayne, that might be a great time to protect an Uzi comp as well.
They had the Lulu and they hovered it, but they decided to go Fizz instead. Lulu would actually be one of the better Vayne protectors.
Stacking up here on the inner tower, the last one that remains for Royal Club. At this rate, they're going to be inside their base before we hit 22 minutes. There's a hook coming out. He lands on a minion, though. There is Insect, though, going deep, but they lock him up and finish him off. That's the tower gone down. Royal Club have to back off.
Rune Prison MVP right there for Insect. He's completely shut down the instant he goes in. That first pick Rise paying huge dividends. And they're just going to keep pushing this.
And not only is that Rise a pain in the butt for Uzi diving in, but Insect has been red on basically all his kicks since half of last game and right into this one. Not being kicked back anymore or taking the flashes to pull him farther into the fight. EDG has it figured out. They get away clean with the top turret and taking out Insect. Corn has been floating in the wings the whole time here. Still not doing much for the team. And again, a blue buff just kind of go to waste here. Only experience for him. They have great wards here. Breadcrumb wards everywhere to see what EDG is doing. So they're going to be able to set up for this.
But will they be able to challenge? Royal Club is going to chase them through. They might just challenge because that's what Royal Club have been doing. However, I'm not sure that it's going to end well for them. In the end, though, that dragon is gone. They're not close enough to fight. They may try and get them if they push on through. There's the Q
so risky to fight.
FDZ. Yep, they've got Uzi on the top side, but Name says, come here, I want to kill you. And they may just do it. It's Clearlove that gets it, and now they collapse on everyone else.
That's the Chum the Waters coming out from Korn. They are able to take down FCZF, a bit of heal for the fight. EDG's coming up huge on this one, though. Clearlove over the wall, trying to get himself a kill after the reset, forcing Zero to flash, and EDG get Dragon, turn around, and push away Royal Club.
And the way EDG can teamfight with this composition is like a bulldozer. Anything in their path dies. There is just not enough teamfight, AoE damage, tankiness, whatever you want to call it on Royal Club's team, that EDG will win. They see Uzi, they kill Uzi, and now they kill Baron.
Coming at you like a wrecking ball.
Pretty much.
Calm down, Miley. Got Fizz coming in. Name steps out there. Korn will dodge away, and that Baron is going down. Meanwhile, you chasing his counterpart from the mid lane. One more auto attack will do it. Dodges out of tower range and gets back to the rest of his team.
Smooth plays all around, at least to disengage on that one. But this, not so smooth indeed. Insect taking it a little too deep without the team to be able to give help.
Here's the thing, Uzi wanted to flank around the side of the fight because he was hoping that Rise would try and shut down Insect at that point, and then maybe he could get to some squishy targets. But Koro has better ideas. He's been completely on point these last two games, knowing his priorities at this point, and he just runs straight at Uzi to shut him down.
That might have been more successful if he was Twitch, if he was invisible, coming in from that side. Didn't work out for him this time, and Suzi's first death of the game sat on 0-1-0 at this point of things. But compare that with Name, 3-0-4, Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, Fisher's going wide, they're going for an inhibitor, they're going to try and go for Korn, and well, he's blown to pieces without anything to say. Insect's not in the base. Kohler, he's going to try and maybe come from behind, but it's going to be last-ditch stuff here from Royal Club.
They're not getting any better for Royal Club. They're going for a quick win this time. 4v5, but they are so strong.
EDG gonna take a sub 25-minute game. This could be unheard of right now. They hit Corrin so fast he couldn't even use lasagnas. They even know they can get more kills before this goes down. They are completely silencing Royal Club right now. This could be going to a game 5 right now. It's gonna have to be a go for broke fight. A great kick from Insect, but he's not able to provide anything else as he goes down in the fight. 1-5-2 on this game on his champion. The box goes down, but nobody's gonna be forced to walk into it. Nami just getting out of range, but he does go down. Can the team recuperate the fight? It looks like they might be pushed out, and Uzi wants it, but he takes 75% damage off a move and dissonance from Unstoppable.
That's all but the icing on the cake right there for EDG, because they have completely devastated Royal Club's base. We know the team comps aren't good at team fighting. Yes, they gave up a few kills to Corrin, but they can persevere this time. You saw it at the end of that fight when you basically chunked Uzi for all that he was worth. It was a great kick by Insect to try and delay this game, and honestly, some amazing stealth play by Uzi here to distract Name and Yu. They all wanted to hit him, but every time they would try and turn, he'd become invisible. He just wasn't letting himself get spellcasted on. Really good play by Royal Club to keep the game alive at this point, but it had been followed up by 24.5 previous minutes of ineptitude where EDG was just stopping them in every single way because of a much better team composition and really smart play.
And frankly, EDG could have won the game there. I think they want to get more kills to prolong this game and make it all the more painful for Royal Club. Kind of say, you know, you were sat on this 2-0 victory. You're always talking about how communication's a problem, about how Insec and how Uzi are two short-tempered players that it's a good job that they don't speak the same language is what Zero said, because it could be a problem for the team. If you can get them down, if you can get them arguing amongst themselves going into a final game 5, that's how you beat this team even more.
Short-tempered and short on kills this game. We saw a double kill going there to Corrin that easily could have been Uzi's. Kills he needs right now on Vayne as hard as they're getting pushed in. So the communication is definitely falling out on that, as we saw it happening with Twitch.
And here EDG goes. I feel like they're just going to try and rush in here as soon as some super minions start hitting the Nexus. Remember, there will require a pretty big defense because the Nexus turrets do not exist, so they can't kill those super minions in the middle lane.
Crazy stuff coming in from EDG. Very surprising for them to just kind of turn this around and bring out not a new style, but a style we haven't seen from them very much before. 27 minutes in, they look to drop one of the last inhibitor turrets here. Like we said, there's no Nexus turrets behind this, so the next minion wave, they're going to get a super minions, and the mid lane is really going to be a pain in the butt here for Royal Club. They've got a lot of things on their plate. Let's see how good they are at multitasking.
Well, EDG, I believe, are going to do this one by the book and head up towards that top side. Keep this one dragging out. They've got a lot of minions coming in there.
This'll be it.
On to Thresh. They're going to go straight for it now. They've had enough of messing around. They want to finish the game. Out comes Korn. What can he do? Name actually going low. Zhonya's will be popped by Korn. Kohler trying to get up to Name, but Name lives through it. They manage the 2 kills. They'll push around. Uzi will tumble away, but the Nexus is open for the taking. EDG going. Insect, one last attempt at the back, but it won't count. The Nexus goes down. We're going to game 5.
And here we are now, one game to decide which team from the LPL makes it to the semifinals, actually. And it's what we wanted. We wanted to see these teams battle it out. Many thought this one would go 5.
Yeah.
But just not in this fashion.
Not this fast. We're at 5 games, about 27 to 30 minutes on each game coming in. And EDG just punishing any mistake now that Royal Club makes, especially in the end there. You can see the composition that we were talking about Royal Club brought to the table. Didn't have wave clear. They had to fight that. They had to say, we got to kill these guys before we can even kill the minions. It's going to be too much.
And this series has just flipped in completely the opposite direction.
Yeah.
First game, super one-sided for Royal Club. Pretty close second game. Pretty close third game. Completely one-sided on the other side. The question is, can they bounce back up the hill again? I would hate to be Insec right now, just because the Insec curse exists. It's a thing that has happened to him so many times in his past. It even happened in the LPL playoffs.
And because we're only looking at Uzi here, I can't see the rest of his team, but
I think they've left.
I think they've all left. He's certainly got no one to his right-hand side. And it seems weird to me as well to pick the likes of Irelia, Fizz, Vayne, champions that you probably want to have these small skirmishes with, champions that you want to get snowballing, but play such a passive early game against the best passive early game team in China.
You really have
Uzi's
to wonder
devastated.
what's
Absolutely
happening.
dejected in this. You have to say, though, any emotion we've seen very much so from AD carries. They've taken a moment to step back, and then they've came out gigantic in these tournaments. Can history repeat itself for Uzi? There's so much pressure on him. The rest of the team, and now as they were talking about short tempers, they have to be flaring.
Yeah, and Uzi was completely unable to make an impact in that last game, whether it was from the champion pick or whether it was from the team's champion select in general. And this is the last time you want to be apart from your team. Right before Game 5 of the deciding game. You can see some of his teammates coming out to support him here, seeing if everything's all right even as the referee checks in. But they got to prepare for Game 5.
Shaking his head and... No.
I don't think he wants to move.
Doesn't want to move. Stay concentrated, stay in the seat.
He wants the game to
Get ready
happen.
for game number 5. Absolutely insane stuff here in Busan. A 2-0 lead for Royal Club. It's now gone 2, and we're going to go into game 5. But before we do that, we're going to have an in-depth look at that series tying win. So let's send it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, guys. I want to kick this off straight away. Team compositions coming out here for Royal Club. First pick Thresh, or first rotation Thresh. It's the first time Zero has not played either Janet or Nami this entire World Championship. The Fizz, the Irelia, the Vayne. Care to expand or share some insight?
I think the two things that Royal Club needs to change right now is they need to stop picking these individual skirmish champions, like Joe pointed out at the end there as well. Like, if you're going to pick an Irelia, you need to be able to win your lane, and you need to call your jungler around when you're about to get dove under your turret. And at the same time, like, what has been working for Royal Club is protecting Uzi, but don't tunnel on that either. You don't need to babysit in bot lane. They were fine playing 2v2, and Insec had to be on the top side of the map or middle, just helping the snowballs, those carry picks. Just let Uzi and Zero take care of their own. They're good enough to do that.
I think this game was summed up pretty well by the casters, who said Sarhan Royal Club really just picked 3 losing lanes. Fizz loses to Orianna early. Vayne obviously loses that matchup early. And then Irelia, I feel like it's a 50-50 matchup from watching Wicked play it, but he really made that into a Ryze winning matchup. And that just means that Insect can't actually do anything because he's having to constantly hold the hands of these losing lanes, and he can't do it very much.
Yeah, but the difficulty, of course, is that, honestly, Cola had been being held down in these matchups already, right? Like, even at least on Rumble, he can start the game 0-6, but at least Rumble's useful with only 2 items at 20 minutes in. Like, the option was still open to him, if I understand correctly. It wasn't banned here. Like, I don't know why he got off of champions that were actually working.
I mean, he probably knows the matchup, but what keeps on happening right now is there's a minion wave gets stacked in front of his tower. He will walk up for 1 or 2 CS, take a horrible trade, and then at the same time, Clearlove is looming around the corner, ready to just jump on him, and Insec is nowhere in sight. So that's 1, a communication error, and 2, just a lane misplay. Either of those people can spot that, and you can't get dove, especially not twice, not like this and not at this level.
Let's pull the first replay up. I think it really highlights just how well Edward Gaming were playing and punishing Starhorn Royal Club. First thing, 16 minutes in, 4K gold lead, 3 towers to 0. They had lost a dragon, but Freak, talk me through this play as we roll it out. Starhorn Royal Club just, making mistakes and misplays.
Yeah, so I mean, this is basically just like the quick kill onto Corn. It's a nice kind of sort of bait here by Corn to set this up, but basically this is just EDG being able to own the jungle. They own top side the entire time.
Where's the play?
Right, well sure, but a lot of this comes off the fact that just the top lane is so overpowered compared to everyone else here. When Ryze comes down, it makes it a whole lot easier, whereas Cola's fairly useless. And again, he's picking this duelist champion when winning top lane has never been something that Starhorn Royal Club's been doing.
And they're choosing to fight that 4 versus 5, which is the most mind-blowing thing. It's either Uzi isn't communicating or the team isn't making good reactive decisions off of what Uzi is saying. He's probably saying, I'm pushing bottom lane, Name can be anywhere, and he was there.
It really felt like Starhorn Royal Club were disjointed this game. Let's get to the next replay before we talk more about the bigger picture. Double Lift, this is a dragon fight that, again, EDG, they had an even bigger lead, and they just kind of roll over Royal Club.
Yeah, and just look at this situation. It's honestly unwinnable for Royal Club right now. You see Fizz in the bottom lane, and you see how Starhorn Royal Club is really spread out, but EDG's together. When EDG is a ball with this comp, they just rune prison into a kill. And if you roll the clip, it's almost exactly what happens. Because they're so split up, Uzi thinks that he can make a play, some sort of flank on the side. Insec is also looking, but there's no follow-up. Like, who's going to follow up on this Lee Sin Q? Nobody. And then they see Uzi, he's cut off. He's trying to follow up on this Insec play, and he just ends up dying for free. After this, they really just need to leave. Get out, because your AD carry, who's the only one who really won his lane, is dead. So how are you going to win this fight 4 versus 5 when your most valuable player is dead? And then at this point, it's pretty hard for them to come back. I think, if I remember correctly, it snowballed into a Baron, and that's just an insurmountable lead.
Right. I mean, not only were the lanes winning, but I mean, all those champions are going to spike up way earlier. Like single item Fizz, not exactly a great team fighter. Lichbane doesn't even do anything but single target damage. You talked about the top lane losing already, but even if bot lane was equal, and it was, iEdge Lucian is still going to beat almost any other champion at that point in the game. Like, we keep seeing this teams pick Tristana and fight Dragon battles. Teams have comps like this and fight Dragon battles. You have no business winning.
Okay, so I've got a question for the two players on the desk now. We've seen Starhorn Royal Club win 2 games back-to-back, let's say off raw skill, let's say off team fighting prowess. Now we've seen 2 wins from Edward Gaming, more so strategically than individual play. I want to break down the players in Edward Gaming, and very specifically Name. Name did not impress in the group stage. I think up until this game, I've yet to really be impressed. What do you think about Edward Gaming's individual players, maybe with some focus on Name, as there's one game to determine if they carry on at Worlds or not?
Well, this is not a really great game to judge Name's skill because it's a pretty easy matchup. I do think that Vayne versus Lucian can be 50-50 skill dependent, but really Lucian can always free farm, just push it up. And you saw he was just doing massive amounts of damage, but he was never really fighting Uzi, which is like his lane opponent. I really do think I want to see Starhorn Royal Club kind of mentally refocus and just get those champions that they don't. I don't know what they're doing. Fizz and Aurelia, like, come on, they need to play better lane bullies than that.
I actually don't have a ton of respect, actually, for the AD carries that are like Name and Deft. They are very good players, but they're sort of my style of AD carry where you kind of suck in lane, and as long as your team is winning, then you get damage output, but you're never going to win your team a game in any meaningful way, whereas Uzi won his team the games, right? Like, I would much rather have an Uzi on my team than a Name.
I think what EDG has been doing well is playing a good pick and ban phase. They get these early game champions and they abuse what they have, you know, and these last 2 games they got ahead early really well, and that is testament to their individual skill. You can't deny that top lane, they're winning hard based on game knowledge and individual skill, and Name, he's holding his own, honestly. Coming into this tournament, he was called the best carry, like in China, if not the best AD carry in the world. Clearly, that's not it. Well, Uzi is definitely a contender, if not the guy to take that title. But the last 2 games, he's playing a lot more solid.
Name, the most hyped, Imp probably delivering, and Imp himself saying to Uzi, I feel you're the best AD carry. But final thoughts?
Even then, Imp lost lane to Wild Turtle almost 4 games in a row. I think he lost lane to Wild Turtle 3 games in a row. I've yet to see Uzi mess up like really hard in lane. This guy, I think he is the best AD carry in the world, no doubt.
Well, we'll see if his Worlds tour can continue. Game 5 coming up shortly. We are going to take one last final break, and when we return, Starhorn Royal Club and Edward Gaming will face off in Game 5 of this knockout round.
To clear up, he flashes away. Rune Prism comes in. He goes to the wall. Can he get it?
Oh! Chunk of water's coming out from Korn. They are able to take down FCZF. A bit of fuel for the fight. EDG's coming up huge on this one. The box goes down, but nobody's going to be forced to walk into it. Nami just getting out of range, but he does go down. Can the team recuperate the fight?
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship and Game 5 between Starhorn Royal Club and Edward Gaming. Edward Gaming fought back from an early 2-game deficit to tie up the series. Hey guys, welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We're into Game 5 as the series is tied up at 2-2. Freak, before we get into the game, we've been discussing the top laners and a bit of focus between Koro and Kola. Throw some numbers at me and talk to me about what you're noticing.
Yeah, so honestly, I think they need to get Rise back here on Kola. When he's not on Rise from Starhorn Royal Club, he's 6, 17, and 19. His Aurelia especially was pretty bad getting camped on. And throughout the actual group stage, these solo laners of Starhorn Royal Club each accounted for less than 20% of the damage dealt from their team. No other mid laner had been that low, and most top laners were above that point as well. So Kola, I think, especially needs to step up. His Rumble was all right. I think you go back on that one. At least you can be useful somewhat. Meanwhile, Koro, he's done great. Koro over there on the other side for EDG has done just fine. He's gotten Rise a whole bunch of times. They're prioritizing that champion for him, and he's doing pretty much stellar.
Now, we are going to Game 5. Top laners have been impactful, AD carries have been impactful. We've seen mid laners rising and falling differently. I want to find out who you think is going to win this game and why. Crepa, you were siding with Starhorn Royal Club at the beginning of the day. They've just lost 2 back-to-back. Who is your winner?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out that everybody's right, so it's going to Game 5, so there are no losers in this prediction game.
Touché.
In case I lose.
Except for maybe you and me. Yeah.
Just want to get that out. Anyways, on point here. I think either it could be both teams. Honestly, if Royal Club figures out where they need to put their jungler to do the maximum efficiency, they can win. But at the same time, like if EDG plays like they've been playing, like their mental fortitude is so impressive. They were 0-2 down. They kept playing their style. They went a little more early game oriented, and they kept stomping the early game so hard and ended up winning it. It could be either one. If I have to choose, just for simplicity's sake, I'll stick to my prediction of the start of the game, and I'll be going for Royal Club.
You talk of mental fortitude, and I completely agree. That's super important. And you saw Uzi after the game didn't rejoin his team. That is such a bad mindset to be having. Like, oh, I just need time to myself. I can't listen to anyone else right now. He is the best performing player on his team by a long shot, but he needs to kind of group with his team and say, look, you guys aren't playing so well, but that's okay. You just need to go even in lane with these certain champions, and I'll just carry you. That's honestly the best mentality to approach this, because Kola and Korn are not playing well right now, and he needs to. They need to accept that.
Double lift, who's winning again?
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna stick with my original prediction.
Edward Gaming.
Edward Gaming, for
Finally,
simplicity's sake.
Freak, keep it short as we move over to the casters.
Yep, I still think Starhorn Royal Club, I think they can fix something in bans, either get a Rise early or a Lucian early. That's been prioritized as well. But EDG, take one of the power picks away, get an early game lead, get your people uncomfortable champions.
Yeah, I feel that is very, very important. Let's send it over to the casters to find out how they play out the picks and bans in this Game 5.
Thank you very much, guys. And what's about to happen is, I think, anyone's guess right now. 2-0 lead for Royal Club. It's now 2-2. Uzi looking devastated at the end there, not joining the rest of his team backstage to talk about what they're going to do in Game 5. And he must be just thinking right now, it's time for me to step up here big time and carry this one through.
I mean, no matter what happens, win or lose, that moment is going to be looked back on with a lot of eyes, because if they win, it's like, wow, he just focused himself. Yeah. It was all about him, and he carried. Because that's what has to happen for Royal Club loses. If it's not, though, it's the team just falling apart, lack of communication, lack of trust. and that would be the way the cookie crumbles.
Well, guys, the one word that keeps getting referenced in any of these sentences and any of this analysis is team, and that's what it takes to win. Even if you're the one carrying the game, there was still help from the four behind you. Both teams have to come together now for Game 5 to keep themselves alive.
I mean, I remember a really critical moment in the game 3 when Uzi actually took a culling for Insect. And that may have been the moment that the team stopped playing together.
So just a quick update, the bands right now not coming up, but I'll tell you for the blue side of Solon Royal Club, Maokai, Alistair, and a change to ban Lucian out here. On the other side, for EDG, they've gone with Rengar, Zillion, and Fizz. So Maokai, Alistair, Lucian, Rengar, Zillion, Fizz. First pick Rise for Cola.
Yeah, and that was the big question. Would they actually use that blue side first pick to pick Rise? I'm actually very surprised that EDG decided against banning it, because honestly, Corn's Fizz, which was banned, by the way, sorry for the visual bug on the champion select screen, Fizz, Zillion, Rengar, again the banned champions for Edward Gaming, that they didn't ban Rise, because I don't think Clear Love wants to play Lee Sin. Now they end up giving Rise and Lee Sin over to Royal Club.
Could be big plays. Taking the Twitch away possibly, making sure Uzi does not get that, and they will. Nami says, give me this, but that Lucian is now left up for Uzi. Not required to take it since they see the 80 carry they're going up against. What is Insect now on? His Lee Sin was missing quite a bit. Wasn't in coordination. It is comfort. Does he fall back to it?
I feel like he has to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he will. I mean, we're talking about Insect here, and you know, whatever he's done in the past, he can always come up big on Lee Sin.
That's right.
He can always do it. Jarvan.
Wow. I'm so surprised.
Mind gaming themselves.
He obviously hadn't performed amazingly well on Lee Sin, but like against Twitch, Lee Sin is amazing. Twitch opens up a singular place. The reveal if he tries to run away, the fact he can kick him back. Here, they have the all-in potential of a Jarvan Cataclysm plus an Orianna ult, which is nice. But his Jarvan honestly hasn't looked that good when I've seen it.
Definitely not in these group stages to come out here. He will try to play it. Once they do find the Twitch, they'll be able to lock him up. But if the flash is up, he's out, and he's rat-a-tat-tat-tat and right back at them, stuck in their own Cataclysm. We'll still see the picks coming out. They're going to be a lot of safety for Rumble Ultimate to go down or engage a fight if necessary. See this come in. Does Uzi go back to a super late game? They need the mid game. That's where everything's been happening. Our longest game hasn't even really hit 40.
I think so. I think the Trist is the needed pick here because they are able to get Janna back again. The Orianna can still make it for him. Rise should be able to control the top lane for them. The lanes themselves will not get crushed to the point that they had in the previous games. And especially with Twitch on the other side, EDG is going to have that lackadaisical laning phase as well, so this game could actually stretch for them. And they have the protection to all be bodyguards for Uzi and let him carry the game.
Back to Insect, 5-1 in LPL and playoffs with Jarvan.
It's actually a pretty good record.
It's a good record for him. I fear though, if this Syndra gets locked in, if that Jarvan doesn't get rolling, if he doesn't get tanky quickly enough, you're going to get stunned and you're going to get blown up before you do anything. You're going to be left with a Cataclysm down on the floor, which Twitch might say, thank you very much, spray and pray through. Janna was the support pick here, 4-0. We've already seen him on that. And you, once again, will pick up Syndra. Game 3 with Syndra, got them the win.
Breakout champion of this series, breakout champion of the split for you in the summer this year. They have the nice double AP, a ton of line damage when you think about Rumble, Syndra, and Twitch. It will be very critical that Royal Club is able to flank properly and close down adequately onto them. These are very explosive compositions.
So we like to see Game 5, it's going to put it all on the line, and somebody's going to have to come out more explosive. As we said before, EDG has done it just gradually, and last time with safeness in the beginning, the way they like to play it, but then they turned it up a notch. There was no tricks, there was no buff steals, they were just able to win it through solid play.
I don't know what these guys feel. I'm actually really nervous for both of them at this point. It was 2-0, almost two easy wins for Royal Club, and I thought 3-0, this one's going to be, you know, early bath and bed for EDG, but they've managed to turn this around. We're going into Game 5, and while we do load into that final game of this series, make sure you guys tweet who you think will advance with the hashtag SHRWin or EDG win to us here at LOL Esports. I'm honestly not sure which way this one's going to go. The momentum in this matchup, talk all the time, is momentum a real thing? For me, it is. It always has been. And to be 2-0 up and lose 2 games in a row is a massive problem for Royal Club coming into Game 5.
And it's even more momentum than losing the first 2 games, because that in itself was a miraculous accomplishment for EDG to bring it back to this. But as far as the team compositions, and I'm going to go all the way back to our featured matchup, this composition is built around Uzi. And even though EDG has Name on Twitch, it's not built around Twitch. They have more power in their solo laners to do their own things, and it's going to be EDG as a team or Uzi as himself.
Same thing once again. Doesn't matter about the clockwork windup. He'll be all right. He'll be able to heal up in sec as usual. Messing around with Clear Love.
Having a dance, having a taunt.
Could be some trouble here.
Uzi getting hooked here very early on. This could be Summoner's Burn. Ignite's already down. Uzi jumps away, gets the shield from Zero. And that is not the start that Royal Club wanted.
No. We talk about Uzi gathering himself after that last game. That is not the way you want to start. Not only does he have to burn his flash, he also has to burn his first skill point onto Rocket Jump, which means if Royal Club actually wants to lane swap and push fast, they will be pushing slow because he does not have explosive shot early on.
Well, there's already a trick up EDG's sleeve that they were able to get onto the table. That is absolutely putting a smile on Name's face as we saw it just happen. The camera was on him and he was giving some sound words to his team with a smile there. So they're going to push that advantage as much as they can. He already went in and placed a very deep ward towards that red buff. So they have knowledge of when Insect's going to be down there and how much pressure he's going to be putting on that bottom lane. A great start for EDG so far. We've seen the game go both ways.
This could be interesting. They've seen them coming. There's only 2 there, though, so EDG actually backing off from that. And, Royal Club doing that one somewhat blind. They had no wards on their bottom side that would have spotted them coming down the ramp and through that tri-bush. Either way, for Uzi, that rocket jump actually might not hurt him, but they're going to have to either freeze this lane or wait for the explosive shot a little bit later.
And I honestly think for both teams, the nerves coming in a little bit right there. I think after EDG catches Uzi in the bottom lane, they should be able to predict the lane swap, which would predict the invade. And they actually have to do a slow reaction. Clear Love now taking his first buff 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, so about 30 seconds late on his jungle start. It's going to diminish his early game pressure.
Some pings going down for Korn. They're saying watch out from them coming from red buff. This is what both teams have tried to do. Looks like they're going to go back on this one. Just take the blues as usual, and we'll have Koro and Cola trying to pick up a bit of experience with the junglers along the way. We haven't had this fully happen for both junglers just yet. They usually spread out a little bit earlier, so we'll see how this puts them behind. We're definitely going to see Koro with that ultimate being a little more effective in this manner. And Cola is still trying to charge up when he gets the lane.
Oh man.
Yeah.
For Royal Club in the top lane.
So fast. And this could be one of the main reasons that they picked Jarvan. He's granting attack speed now to everyone who is hitting that turret to make it happen much faster. Again, EDG trying to trade that early dragon. It's not like Royal Club can stop it. I wonder if Royal Club tries to take 2 in the top lane.
Gotta juggle this one, right? Koro's only level 1. Taking a couple of hits there from the dragon. And the turret does go down on the top side. You can see the dragon now all confused here as he tries to go for Koro, who backs away in the nick of time. This dragon is going to be going down. And that will give us a 1 turret for 1 dragon difference in the early stages here of Game 5. The difference in gold after that is actually about 150 at this point, the way that they're ticking over.
Yeah, they took a really long time on that turret, and Royal Club was able to stick around for the extra waves in the lane, so that wasn't actually the greatest of trades by EDG there. They're still not completely crisp on that dragon aggro swapping. Mind you, it's really difficult to do for the duration of time that it took them to kill that dragon, but it still does hurt them a little bit, not bouncing it properly.
So back from Korn in the mid lane as we see Uzi getting himself farmed up safely in the bottom. Does have that, it actually has not taken that explosive shot for himself, is sitting on a skill right now to be used. Looks like he'll actually hold that for a while to keep it frozen. He'll probably be holding his next few skills to keep that happening. A little bit of an invade, or not rather an invade, but a help on the white, coming still from that top lane. Cola not feeling it's going to be safe to go anywhere by himself, but Koro means he's going to be picking up all that CS to himself in that top lane, and it's not going to be a bad thing because the wave will still pretty much be evened out after this to farm that once he gets wards down.
And it's actually a really good early game for Cola. He stuck around for a lot of lane experience. Insect shared a lot of his jungle with him, and the top lane is positioned in such a way that a monstrous wave will be hitting pretty soon towards Cola's turret, and he should be able to safely farm that. So a pretty good Rise game here early with the tier already completed.
And if we look at farm across the board, actually rather even. 35 to 39 mid, just a few CS in that bottom lane. The top lane remains pretty much even, at least until Cola gets that wave. Here comes the hook, but it goes straight down the middle and not causing any problems, at least for now, for Royal Club. However, watch for the Lantern because Clear Love is coming. This could be a Lantern gank once that hook comes off cooldown.
Well, maybe a little bit of early aggression from Name to say, hey, it's completely safe. And then they hold it, and then they go aggressive. Almost worked on that one. Uzi definitely getting a little bit of game sense that it was going to happen. And they keep it safe. Also, Insect was right there to be on the tail end.
Yeah, pretty trying times. You can see the tension in this game is a little bit higher than in the other ones. Obviously, though, Uzi able to play safe. Everyone was willing to collapse down on that bottom lane. They know how important Uzi's Trist is in this game. If he gets a little bit fed because of the Ori and Janna, they could start pulling this death ball strategy with a really fed Trist pretty well. And they haven't really been able to shut him down as of yet. And specifically, they haven't been able to take any other advantages either. So this slow, methodical early game, this game is playing into the favor of Royal Club.
Time to step up, Insect. He's waiting inside of that bottom brush for someone to come around. Clear Love is on the top side of his jungle. Insect is actually now recalling, so doesn't look like there'll be too much going on there. Cola's trying to keep this wave on his side of that top lane, and as such has gained a 10 CS lead as well.
You keeping it safe in the mid. Korn, we said he'd fall behind a little bit at 10. He's been keeping it pretty safe in these games. A little try from the brush control from Koro. Cola does take the damage, and he can't really trade just yet. Keeps it safe in the farm phase. 10 CS up, as we said before. Not too much pressure actually coming from the junglers this time around. Clear Love not on that Eve is definitely taking his time to farm up a little bit more.
I'm so happy about this series, the way it's played out, and the fact that this game as well, in Game 5, is the closest early game we've seen. It's almost like there's been an absolutely equal amount of bounce back from Royal Club. I really wonder, the first blood that is drawn, how much that will snowball just because of how much is on the line for these teams.
Whew. Being silenced out there, causing a little bit of trouble for Koro. Thought he had a bit of help from Clear Love, but didn't realize he was very, very low. That could have been a bad situation, but it comes out all right. See Korn trying to get the upper hand on you as he comes back to lane. But we're still definitely seeing a much more patient game from both teams. With everything on the line, it's a nobody wants to lose situation. So you're going to see that safe play.
And speaking of safe play, we're so used to seeing the Trist or the Twitch lane swap for the safe late game lane. But they both want to do that, so when they actually match up in lane, it ends up being pretty even here. And it's going to be on the mechanics of these guys to try and pull something off. FCZF obviously has more of the ability to go aggressive if he can land a few good death sentences.
Such a tense start. I think 8.5 minutes may have been the longest we've been waiting for a first blood in this best of 5.
I mean, these guys are already 4 hours into this best of 5. I mean,
yeah,
the stamina it requires and the focus it requires as well to not have made that deadly mistake as of yet is honestly a testament considering how aggressive these teams normally play.
See FCZF trying to thread the needle there and just fits it through past the caster minions, but Uzi's able to dodge out. He is level 6 along with Name. Definitely the ability to disengage from Royal Club in this bottom lane is there. Calling Gales, almost the Monsoon up for 0. So if they get into any trouble, they'll be safe, and it looks like trouble's headed their way.
Yep, will the Lantern, well, there's my answer to that one. Lantern down for the shield means no Lantern to the back for Clear Love, at least for now. They tried it with the flash from FCZF earlier into Flay, didn't work, but this time they're on the tower.
It's kind of classic Uzi from the group stage. In the group stage, they're almost always pushed up to their opponent turret. almost daring a gank to come. It's not like they're prepared for it. They don't have very good ward coverage, but they do have a level 6 Janna and a Trist, multiple knockbacks. I feel like they are confident that even if the Kazakhs came, they could blow them away.
There's a lot of love for this bottom lane right now, and wards aren't really telling that. Dragon also coming up at this point. It looks like you and Korn are going to see that right in the river. Insec also being seen there, so I think everybody's going to hold off for a bit. Play that one a bit more safe. Very cautious and risk-averse coming in from both teams. A change from every game we've seen right now. The first person to get a kill, they're probably going to start putting their foot down and going very, very hard. Already you trying to bully out Korn, and he's been having a much better lane in that mid.
Well, that's the funny thing, that last game where you might have expected EDG to try to be, Royal Club to be making moves. They didn't. They played that standard kind of laning phase out, ended up behind, never really came back. This time, though, they've got a composition where actually they could do that.
Yeah, they would want to play the lanes out, and this time they're keeping the gold pretty even while doing so as well. You can actually see in almost all of their map movements, they are preempting EDG's aggression in the bottom lane and just dissuading them from it. They see a Jarvan, or they notice that the Orianna is mimicking Roam, and they just never try to shut Uzi down. With all that, he just keeps farming and farming and farming.
Very interesting for the game to flow in favor of this style, something EDG played all year long, safe in the lanes. Royal Club's going to have to get an edge on this one soon if they really want to make an impact. Koro not going to get anything out of this one, as they're just kind of waiting around for a gank.
And I have to point out Uzi's item build. Normally on Trist, when you're farming in the lane, you want a pickaxe to go with your Avarice Blade. But he was so unpressured in that lane, he stuck around long enough to get a BF sword and an Avarice Blade. So he is much stronger than many Trists are at this point in the game.
Insect was waiting inside of that bottom brush on the river, and well, as soon as Zero comes over and scans it, they realize exactly why nothing's happening for them. And actually, another ward was put down just as they left that brush, so vision maintained on that area of the map for EDG. Once again, you see FCZF just putting that lantern behind them, automatically forces Uzi and Zero a couple of paces back for fear of that Kazakhs coming in.
Had a ping on the mid lane, and we see Insect hovering just behind his red, deciding, is that going to be for you, or are we actually going to go to this bottom lane? He seems to be wavering quite a bit on that decision.
The first time in the game that the aggression has not been preempted by Royal Club. They have no mid lane or jungle support, but it is potential for people from EDG. I feel like FCZF may have given it away there by placing the forward ward. He would not have done that unless he had backup, because of how frequently Uzi was shoving and willing to trade.
That means that you and Clearlove will simply back off. Korn, however, does get a bit of a beat in. There is Clearlove diving in. Oh, Insect appears from nowhere, but he's going to have to flash. And there's the damage with the Ignite from you to claim first blood for EDG.
Oh, and a stun on Insect!
Wait a minute, Insect, that could be a red buff going over now to EDG. Zero's going to be there for the shield as he makes a very nice roam up to save the rear of Insect.
I wonder how this is going to affect the rest of Royal Club. EDG draws first blood in the mid lane, and it goes on to you. That gives them dragon control, and that can potentially give them control of bottom lane as well, if you can punish that enough and start transitioning his lead.
Just like game 4. A lane lead they pull out for themselves, no tricky buff takes, it's going to be theirs, and they are going to start that with a just about 2,000 gold lead. Uzi still farming up, and he doesn't have that much pressure over Name right now, even from leaving lane. These guys have been keeping each other quite down in that CS.
Now he certainly doesn't. Blade of the Rune King is done for Name. I'll give him some confidence coming in. Blue buff will be given over to Korn, who's got that Athene's finished off, as is the case with you. Just slightly ahead on the boots front with those Sorcerer Shoes already finished. He will also be getting himself, of course, that blue buff helped out at the start by Clearlove. So that top lane, again, being relatively quiet after the initial 4-man push up there from Royal Club. Looks like mid lane could be the target, but they've gone past the ward that was inside of the Death Rush, so they should know that one's going on as the boxer's put down. TP coming in here at the back, but they've got a ward, they're going to see it. Well, there's the lantern.
Oh, man.
Oh, brilliant. Howling Gale will stop it in its tracks.
That's another one of those teleports that I'm very surprised wasn't canceled, because Uzi and Zero were very disengaged at the time of it. maybe they thought the Lantern was going to be able to put it down, but now he has to walk all the way back up to that lane while Cola is just farming. That's another reason Uzi and Zero were so safe in that lane, because they knew all the knockbacks that they had.
6 vision wards in the inventory now, but it's about to hook. They get the exhaust down on Name. Here comes Cola's teleport. Rolled away on that one.
It. That's the play. That's what he's supposed to do if they've already escaped the gank. Yes, they didn't want to have that to happen because they didn't expect the Lantern to come in, but I wonder if he's actually pushed too far now. Let's see the chase.
Yeah, this could be dangerous for him. Clearlove red buff on will pop the ultimate, and he's gonna go chasing. They know that Cola's in those brushes somewhere. He just spots him. Slow comes down, equalizer as well. Can Cola escape? He gets the room prison in there. Slow from the harpoon, and Koro burns him down.
EDG taking advantages on every other part of the map. Again, Uzi barely escapes death.
Kills on the solo lanes now. Perfect for the objective fights for EDG to come in here. That's going to be great for Koro, who's already got the Haunting Guys and his boots finished. Cola will come back with a Rod of Ages charging up. So you can see Uzi and Zero clearing out, being safe, also trying to get some plays made here, but no bite from EDG.
And when I was researching this series, even though all the attention is on Name versus Uzi, I noticed that EDG's solo lanes could have a pretty big advantage over Royal Club's solo lanes, specifically in the group stage. U was +9 CS at 10 over his opponents. Korn on the other side was -5. There was a similar but not quite as pronounced discrepancy in the top lane, and when EDG has won in these games, it has not been through Name versus Uzi. Uzi has pretty much held his ground, but when the other members of EDG, when the team of EDG can outperform, has been when they have been successful. And that is happening again this game. Clearlove setting up the top and mid lane, not the bottom lane, and that is what's working for EDG.
Almost, but not quite cleared out. Koro once again just waits inside of that brush. Clearlove, where's he going now? Into the Royal Club jungle. And put a ward over the top of the wall, and that will see that Cola's gone. Means that Koro can actually push that lane up, should he so wish. That turret behind Cola, though, still stands, and Corny's still quite staunchly defending these pink wards.
Talking about Clearlove a bit, knowing the community kind of gets on his case from not showing the same aggressive play he does in scrims, in solo queue. Seems like he's found himself here on the stage now, able to get that tempered aggression out and get the aggressive plays just straight in. And there's one from Insec on to Clearlove, finding him straight out as he clears a pink. That'll be great for him. Turret's going to go down to the bottom lane. Pushed away is Name. So FCZF couldn't really get a handle on that one either.
And honestly, Clearlove has stepped up in this series in a huge way. He's been one of the biggest proponents in both of their victories. FCZF as well has been able to find some amazing catches. Honestly, EDG as a team has been able to stand strong, not necessarily Name. Name has been playing solid. Nothing spectacular, what he needs to do to defend the rest of the team. But honestly, he does just what he needs to do to win. 3 straight LPL splits. Uzi as well, off in that side lane while the other 4 members try and stall for him.
Got his static shift, so he'll be pushing those waves pretty quickly. BF sword, long sword on top of that. See, Name's moved down towards that bottom lane, but I don't think there's any attack on the cards. We do, though, have a dragon on its way up in just under 1 minute's time. There was a bit of a flag toss going down. Howling Gale following it through, but they're just jockeying for position here, trying to get some of those early wards onto the top side of River.
And as far as which team has better dragon control, it is EDG by a country mile. Rumble with double magic pen, Syndra catches, Thresh catches, a stealthed 80 carry, as well as some deep wards into Royal Club's jungle. If they know what's good for them, they give that dragon up.
Pink wards around mid to make sure Korn doesn't go down anymore. Thinking Name is going to start going on some missions with a lantern to get him out if anything goes wrong. Blue buff's going to go over here. Perfect time for Dragon as well. These are going to be some powerful attacks. Oh man, Clearlove actually taking that one for himself. A bit of the burn on the Lizard Elder.
Not ideal, especially because Syndra is already at half mana, so can't do much poking there with Syndra unless they just start the dragon straight off.
Well, I think that they possibly will here. EDG do start. It's Name that will bring the Dragon out of its pit, but they've set up a bit of a death brush. Insect coming a little close there, and there is the flag and drag away from the action. Dragon has reset.
Might mean you have to walk in for this one. Flag and drag will come up quickly, though. There's Name. These are the plays they want. It's going to go onto a pink wave, though. Shockwave hits. They find Name. They almost lock him down, but he's not going to be hit up. Yes, he finally goes down to the burn. The fight continues. Koro now onto Zero, but he gets monsooned away right into the team. What an ultimate coming in from Zero. And that's going to stop the Dragon for now. 2 down for EDG.
Name has been questioned for his positioning ever since he stepped foot on the world stage here. And again, he pops up at the wrong time, tries to get the catch, gets Shockwave, and costs his team a Dragon, which by all means, they had full control over, and now Royal Club has the edge.
And now Royal Club might be looking to push this mid lane down. You might have to just back away and leave it. Let's have a look. He's already down to half. Uzi will tank it up with the help of the shield. They're going to finish it off. The TP. It will come through. Uzi now going to be locked onto by Clearlove. He's already used the jump. Will flash actually as well from that. It's a double kill coming down as Korn and Zero both die.
Great lockdown of the fight. Focus from the team. They're probably going to grab this turret off of it, but EDG not letting just Dragon happen. They come back immediately and return to the fight.
I mean, they might want to take 2 after this one. There's still some death timers onto Korn and Zero. Really a nice counterattack. Let's see if they can secure this next turret.
No reason they shouldn't be. We said they had the item spikes, and they knew it coming back in. Able to just fiercely push off the rest of the team. Uzi and Cola doing what they can from range, but Tristana has not gotten the range necessary yet at level 11. We're looking for that later, and EDG takes advantage, and another turret.
4-2, 1,000 gold, just a little less than even is what separates the two teams. Scan's not going to see the pink ward, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Somebody walk through it, though.
Oh, nope. They can find one.
Nope.
Uzi did.
Yep. Nope.
He's not looking at it.
Yep.
Nope.
Smart pinks, guys.
Wow. Well,
that is really unfortunate for them.
Now they'll see it, though.
Yeah.
Nope.
What is going on here for Royal Club?
This is interesting. Taking Baron damage there. Oh, that pink ward.
Surely.
How?
Surely they will see it soon. One would say.
That guy, that pink ward, return on investment is huge right now. So that's going to stay alive. The Death Brush Baron side is playing a huge role here. 6th member of the team so far for EDG, and they're not worried at all. They're just doing what they want on their side of the jungle. They did set up for a little bit thinking that Royal Club was going to try and take something sneaky, but they're able to get as much clearing now as they want to get these lanes pushed up. They're having a grand old time. Only sitting 1,000 gold ahead, but once they've been ahead, they've been able to keep that lead.
Yeah, that's for sure. However, they did give up that catch around Dragon Pit. Name,
yeah, that's
just
true.
Not opening up in the right spots, and that's one thing about a Jarvan Orianna pick against a Twitch. The instant you see that Twitch pop up, there's no Kale to save him in these situations. He will get jumped on and really, really bursted. So that is a real danger for Name having to play around that.
A lot of water around Baron now. 23 minutes in Name. What is he thinking of? Starting to edge forward, but stealth will run out in the end. Just been a venom flash thrown through. But there are 4 men there from EDG. We can make that 5 now as you will join in as well. They have 5 men on that top side. Finally going to go around, clear out a couple of wards, and they're going for Name. He's been caught out again here. Can he escape it? Insect, though, going to be burst down. Koro might be able to escape. 3-man shockwave, hook onto Korn. FT's yet goes through, but he will go down. Is this the turnaround that they're looking for? Korn still trying. There's the jump from Uzi. He's going for Koro, blows him away, gets the kill, gets the reset. Uzi, is he going to know? He stays alive here, and now they're going to keep going. He will surely fall. No, he can walk away. It's a messy 4 for 3.
Uzi is a walking god of League of Legends as far as this is concerned. Jumping in to that many people and surviving. Once again, no one gets hit by the stun, and you just revealed himself to Uzi.
So far as time alone playing in his favor. One more shot and Uzi picks up 3-0-3. Solidifying another kill, bringing the game to 7-7, and the 1,000 gold lead is now in favor of Royal Club.
That fight started so heavily in the favor of EDG, but like these teams go, it's not over yet.
Teleport, here comes Koro, speeding it out. Uzi going for FTZF. This time he won't be alive for long though, and that is the kill for Koro. Puts him to 2-2-3. Crazy fights on the top side of the map.
This game 5 is delivering upon all of the expectations. 5-1 for you. Uzi as well doing some big things. And yeah, this initiation is what Royal Club thinks they want. They get the ultimate on Name. However, because he positions himself at the back of the Cataclysm, Cola can't get in range to dump damage, which really messes them over. However, the Shockwave saves them, and then that slight overextension by SCZF begins the reset parade for Uzi. He jumps in, dodges just enough skills, knows his exact damage, then flashes over the poison from Twitch, gets a shield at the end from Korn, and just allows the rest of the team to clean up.
I was going to say, just before that fight, Royal Club not good when they are being dictated around. That's when the communication falters, so they decide to dictate. Worked out quite well for them. The communication's a lot easier to see that everybody's going forward than to really get back off of a fight. We'll see if they keep that pressure on. It's 20 seconds onto Dragon. Whoa! Forward once again for Insect. Koro didn't have to flash out of that one. He was actually able to move and dodge out, and it looks like they may be able to rebuttal on this, but they stop it for now.
Insect
ward as well.
Completely on his own agenda right there. Did not have the team to follow him up. Burns flash and ultimate, nearly kills 2 members of his own team. Nobody dies, but they lose a lot of control in that area.
And that's exactly what I was talking about before. When, you know, if Insect's not going to be tanky enough when he jumps in, I wasn't quite expecting, you know, flash, flag and drag into the Cataclysm that would happen. But he can get blown up very, very quickly. This time around, he gets away with his life. And Royal Club still hold the lead. It's 1,000 gold. It's nothing at this point. And Dragon is live. That could just completely even it up.
And this is exactly what needed to happen for Uzi when he was on Vayne as well. Get the late game energy early, and they're able to control it that much more.
And just an ending to our ward story up towards the Baron area. After that equalizer, I noticed the ward was gone. Zero saw it during the retreat and then auto-attacked it down. So they just weren't looking at their mini-map when they were walking past those wards beforehand, or sorry, their screen, and no one on the team was pinging, which is actually really concerning for their team as a whole. But with all of that, they've managed to pull ahead by 2,000 gold. Zero's on the lookout for those pink wards now.
Name, he's going to be backing safely in the top lane now, so a bit relief for Royal Club. They know they may have the lead. They may think it's very, very even, but they're not afraid to take these fights. They weren't afraid to take the fights 11,000 gold down, so EDG has to be ready for that type of initiation. They've seen it before.
Yeah, I can't wait for this game to just continue. There's a QSS on Uzi in case he gets stunned by Syndra, and it's pretty much the first defensive item I've seen him build in a really long time. Obviously against the Zed, he built it really late into the game. I think that was the second game we saw in this ridiculous series, but the scaling from Royal Club is actually really catching up now. Yes, there is a 5-1 Syndra on the other team, but they have a whole bunch of burst damage they can throw on Name the instant he appears, and positionally, you can be attacked by any type of flank that Royal Club puts at them. I say they have the lead right now.
The gold says that too.
Yeah. The kills don't, though.
The kills don't.
There's one thing.
8-7, the turrets are tied. Yep. And we're tied up 2-2 in the best of 5. So, really, such an important one. Semi-finals on the line. Of course, OMG and Najim White Shield will be playing tomorrow. The winner of this will go through to meet the winner of that one in the semi-finals. Right now, the Royal Club seem to be moving up towards Baron. Gonna get some vision of that one. Pink ward out the front is just a little bit too far out the front to spot the one in the back. But they've got a scan.
I have to point out the risk that EDG is going under right now. They have Koro pushing a lane so far away from Baron without teleport right now. The amount of baiting that Royal Club could be doing around Baron right now is just so dangerous. EDG can't safely check these things. They have to play very scared right now. Finally, Koro home guarding out of the base. to the aid of his team.
He's going to make himself present. EDG can say stop it as much or as long as you can, but Royal Club isn't waiting for anything, so he does have to come up before that teleport's ready. 30 minutes on the clock. Could be a huge turning point for the game here. This is where we see both of these Chinese teams kind of not focusing on the turrets anymore, but getting a fight around this ring, around the Baron, where they can start to turn the tide of the game. Turrets haven't worked for EDG. Baron not so far, and Royal Club's going to also back off of that one, making sure they have all the vision they need to see where Name can come around to these fights. He's hanging off on the side with FCZF.
Yeah, very critical here. His flash is back up, so if Insect jumps on him, he would be able to retreat and probably punish Insect pretty hard. Because you look at his build, he's actually built anti-Syndra, not anti-Twitch at the moment. Most people have actually built very anti-Syndra on Royal Club with the expectation that they can blow Name up. If that fails to happen during a team fight, they are in for a world of pain.
Such a tense affair. Half an hour point has now been reached. And there is the scan. Insect gets hooked, but there's no follow through. Harpoon actually not landing from Koro either. Zero and Uzi stepping forward to get rid of the pink ward on the backside. And that's fine. There's one inside the Death Brush though, which is keeping full vision of Royal Club at this stage. So EDG don't need to do anything silly.
Yeah, you can see FCZF goes back to buy a bunch more wards. Not only does he have his size 2, he's got 2 greens and a pink, because they know that if they run out of wards, then they're screwed. So he had to get that timely recall with Home Guard boost to get back here as quickly as possible. Royal Club was trying to exhaust EDG of wards here. You can see they're very hesitant to try an all-in initiation because they know they're against Rumble Twitch. They would rather get a catch, but it's just not being presented to them.
Very close. The Orbit Deception almost 3 seconds off cooldown. See that being used by Name if they can't get vision on the team anytime soon, but they already have enough wards going in. FCZF controlling that by himself. This will give now Coral with teleport time to go down and clear this wave, but that's going to mean the pressure from Royal Club will be put on. They're going to start this Baron up. They do have quite a bit of damage. 3 items Tristana. They're forced to back off here. Just that vision. Teleport coming in as well. They're not going to really able to be activating anything off of this.
It was a teleport expenditure right there. That's the main purpose of that. This time they burned the cooldown. However, that bottom lane did get shoving in the right direction, so that was not a full commit from Royal Club. That was just for the teleport.
And full committals from Royal Club have been somewhat scary throughout
both
this
sides.
best of 5 so far. Oh, Insect. Oh, not quite landing onto him, though. This one remains tense. Still only 1,400 gold between Edward Gaming and Starhorn Royal Club in Game 5 of this quarterfinal. Recalls will come in. Howling Gale just too late and in the wrong direction for the last one. But Zero off on his own once again to make sure that they've got the wards in position. But it's going to be a recall time. A lot of those pinks that they picked up on the last time have now been already used.
I can't say enough about this Game 5 delivering, especially after how quickly and decisively Royal Club was dispatched by EDG in Game 4. And Uzi sitting apart from the rest of his team afterwards. To come back and put up this kind of a fight in Game 5 is remarkable. But with that being said, both these teams and both these team compositions stand a pretty even chance of winning.
Zero just recalled on top of a ward there. I don't think EDG are going to commit to this kind of thing, though.
Safe pushes for now.
Name goes in, they've done him! Name jumps on there by the Cataclysm. Shockwave comes down as well, but they've killed off the AD carry. They might surely just turn around for Baron now.
Syndra plus Twitch. QSS be damned, they get enough damage on him with the equalizer at the end to finish off the biggest threat from Royal Club Uzi, and they burn the Shockwave. They're going to try and burn this Baron down as quickly as possible.
That Shockwave being down is huge for this start. It's also a scatter weak that could stop them from coming in. Will they try to go over the wall here? There's some flashes still. That's clear love over the wall. Now he's in the... Oh, he gets exploded and the Baron's dead. Cole is going to walk out, but only so far. That's a buff transfer over to you. That's a continuous fight for him now if they can get in range. But that's 2 for 1. Also, Uzi being down before. And that is a great stop on Baron by Royal Club.
That Rise first pick showing a fair bit of value. Who thinks to do that, by the way? Hooked over the wall at the Baron pit. I know, let's flash into the Baron pit and blow up Twitch immediately. That's exactly what Cola did. Got very close range for the bouncy Spell Flux.
Yep.
And just blew him up. Let's check this out one more time. Hooked. He sees Name. Not only did he avoid some of the damage, he just gets point blank. Name had no chance there. And the presence of mind by Cola really prevented a disaster there for Royal Club.
Uzi will be saying thank you. Thank you for that, because
Yeah.
it was me that got caught out. And Uzi himself, just getting that red buff, is actually going to be going back home now.
We did say these games were going to be about the AD carries, that featured matchup, but the team is still what helps win these games. And Cola, part of that, a big part of the team, coming up huge. See level 16 for Uzi, so when he does get back, he'll be able to utilize a little bit more range and hopefully keep himself in a safe position. Name as well, it's got to be said for both of them. And Insect getting caught out a bit here, but only the safety of the rest of the EDG team. That's going to be an equalizer. The Monsoon comes out. Zero, the savior with that one once again. And it looks like they stave off any deaths for that, but the pressure is still on to Baron.
The Twitch Cinder's really starting to show through. You and Name showing considerable threat now onto Royal Club, but still, they haven't broken the game open as of yet. And every time they open, there is yet another risk. Now, Royal Club, knowing there's a few ultimates down, try and push mid.
This could be very interesting. EDG are just off to the side. That Howling Gale will be set up to knock Clear Love, and actually they'll get him away from this one. That turret is going to take a hell of a beating. Uzi might even get it. He does get it. That's a tower for Royal Club. And now they turn. They're going to get back towards Baron and get their own wards down.
With Spray and Pray and Equalizer down, Royal Club has no fear. They know that the line AoE damage is no longer a threat, and they can pretty much just go wherever they want. Even if Uzi gets singled out, they could just shield him up, and the Cinder probably wouldn't have enough to kill him. So that failed kill actually really cost EDG.
Wouldn't be surprised for them to go in with those up either. Coro goes in a face check. A straight face check going into the river. He's going to go down. The Rumble ultimate had just come up as well, and it looks like they're still waiting on Twitch's all that rat-a-tat-tat cannot be used here. They're going to go full bore on it. They're going to try to pull in EDG for this one. The Zanyas are there to get in and kind of misdirect the damage and the plays, but will they even get the chance? Will they turn? Looks like a bit of it.
Clear Love there, being blown away, and there is the Baron picked up by Royal Club. There's still 30 seconds until Coro comes back into this one. What are Royal Club going to do? They're going top. That's the easy tower here.
I mean, they knew that EDG couldn't make it all the way in the Baron pit because of Coro's demise, and now Royal Club fully on the defensive. 5 strong, push atop.
Wow, the mental fortitude from both of these teams really showing right now. And Royal Club felt like they just needed to turn up the heat a bit. Now with a 5,000 gold lead, they have gotten Baron, and they are completely in control of this game. It'll be interesting to see if EG can put up the same results from behind that Royal Club was.
And that's the thing, best of 5. No one remembers what you did in games 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's all about what you do in game 5 here, whether you win it for your team, whether you lose it for your team. This is where legends really are made in these kind of scenarios. So far, it's Royal Club that have the lead. It's 4,000 gold. But
still
the way
think
it's been going, there's so much that can change.
I mean, the whole team needs to be there with you as well. Uzi getting caught out. You think that's the end. The star player goes down, gets picked off. No, Cola makes a play. He had been underperforming this entire series. But he's just sitting there in the corner, drains a three-pointer, in a sense, to save the team because he killed Name 1v3 and saved the Baron buff. They can come back from that, storm through, finish another Baron off. And what this would mean for Insect if he can break the O2 curse. That's all the story, but there's actually a fight that happened right here. They just straight up burned him away. They pushed Clear Love outside of the smite range. That's the only thing they needed to do there because they knew a fight wouldn't happen.
Right now, trying to take control of the bottom lane. All of EDG have set their numbers there, except for Clear Love. He makes sure the top wave is at least pushed so they can battle down here for quite some time, because it doesn't look like Royal Club is leaving anytime soon. The Baron buff still 2 minutes exactly to revolve. Insect getting a little too close, not able to even do a bit of damage.
They weren't willing to open on Insect because they only would settle for Uzi at this point. Now with the Bloodthirster, Janna, and Orianna, if they don't catch Uzi, Uzi kills everyone.
Banshee's Veil as well stopped him from being in too much trouble, even though, you know, it wasn't an all or nothing on Insect there. could have been different if they did decide to just kill off Insect, because at this stage, Syndra is going to blow whoever up. Look at that gold difference over time. It's so close. Around about 2,000 in either direction already in this game, but it's around that 37-minute mark that things have really gone crazy. And that Royal Club, after that Baron, got into a bigger gold lead, and now they're knocking on the Inhib tower.
And there's a really small window now before Yu finishes his Void Staff. He has so much AP, but a lot of magic resistance has been accumulated by the entire Royal Club team. He needs a minute to go back to base and purchase that, but Royal Club is knocking on the door with Baron, and he's going now. This is a small window for Royal Club.
Uzi with even more safety, the Mikhails and the Quicksilver Sash we were talking about before, for him to dive into these fights that he himself has been controlling on the back half of Insect's engages.
Syndra stunned
down.
Not
going to give up.
Time to go a bit aggressive.
Once again, down the hook as well, so that relieves a bit of pressure, and it's enough pressure to drop the first inhibitor turret. They don't have many waves to work with, so it looks like they're going to stay to party for now. And it's EDG trying to force them out of the base. Uzi hanging on the right side with a nice BF shield, their Bloodthirster shield, to keep himself up.
In order for EDG to push them out, Twitch has to open up, which would leave a vulnerability for Royal Club to pound them down, and they just give up the inhibitor with an activity.
They're diving in, they're going for Clearlove. There is the Insect diving into them. Clearlove gets his gun, he then got Shockwave! Shockwave! Pull back! FDZF will fall as well. It's 2 men down. Uzi goes in there. Name is at the back, chipping away with a rat-a-tat-tat, but that might not be enough to hold them in this game. Stun to Uzi. Quicksilver Sash.
That could
kill
be it.
for Uzi. Name gonna be locked up. Name goes down, and it's all now on Koro. They dive on him. Triple kill for Uzi. It's Royal Club that do it the hard way, but go through to the semi-finals.
So much win right there for Royal Club. Not only do they move on to the semi-finals, they break the Insect curse, and they crush EDG in Game 5.
Peace and quiet was what Uzi needed to come into this game. He took it upon himself to take a little extra time. Silence, in this case, did not cause chaos for the team, and they were able to come out on top. Being dictated around for the first half of the game, it was the initiation from Insect top, where he died for Uzi to get going, as Uzi just flies into the fight, and then it gave him the confidence to do it continuously.
And what a roller coaster of emotions for both of these teams. Honestly, they fought tooth and nail until the very end. The 5th game, the closest of them all by a long shot. And honestly, one little mistake here or there could cost them. Whether or not Cola can flash and finish off Name, whether Koro can have the wards in the right position and not get caught out, whether a Syndra stun lands instead of misses, all these things could have changed this series.
The question was the featured matchup for that best ADC in China. And I think it was answered that Uzi stepped up quite a bit here in this best of 5 series.
He was absolutely amazing. Honestly, there were a couple of games there, obviously, where it just didn't quite work out for him, but Name will be kind of missing rude chances there. We saw him at the end out of position, really. I mean, it's always hard as a Twitch, because you know, if you step just a tiny bit too far closer to the team, they're going to dive on you. They're going to go straight for you.
And we mentioned as well when we saw this team composition for Name, it was a Twitch without backup. So he was really just trying to work in concert with his Syndra, but it wasn't one of those Twitch opens up with Kale on top of him and Lulu on top of him and kills the world. It was really Twitch off on his own solo mission, which Royal Club really built to counter. I mean, what is Name realistically doing here, unless he's following up a Syndra stun? Because Shockwave, Jarvanol, even Uzi just hit him a few times. It's a really hard life for him.
Everybody's standing out in this one as well. Cola with his Baron stop. When Uzi went down, Uzi must have just felt so distraught after that one, but Cola said, don't worry, I'm going to make a big play for you.
And that could have been this game, to be honest. If they'd have not got that kill, if Cola would have gone down before, you know, he took
dropping Nami,
that literally, they could have done the Baron right there, and that could have been the game for Royal Club. That was a pivotal moment in this one. So much to talk about, such a tense game for such a long time. Absolutely incredible best of 5.
Yeah, and I gotta congratulate Insect as well.
Yeah.
What this must mean to him. He broke the curse, and he didn't even have to do it on Lee Sin. He decided not to pick Lee Sin, went with another pick, expanding his jungle champion pool. That is a huge moment for him. The Jarvan was the right pick for this situation, locked down Twitch whenever he opened up. comboed with Oriana just right. Good job.
The all-in really works for Insect. We usually see him trying to safeguard out of these fights, but sticking in with it just gave the team enough time to do what they needed. Zero coming out with some great monsoons throughout the entire time. Beautiful play all around.
And I have to give also the credit to EDG while we're at it as well.
Yes.
You're 2-0 down. First game, not even close. Second game, should have been closer than it actually ended up being, just how the early game went there and how EDG really had a good start in that one. But they really did give it their all here.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you've got to win 3 games, and that's just how the cookie crumbles.
They
Next
were
year.
so close as well, winning those 2 games with the way the momentum was swinging. It just wasn't to be.
Strong play from both teams. Starhorn Royal Club taking the victory in the best of 5 series, 3-2. Right now, we're going to send it over to Shox, who is on stage with a member of the victorious Starhorn Royal Club.
Thank you very much, Riv. I am standing by with who else but Uzi after securing a spot in the semifinal 2 years running. What a series, Uzi. Explain what happened in the last moments of that game, the calls going through your team.
你跟我们解释一下，在最后一场比赛里面的时候，是谁做出最后的决定，让你们这么坚决的拿下这场比赛？
我们一开始前面2盘打得挺好了，后来因为第3盘就发生一点小意外的话，就让整队的心态都非常差。后面就因为大家都知道最后一盘呢，就所有人都告诉我们要好点打。
So in the first 2 games, we did pretty well, but in the third game, we met some unexpected issue that made our status not as good as before. And in the last game, we know it's last game, and we told ourselves that we have to come back, we have to keep our status as before to win the game.
Can you elaborate a little bit more about those moments in between those games? Because we saw you being pretty distraught.
你可以讲的更多一点，就在这些具体的当时你们做出这些决定的这些时刻的时候，你们当时是怎么想的吗？
我自己想的就是不要留下遗憾嘛，因为毕竟很辛苦了才打到这里来。
The things that I kept in my mind is that I don't leave any pity here in the World Championships because we tried really hard, we put a lot of effort to be here.
Absolutely. Another question. Tell us about the Twitch pick. It was a surprise to a lot of us, and why did you keep it to this moment?
能不能谈一谈你这次对图奇的那个选择，对老鼠的选择？因为我们之前也很少看到你选择图奇，为什么把这个惊喜留到现在？
因为我知道 EDG 的 AD 非常喜欢玩这个英雄，然后我自己也有去玩这个英雄，然后发现特别变态，然后就去慢慢的学习，后面就到比赛上才拿出来用。
I knew that EDG's ADC is pretty good at this champion, and I practiced a lot, learned a lot, and realized this champion is very OP. So I leave it as a surprise in the World Championships as a game to show that.
It was very strong in your hands. Talk to me about living up to the semifinals now, knowing that you made the finals last year, this time. Will it be Najin's Shield or OMG that you'll be battling, and why?
去年你们打到了决赛，然后今年你马上进入半决赛，你们是更希望跟 OMG 打，还是跟 Najin Shield 去打？想想为什么？
我更希望跟 OMG 打，因为我相信 OMG 可以赢Najin Shield。
We prefer to play with OMG because I'm confident that OMG will beat Najin Shield.
Wow. Uzi, it's almost incredible to say, but it seems like you're playing even better than you did last year. How much more can we expect of you?
从现在这次的比赛的情况来看，你比去年的表现要好更多。对于以后，你觉得我们还有什么可以从你这里来期待能看到的？
我自己就希望每一次都可以在世界舞台上表现自己吧，就希望每一次都可以来到这边。
I hope every time I can come here to show myself, to show my performance in front of the world in the World Championships.
Well, it's been an incredible performance so far. Congratulations. We'll see you in the semi-final. And as for us, we're going to wrap things up over at the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to hear from Uzi. And with that victory, Starhorn Royal Club advances, becomes the first team in League of Legends history to accomplish back-to-back semi-final World Championship placements. If they win their semi-final, that will become back-to-back final placements. And I don't think any of it would have been possible without Uzi. We have to give this guy the praise he deserves because he hard carried a lot of those games.
I am such a fanboy. Like from all the way from last year, I've been a fanboy, but now it's raging. It's insane because this guy put his team on his back when it really mattered, when it actually counted. The last game of the best of 5, and oh my God, this guy just performed so well.
This game proves though that he can't do it alone because he needed his team to step up. He needed, especially in terms of the top lane, Kola had to step up there. And if he didn't make that one play at Baron, this game could have gone the other way. But I just want to give mad props to Zero. While I don't always agree with his item builds, sure, that's optional, that you can do whatever you want. But his plays, especially on Janna, were so damn good.
Yeah, just as a note, EDG lost all 3 games. They did not ban Janna.
Yeah, honestly, very well played by all of this team. And, you know, we talked about what if they're going to tilt, what if the communication breakdown is going to be hard between speaking Mandarin, Korean, maybe a little bit of English. Both these teams, great mental fortitude, coming back in Game 5. Smart picks and bans, get rid of the Lucian, pick the Rise, and it finally fell into place again for them.
Let's also give some credit to EDG because they struggled to qualify for the quarterfinals first of all. They started this series 0-2. They dug deep to win games 3 and 4. They pushed Royal Club all the way to 35 minutes in Game 5 before Koro got caught out where he really shouldn't have been, and that just gave Starhorn Royal Club the advantage they needed. But the man that I feel got them to Game 5 was Clearlove. I think in the jungle, once he stepped it up, he got his lanes working, he got his lanes rolling, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
Right, I actually think it's really kind of poetic that Clearlove is the guy we're highlighting here. He absolutely played his mind out here, was a great player. For the Western fans out there who don't follow the Chinese scene very much, EDG is sort of a lot like Cloud9 in that they came together out of nowhere, some good players, and then straight to Worlds, right? Top 8 at Worlds, great performance in your first year as a team, and who else but the jungler to highlight for playing so darn well for himself. He definitely put those middle 2 games on his back.
I completely agree. We will get back to talking about the game in just a moment. We're going to send things over to Shox, who is on stage with Starhorn Royal Club's InSec.
Thank you very much, guys. Of course, we had to talk to InSec as well. Congratulations. What a series. What is your take on the roller coaster of games that happened here right now?
인색 선수 우선 승리를 축하드리고요. 이번 정말 엄청난 경기들이 많았는데 좀 소감 좀 말씀해 주세요. 승리에 관해서.
일단 제가 이렇게 5경기까지 간 경기가 꽤 많은데 그래서 오늘은 이겨서 참 아직 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
I had a lot of games that went up to win 5 in the past, but I'm just relieved and happy that we won.
Can you elaborate a little bit more how that crept into your mind and then how you reset for that last game knowing it's your last chance?
5경기 들어갈 때 이제 예전에 과거에 승승패패패 스코어를 많이 겪으셨었는데 어떤 생각이 머릿속에 들으셨나요?
솔직히 말해서 그냥 아무런 생각이 안 들어서 일단 내가 할 것만 제일 열심히 하자고 생각하고 이제 팀원들도 자기가 각자 할 거 열심히 해주길 바랬어.
Honestly, I just emptied my mind and tried to focus into the game, and I just thought like I'd play my role and do my job, and I was hoping my teammates would do it as well.
And they absolutely did. Is there anything you want to say to all of your fans here and watching from home after that incredible performance?
이제 마지막으로 이제 엄청난 경기를 다 같이 봐주신 여기 와주신 팬들이나 이제 TV로 보실 팬들한테 한마디 해주세요.
일단 이 시간까지 봐주신 분한테 감사하고 저 TV로 보신 팬분들도 5경기까지 봐서 재밌었으면 좋겠고 오늘도 아버지랑 친구가 왔거든요. 네, 5경기까지 봐서 감사하다고.
I want to say thank to all the fans who stayed up till Game 5, and I hope Flipper fans who are watching through TV or through Steam that they enjoyed all the series, and also my father and my friends came to watch, so I also want to say thanks to them as well.
Well, thank you for the interview and fantastic performance. We'll see you in the semifinals, and now back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox, and great hearing from InSec. I actually think a great adaptation to play Jarvan in the last game of the series when Lee Sin was open and available. Before we talk about some of the bigger picture, we do have a replay that I think summarizes this entire series very, very clearly. Doublelift, I know you felt particularly excited about both the Jarvan pick, which we'll get to, and then, of course, this top lane extended battle. Let's roll the clip and talk over it for me.
Oh yeah, I really like Starhorn Royal Club's comp because InSec has been underfarmed. He has to camp Uzi's lane because there's so much pressure there, so he's going to die instantly. Every game, he's probably going to die instantly when he goes in. That's why Jarvan's such a great pick, because it locks up Name right here for his entire team to just kind of collapse on. It really isn't enough at first, but this amazing 3-man shockwave.
Yeah, the shockwave is really what seals the deal. It keeps enough distance on Uzi so he can start cleaning up. Thresh overextends because the shockwave keeps him back, and then this. This is like the most ballsy, beautiful jump I've seen. Knows exactly when he has to go for the ulti into our attack, jumps forward again, no AD carry should live here, but somehow Uzi knows that he can rely on his support to exhaust that, and he just jumps in.
Like, and honestly, again, we just want to highlight how damn good Zero is. He knows his role as I'm going to protect Uzi. Uzi's the damage here. Runs exhaust every single game on Janna. You've talked about not running Ignite on that champion. Instincts by Uzi, right? Dodges away from where the ball's going to be. Same for Zero as well. And in contrast, FCZF, I thought, had probably his worst game of the series here. Jumping in at really odd time.
Yeah,
Give
like
that first kill to Uzi. Missed, like, probably in total, like 7 really important plays that weren't even that hard.
Let's talk a little bit about both of these teams. Of course, Starhorn Royal Club, I think they brute forced their way to a win. I don't want to take anything away from their teamwork or individual skill because it was fantastic, but Edward Gaming, they just didn't have an answer to Starhorn Royal Club's moves and positioning either around the map or in team fights.
The only thing that worries me for both these teams is their Baron control, because they have this way of saying, yeah, we got a big lead, let's transition that into a Baron bait, but they're done so poorly. The minion waves are really not incorporated at all into Baron baiting. The division is not deep enough. They come with maybe 2 pink wards, and there is no oracles there.
I just have to highlight Uzi's 35.04% of his team's damage is only matched by Deft. He's second behind Deft, so he's just does an insane amount of damage. The second highest damaging percentage player at Worlds.
It's very scary. Freak.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we talked about it before, but kind of bouncing off the points, kind of recapping things going on as well. The rest of his lanes, when they stepped up, his team would win. That was really big as well. We talked about Uzi and the rest of Royal Club, of course, but Korn finally showed up again. Didn't have a great showing in the group stage again. Only mid laner to go below 20% damage contribution. Did so here. Insec, again, yes, realizing the strategic rationale of it's a Twitch. For some reason, early picked Twitch, which I know was supposed to be a steal, but getting to pick a hard engaged champion instead of his normal comfort pick there to make that happen. Cola, obviously good on Rise specifically. I don't know how much more he's going to get that champion, but stepping up for the whole team, definitely.
Yeah, I completely agree. So with that victory, we now know 3 of the 4 teams who will be making the trip to Seoul. So let's actually pull up the bracket and check it out. We obviously know the top half is a Samsung White versus Samsung Blue matchup. But now we've got our first semi-final on the bottom half of the bracket with Starhorn Royal Club taking out Edward Gaming 3-2. They will face either Najin White Shield or OMG, and we'll figure out who their opponents will be tomorrow. With Edward Gaming's loss, that ends their run at the World Championship, and I think Name is the player a lot of people are going to be talking about. Last year, Dade, he failed to deliver, and it cost Samsung Ozone then their place at Worlds, but this year, Dade bounced back, and he has just destroyed everybody. Name may be looking to do the same with a bit more comfort now that he's got some international experience under his belt.
Yeah, I don't think Name crashed and burned quite as hard as Dade did, where his champion pool couldn't keep up and it just didn't seem to work for the team. Name was still pretty good. Like, he didn't always get out of lane, but his team fights are still fairly strong. A few misplays, certainly, but I feel like every single player at Worlds has had some misplays at some point. So I don't want to be like, Name, how dare you not be the best AD carry in the world, but certainly a bit worse than we were quite expecting.
Well, let's just get some final thoughts from Doublelift and Crepo. As we know, at least Starhorn Royal Club, they know who their opponents are, either Najin White Shield or OMG. In theory, they're ahead of OMG in terms of their regional seed coming into Worlds. What are they looking at for tomorrow's series? Is obviously one of them will be their opponents.
I think OMG plays a very similar style to Starhorn Royal Club. EDG is kind of the outlier in terms of strategy. I think it'll be another explosive, amazing Chinese battle brawl, bloodbath, just again, if it's them. But Najin White Shield has a really good chance, too.
I don't think Shield will let that happen. But we predicted today that we'll have this clash of like 5v5 battles with relatively like low amount of strategy, and that came through. But Shield is like the opposite. It's such a stylistic mismatch where Shield relies so much on strategy, and then OMG is like the pinnacle of the 5v5 brawl. So it'll be a very interesting match. I hope for Royal's sake that OMG wins, because then they can play against familiar style. If Shield takes it against OMG, then I think Royal's in for some trouble.
Well, Royal will need some practice against Shield style if they want to take out one of those Samsung squads as well, if the bracket plays out that way. Guys, tomorrow our final quarterfinal match will be decided as Korea's Najin White Shield takes on China's OMG. Once again, that best of 5 will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time. And for our viewers in the Pacific Time Zone, you can catch the action at 1 a.m. That's going to do it for us today. So I'd like to thank all of our guest analysts for keeping us honest here on the desk and informed. And from myself, the casters, and the entire World's broadcast team, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
5, I'm sure, coming our way.
It's going to be a good day. Core on the backside, he's forced to blast into the pit. They're stuck in with Baron. A great shockwave from Unstoppable. FCZF doing what he can to get the Monsoon out, but it's not healing anybody.
And it will be Royal Club to pick up game number 1 in this quarterfinal.
That's not going to be what he wanted. More kills coming up for Uzi. Picks them up onto Cordo. That no dissonance to follow, but they are going to be able to lock down the quadra kill for Uzi.
But a pretty fed twitch. Everyone runs. Why?
It doesn't have to be the best equalizer when you got Uzi with shields on him.
And Royal Club move to game point. HP, Nami not far away from this one either. Another big burst comes in. There's you getting one. This should be destructive for EDG.
And EDG picks up game 3. Chum the Waters coming out from Korn. They are able to take down FCZF. A bit of peel for the fight. EDG is coming up huge on this one.
The Nexus goes down. We're going to game 5. He's going for Koro, blows him away, gets the kill, gets the reset. Uzi, is he gonna do? He stays alive here.
So much win for Royal Club. They crush EDG in game 5.